What's up, everybody? This is Klowns Paranormal Cryptids Investigators. Today we're going to do a special on spiritual protection, or what do you do when the boogeyman come for you? Ghost hunting, paranormal hunting, whatever you want to call it, paranormal investigations. Sometimes things can go sour, end up with a spiritual attachment from a demonic entity or a negative entity, shadow person, whatever you want to call them. Whatever you call them, they still bad news. So let's start this show off with a bang and get to promoting it. And I've got a few things to show to teach that'll help out. And we're going to start off with some videos after the episode here for spiritual protection, and with Ghost Quest, show some of his one of his videos. JBD, Beyond the Veil, Holly's. Anyway, we're going to do JBD and then Venomous Friends. You got done Venomous Friends first in a little while. Hello, Fleming. How you doing? How you doing there, K-Pup? Y'all would hit that like and share button, please. Ooh, let's get this show started. By God. Ooh. All right, it's Klowns Paranormal Adventures. I'm up here with Alan and Rosie from Alan and Rosie's Adventures with an undisclosed location. All righty. Hey, Wolf. Yeah, I think I might grow it back again there, Wolf King. Thanks. All right, this episode here we're gonna cover is for spiritual protection. Or what to do when you go paranormal hunting and something follows you back home. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with paranormal investigations, spiritual attachments, demonic attachments, full blown attacks. It ain't never pretty. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because somebody had DM'd me asking me, well, what do you do when things go sour? And I got to thinking about it. I said, I don't believe anybody else has really covered this subject, if not here, not lately. So I thought, I'll throw something together here and see if we can help build each other, because we are a family. Y'all would hit that like and share button. Righty. That's it, Ryan. By God. Let's do it. Oh, all right. The first thing I recommend, you're doing paranormal investigation, you're with somebody else, you get out there in a cemetery or a haunted house or a sanitarium. Thank you, Juanita. And either you or your buddy eyes turn black, and it happens. And they start making growls, grimaces, facial expressions, crazy laughing, the kind of shit that really normally would make somebody's butt pucker. They've just been under the influence of something demonic. It's really bad thing. And the problem with that is, Wolf, is if you just leave, if it's made an attachment to you, it follows you. So you can blaze a trail, haul ass, and you get home. And now it's home with you. Hello, Gotans. Here's what I do. You see me do a lot of crazy stuff when I do investigating, out there provoking demons and kicking them off, pissing them off to the ninth power, laughing at them. I play exorcism rituals in Latin from off of YouTube. I play that in the car on the way home. If it's bad, I carry a Bluetooth speaker on my belt loop. It's right there on my right hip. And things get sour, I'll sit there and play it from off of my phone and stream it to Bluetooth it to my Bluetooth speaker. And get some help, because that breaks stuff up before it gets a chance to set in on you. That keeps things from attaching to your car. You might not have thought about it, but you kiss off the right thing, it wants to do you something real bad. It hangs on to the car and follows you home. Maybe it wants to pray after you. Maybe you have to go after one of your animals, your kids, your old lady, something or somebody that means something to you. So goal one is you do exorcism rituals in Latin, leaving. You get home, you can play blessings rituals from off of YouTube. As in a bad case, you do that once every couple of weeks or so at your house. It clears the area out. Saging. One of y'all's eyes that doesn't turn black, you smudge the person. Holy water. I recommend having a cross or a crucifix and it blessed and it against your skin. I'm going to start dropping a couple of links in here for some things that'll help out. You can take distilled water and put it in front of your TV and do the exorcism rituals in Latin, and the water will absorb it and make holy water. House blessings, the same thing. You do your prayer over it too, of course. But the main thing is you got a devout man of God that's doing the prayer from over YouTube. He don't have to be there. What he done, it done. You say, oh, but that wouldn't work. That's over the TV. I counter and say, well, why would you believe in holy water? It works. Trust me. But in the event that you don't want to go through the distilled water route, hey, JB, we can get. Let me see if I can do this in YouTube. Maybe YouTube. I didn't carry across right. You can order holy water from off of Amazon and eBay. That's what that link was for. That went sour on me there. I'll have the links in the description box at the end of the after the end of the video. Well, that ain't gonna work either. It's gonna go kerflooey. Just remember this right here. eBay. Go to eBay. Huh, yeah, that messed up. Let me get you over up here, JB. You know a lot about this stuff. And it's cheaper. I can sit there and for 3 or 4 days you can have like 4, 5, 6 gallons of holy water made up. At the cost of the holy water or the distilled water, get it done by the gallon. Why don't you come on up, JB, and we can help out with this. This segment isn't going to be real long. It's just some basic stuff. Then we're going to start back to sharing videos out. But you go to eBay, you can go to Amazon. Black tourmaline, black obsidian. You carry that on you or in your pocket. That helps absorb, negate negative energy attacks from demonic spirits. Smoky quartz helps dispel negative attacks. So, you're not late. We early. We early there, Ghost Quest. So, rule of thumb: have holy water with you. Blessed oil and salt works good too. Hi, Penguin. Now, here's the big one. Yeah, if you know any priest, and they'll do it for you. And they don't want to sit there and look at you with the sheep's eyes, want a big donation to the church. You start bringing 1 gallon jugs of water to a priest, and the priest's going to look at you funny. But here's the big one. You go ghost hunting, and that night or a couple of nights later, you're sitting there at the house, you're watching TV, and everything's going along pretty good. You think everything's good. And something just slammed in the other room from you. And you're the only one home. Your first thing you're going to go is, what the fuck? And it's done it again. You've got something in your house with you. It can do something simple as knocking on walls, knocks of 3, knock things over, pictures off of picture shelves, pictures off of walls. Them little suckers will go after pictures like crosses and have them flipped upside down. And then, you're into deep shit. And you're in the deep shit when you start asking people, well, what I do? And they look at you like, oh, no. Or they like, man, you crazy. You use black salt you can get from eBay or Amazon. You put it out across your floors. You let it sit. You sweep the black salt up. That removes negativity. Second item you use is black floor wash. You mix that up like with mop water and then go through and mop. That removes negativity. You go through, you smudge the house out properly, and you play exorcism rituals in Latin from off your smart TV, phone with a Bluetooth speaker, iPad, notepad. If it's a smart device, you can get YouTube, exorcism rituals in Latin. Bluetooth it up. No, they don't, Gotan. And you do that every day for a week. That will put bad things in out. The smaller things. Now, it might be something big, sit there, sniff and snort on it and get a boner and say, give me more. Then that's where you might have to resort to finding an exorcist. You can look on YouTube, find a reputable demonologist that could come in and help you. But a lot of this stuff you can do right there by yourself because all you need is the good Lord above. Have anything to add, JB?
Oh, myself, I always use the St. Michael's prayer, which they can also Google and find it and write it down or save it to their phone. I always call on the Archangel Michael for my protection when I do my paranormal investigations, especially if I know it's an evil entity going to be dealing with. And, you got to have faith and trust in yourself. If you have any doubt whatsoever in your mind, you're not going to be able to do anything that Clown even suggested. It won't work. You got to have pure faith within yourself, not just whatever religion, God, whatever it is that you believe in. You got to have faith in yourself. And that's a big key of it.
Mm-hmm. You have to have faith in the higher power.
Yeah.
Some people might want to get offended and say, oh, you're a Jesus freak. There's a higher power. It don't matter if you're Buddhist, from the Himalayas, from India, Japan, China, whatever religion you're following, there's a higher power. Go to them with it. I'm not recommending a religion.
Nope. That's why I said whatever the person's religion may be, whatever it is that they believe in.
But main thing is whichever man upstairs that you choosing to follow, put your faith and belief in them, put the faith and belief in yourself. You don't never doubt it.
Nope.
And you're doing the work. You don't sit around and think about and go telling people, and it done this last night. Hello, Allie G.
Hi, Allie.
Because when you start talking about it and telling people and how you're scared, you give it power. The main thing that something like this is after scary. It feeds off of fear like a damn big old juicy ribeye steak.
Yep.
More puffy it feeds, the more powerful it can get. Because a lot of time, what it's after is possession. It goes from where it suppresses or represses you from people.
Yep.
You don't want to be around friends or family. It goes to obsession, to where that's all you think about, to full-fledged possession.
Without you even realizing it, that's how it tricks you, and because you've got to give it permission, and that's how you're giving it permission, by doing all that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And this might sound crazy, but I've actually had this happen in past experiences. It happens.
Yeah.
Oh, but we can do some videos here in a second, Gotan. If you want to hang around, glad you come by, bro.
I even did a video on that, talking about how possessions and all that actually happen, and the warnings against it.
Well, a lot of them can't get in on you unless you let it in. You'll sit there, hear a knock at your door, and it'll be like 3 knocks at your front door. and you peek out the curtain or the peephole and look, there's nothing there. While you looking and have it knock again. And that's a sure enough X-lax moment when you're looking at your front door, you see your front door bouncing, hear something knocking, and it's knocking 3 times. You don't open the door. Make a habit. You do ghost hunting, you going in bad places, something knocks at your door, look, see what's out there. Because when you open the door and you're like, huh, there's nobody there, it's in your freaking house.
Exactly. You always want to clear your mind too before you go do any investigation or go any place, or if it's within your own home. If you're getting off from work and you go in your home, have your mind cleared of all negativity, every
Mm,
single bit of negativity out of your mind.
exactly. Wolf,
Because even if you just go, man, what a crappy day at work, boom, you just gave it what it needed.
empowering it. And empowerment leads to you getting your ass handed to you on a damn platter.
Exactly. And it won't be a golden platter either.
Nope. Wolf King, I'd recommend that you go by a church. You go by a church and actually walk in and you start having a bunch of problems. What's with you ain't your friend. It's not good. You need to get the monkey off your back. Cleanse your house. All
Yep.
right. So that ends our possession, our spiritual protection. I mean, you can look through the power of song or songs out the Bible. There's some good prayers for help. Uh, Salt put down on the floors. You can take regular old table salt and sprinkle that around your windows, your doorways, while you're smudging a place. You leave when you're smudging a place. You start in the back of the house and you leave a front window open. Oh yeah, Gotan, absolutely. Leave one door or one window, and you go from room to room smudging and doing your prayers, sprinkling holy water out, and it's gonna have to go out the front door or the front window. As it flees out the front window and you do it everything, you put the salt along your window ledges and seal the place off. That's why when you do your exorcism rituals in Latin, actually the energy absorbs into the walls, the floors, the rafters, the tile, the roofing materials that's attached to the house. It starts thumping with this energy and it makes a shield. Enough repetition, your place pretty much becomes bulletproof. And it begins with faith.
Yep. Another thing that I like to do is I carry a little packet of salt inside my pocket when I go out, or if you have a gear bag, backpack that you carry. And to me, I don't consider a place haunted unless I've experienced something there. So in videos, I'll say it's rumored or legend or whatever. So I always take salt, and once I get to the location, if I can feel it, if I'm going to do a spirit box session or K2 at a grave, I will put salt around the whole entire grave, the marker and all, and then do my investigation, because whatever you open up and allow out through a portal, it's going to be stuck there and within that confined salted area, and that's going to protect you from that whatever entity.
Oh yeah, one. You're living in a house and it actually has ground outside. You could do this outside. If not, you could do it inside, but you can put crystals around in the 4 corners of your house.
Mm-hmm.
You do sage over the crystals. You have them dipped in holy water. The holy water, when you blend on making the holy water with exorcism rituals in Latin, You add a pinch of salt to each jug of distilled water. That salt is a catalyst for electrical current. But you sit there and you sprinkle your crystals in holy water. You smudge them. You do your prayer work. You expose them to the exorcism rituals, and you can put these crystals out, one in each room in a corner. And then crystals will actually work together in concert like a force field.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're right about that too, there, Penguin. Penguin is right.
Yeah, and that's when it's going to take a shaman, or you're going to have to go to a priest, someone that really that's stronger than what an average person would be spiritually and uh, with positive energy wise.
All right. Well, okay. Well, unless you could think of something else, I did promise him our Ghost Quest is going to start to show out with his videos. Right now, we got pretty good views going on, so you can think of anything else?
Mm, well, no, because you pretty much covered it all.
Yeah,
That's pretty much what I do and what I would do.
yeah.
It's, even if you can't afford good crystal, it don't have to be what I call clean crystal, which is, super shiny and polished. It can be crystal still in its raw form, like with a
As
little
long
bit of rock.
as, long as it's crystal.
Yep.
Gypsy. Okay, well, let's get on with the show. Thanks for coming by and helping out with that, Dustin. You are smart.
Well, you actually pretty much covered it all before I got there. I just confirmed what you said is true and a few things that I do. That's about it.
Great minds think alike, my friend.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
I don't. Go ahead.
All right. You finish up, bro.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't recommend people do what we do. Um, like the a demon hunter, or as I call it, I love to dance with the devil. It's not a good thing to do, and I get ridiculed quite a bit for uh doing things like that because it is not safe. But you got to know what you're doing.
Thank you there, Gypsy. Appreciate you. No, I don't know about coast to coast, bro. All righty, but thanks for your help on this. It's okay, Gypsy. Don't. It's okay. We try to try to stay away from that word some being used a whole bunch because it get used a bunch. And I've been told that YouTube will come in and knock sparks off a channel. Hey, but yep, let's get this show started. We've been holding Ghost Quest up here. Sorry about that, Ghost Quest. Ghost Quest also keeps a database of haunted places around the United States. So anybody that's looking for a place that's haunted to go check out, do some investigations, he's the man to talk to. They're here for Ghost Quest. One hell of a good guy.
Oh yeah, and to answer Ghost question response, because a dance with the devil might last you your life. I already know that. I've already got a demon that follows me around, but I control it. I've learned how to deal with it for the last 30 years, so it's
Hey,
nothing new to me.
oh, I bet you I could catch it.
Oh
That's,
no, this is my pet. I use him.
oh, uh, that'll work. Uh, that'll work. Right. I wouldn't recommend that, but that'll work for you.
No,
Yay.
that never recommend it. No.
All right, y'all. Well, let's get going. Uh, thanks for the patience there, Ghost Quest. Hope y'all will check out his channel. If we could drop the link in a text.
The following is a list of 5 of the most notoriously haunted locations in Oswego, New York. Number 1, County Road 57. In the spring of 1898, an Oswego man named William Cooper returned to his family farmhouse on County Route 57 after a night of heavy drinking. After getting into an argument with his wife, William loaded a rifle and attempted to shoot the woman. Mrs. Cooper managed to escape with their young daughter and ran to a neighbor's house for help. When William arrived shortly after, it's believed that he first shot and killed the neighbors who attempted to protect his wife. Then, according to an article published in the New York Times on June 25th of 1898, he turned the rifle on Mrs. Cooper, their daughter, and then finally himself. Ever since, motorists on County Route 57 and several other nearby roadways have reported witnessing the spirit of a woman and a young girl wearing old nightgowns running barefoot down the road. Others report feeling sudden cold spots and feeling the presence of an unseen entity. Number 2, Fort Ontario State Historic Site. Fort Ontario in Oswego, New York was constructed in the early 1700s as a trading post, and in 1727 was commissioned by British troops as a military outpost. The fort was destroyed several times over the course of the American Revolutionary War and War of 1812, and was used by the United States as an active military base until 1940. In 1756, Fort Ontario was captured by a group of French and Native American soldiers. Historians estimate that over 100 British soldiers were killed in the attack, and many more were executed after the battle. The fort was destroyed in July of 1778 after being abandoned by British troops, and was rebuilt in 1782. During World War II, the fort was also used to house Jewish refugees fleeing from Europe. Many tourists visiting Fort Ontario report witnessing the spirits of former soldiers dressed in old military uniforms, as well as hearing disembodied voices, yells, and the sounds of children laughing. Others report experiencing cold spots, as well as a variety of other unexplained paranormal phenomena, such as feeling the presence of an unseen entity or hearing the sounds of cannons and muskets being fired in the distance. Number 3, Oswego Players, Inc. Also known as the Francis Marion Brown Theater, the Oswego Players in Oswego, New York, was constructed in 1903. It is said to be haunted by the spirit of a homeless man who allegedly died in the basement. Audience members at the theater also report witnessing the spirit of a woman carrying a candle, while also experiencing other unexplained paranormal phenomena, such as hearing disembodied voices and feeling the presence of an unseen entity. Number 4, Riverside Cemetery. Established in 1855, Riverside Cemetery in Oswego, New York is said to be haunted by the spirit of a young boy who drowned in a nearby pond. Visitors report encountering the boy's apparition, as well as hearing the sounds of disembodied voices and laughter. Others report feeling cold spots or feeling the presence of an unseen entity. Riverside Cemetery was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1993. Number 5, West Pierhead Lighthouse. Constructed in 1934, the West Pierhead Lighthouse in Oswego, New York, is said to be haunted by the spirits of 6 United States Coast Guard sailors who were killed after crashing their boat into a nearby breakwall. On November 30th, 1942, a large blizzard descended onto Lake Ontario and the West Pierhead Lighthouse, where boatswain's mate First Class Carl H. Jackson was stationed for duty. After being stranded at the lighthouse for 5 days, a small break in the storm allowed for a rescue attempt. A crew of 8 men was dispatched to the lighthouse to deliver supplies and replace Carl Jackson with another guard. The crew arrived at the lighthouse and was able to successfully deliver the supplies as well as retrieve Carl Jackson, who was replaced with a different guard. Upon beginning the return trip, however, a large wave struck the 30-foot-long vessel, causing it to slam into the lighthouse with enough force to cause the engine to stall. The ship was then left powerless against the 60-mile-an-hour winds, pushing it slowly towards the lighthouse's eastern breakwall, which it eventually met with such force that 6 of its 8 crew members were killed instantly, including boatswain's mate First Class Carl H. Jackson. According to legend, their spirits are said to haunt the lighthouse, and guests frequently report witnessing apparitions and glowing orbs at night. Others report hearing the disembodied sounds of men screaming, as well as feeling the presence of an unseen entity. That concludes my list of 5 notorious haunted locations in Oswego, New York. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to hit like and subscribe to my channel, and stay tuned for more creepy videos and other content. To see my full list of folklore tales and haunted locations in New York, check out the link in the description, and be sure to follow ghostquest.net on social media by clicking the links below. To check out more of my creepy videos, click the thumbnails shown on the screen.
Alrighty, y'all. Thanks for that video there, Ghost. That was absolutely awesome. That was good, bro. It really was. Y'all need to get on down there to Ghost Quest USA. Check out his channel. You got to keep a database going of haunted places to go to in the United States. I've seen them a couple of times, Wolf, but it wasn't never no place good. It was usually some place where they had them pentagrams and satanic stuff. And by the way, people that see pentagrams and automatically think it's the devil, it's not. A pentagram where the person is sitting at the front, where the star is behind them, the point of the stars in front of them is actually on the good side. Devils flipped it around. It's when people want to face the star, have the star behind, facing them. So one way you're sitting there with your back to the point of the star, that's on the evil side. The point's to the bottom. But if the point's up to the sky, then they not bad. Hello there, Vixen. By God.
Yep, and you make a good point there, Clown, because I took someone out once before, and this is kind of funny story because they were Jewish. So I did the Star of David on the ground for him and told him to stand in it. And he said, "I'm not standing in no pentagram. I'm not a devil worshiper." I said, look down at it. It's not a pentagram. It's the Star of David. And he looked again, and he's, oh, I feel stupid now.
Open
Yep.
my pentagram
Yeah.
actually for protection.
Yep. No, it's
All right.
exactly.
All righty. I think. All righty. We got to do one for Ryan Trombley now with the Venomous Friends. And right after that one, we fix to do some Beyond the Veil because they're awesome. I've been mentioning along the way there. If you have mods, drop your link in the channel so people will know to come check your channel out. There's no problem with that. If you DM me on Twitter at Clown Media, then I can look your channel over, see about sharing your videos out for you, help your channel grow. Last night I had to do a little editing on the live stream last night. Somebody had a intro, the music was copyrighted, and I got a copyright infringement, but I muted the sound out on the intro and got the copyright infringement off from me. If you got something on there and later on you go back to look at it and you're like, hey, where's my music? I'll say, hey, I got a copyright infringement. By God. Hope you're not offended. As long as you got your video out there, I ain't get no copyright infringement. And that's a win-win situation for the family.
I agree.
All right. As we hear the hour, 24 minutes, the Water Valley, Mississippi Dogman interview with eyewitnesses by the Venomous Friends. I'll be dropping a link in the channel there. They are awesome. They super cool. And after that, I'll be doing Beyond the Veil. Beyond the Veil there, husband and wife paranormal team. They're the king and queen of EVPs, by God.
First time, I didn't have a whole lot of experience. And so really, to me, it was like a...
We live in a very mysterious world, filled with the mystery of strange creatures and anomalies. The subjects we explain on tonight's shows are all filled with mystery and unknown. Come seek the answers as we go and explore these mysterious subjects. I'm your host, Chris Fringe.
I'm your co-host, Sensei, signing in from some dot off the grid. So let's take a trip to the dark side of the human mind, to a place where fact and fiction disappears, and cryptid theories grace our ears.
You're listening to The Venomous Fringe. Prepare yourselves as we dive into the madness of the mystery of our world. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening into The Venomous Fringe. I'm your host, Chris Fringe, and join me this evening as I'm going to be sitting alongside my co-host Sensei and Ryan Trombley, and we interview the eyewitness who had submitted the Water Valley Dogman report to me that I had read to you guys on Tuesday evening. Now, this individual had gotten in contact with me a day later after that upload, and he was interested in doing the show only for the sake being of getting the official full story out there. Not saying that what I had delivered was the full story. It was the full story, but it was the shortened down version, and preferably feeling confident to go ahead and do this interview. So it'd be good to sit down and talk with CJ, who was the eyewitness who had submitted the report to me. And of course, you know, I had spoken to him prior on the phone, and I've had some talks with him in the past couple of days. And this individual, I can tell you one thing right now, he has a very genuine response. I think this guy, when you hear him tonight, folks, you're going to hear in retrospect of where he's coming from and the source of how terrifying this incident was to him. And I don't think with anybody in general, a dogman encounter is a very traumatic experience. And we'll get into that a little bit later tonight. But before we get started with this interview, folks, thank you again, Fringeaholics, for tuning in to tonight's show. We're kind of killing it this week. We've got a few uploads this week in comparison to our normal ones upload. But this is a very special show, and I think it'd be good to sit and discuss this type of content with you guys and hear the perspective of where this individual is coming from, because it's a very incredible encounter and encounters. So if you guys would like to get in contact with me, let's just say you're in the Mississippi area, or in general, whether you're in the US or all over the world, would like to submit your cryptid encounter, whether it's Bigfoot, Dogman, Mothman, paranormal ghosts, demons, and in general, feel free to submit your reports at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com. And also, too, folks, if you guys are on social media and you guys are wanting to get in contact with me personally, if you guys want to follow me on any sort of social media platform, folks, feel free to take a look at our Facebook group, The Venomous Fringe, Crosses and Paranormal Official. That group we've had run since the summer of last year, and we'd love to have you guys aboard of it. We would like to have you guys feel free to engage with other enthusiasts and discuss your own opinion on cryptids and paranormal, as well as also, too, folks, if you guys would like to join the Discord app, feel free to. It's another social media. It's more of a chat room, more of an opinion-based type format, but those are our two social links as well. And also, if you guys enjoy the content and you like what you're seeing, feel free to go ahead and leave a donation at the PayPal's respected down below. We have my PayPal and you have Sensei's PayPal as well. So, folks, whatever one you're interested in, if you are of interest, feel free to. With that being said, let's get into tonight's show. Joining me right now, my guest. I read his story this past Tuesday evening with the Water Valley Dogman in Mississippi. Joining me right now, alongside with the Gatekeeper and co-host Sensei, none other than CJ. CJ, welcome to the Venomous Fringe. Good evening, and how are you?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I want to thank you again for coming on the show this evening. I know that you had contacted me following that upload to do a show interview, and I'm very glad that you wanted to do so. But one of the first things I wanted to ask you is, you want to come on the show this evening to be bare bones. You want to talk about the full incident, because what I had discussed is more of the smaller variation, and tonight you're here to talk the full uncut version, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when this incident, when we were on the phone talking, one of the biggest things I caught was how terrifying it was for you. And before we go into all the details, and I think it's important too for everybody who's listening, this story happened in Water Valley, Mississippi. Was there a specific region in Water Valley, or was it just like in the skirts of town? Because Water Valley, it isn't too far from a couple other notorious hotspots with dogman activity.
Well, and to be honest, I would like to be able to keep the location discreet, because I don't think it would be wise for anybody to try to think that they can go look for one of these things. So I think it would probably be better if the location is disclosed to the family and who all it had involved.
Sure, that's perfectly fine, and I totally understand that. One of the reasons why I asked that is for that particular purpose, because again, with a lot of stories that are being told, it's important to always have good reasoning, and in this case, understandable reasoning to why there are things we cannot necessarily explain and put out there for that respective context. Now, this report had started back in 2008, from what I remember you telling me, correct?
Yeah.
The first report that you had, or at least the encounter, I'm sorry, you had seen this with your cousins, and what happened? What was the backstory on this? What was the, how did it all begin?
Well, to start it off, out of the three of us, I was the middle. I was middle aged. So technically, it was Matt, myself, and Ryan. Matt was the older one, and we had stayed home due to the fact that my aunt and uncle had left to go to the casinos to be able to meet up with other family who had invited them to a dinner. I guess it was because of a celebration that they had. And we didn't want to go. So we stayed at home. Ryan, knowing him, he was addicted to his Xbox. So he played video games a lot. And Matt, he was more interested in texting and everything. So he just laid out. He was laid back on the couch, just chilling, you know. Well, I actually got their attention to want to go out into the woods, kind of pass some time. It was still daylight, and we got down into the woods. It was kind of like a split in between the types of woods that there were. You had regular hardwood on one side, and you had nothing but pines on the other. And we went off into the pine side, and off in the pines is where the encounter actually happened. That was where the initial encounter happened. And we didn't think much of it. None of us had a thought. I had a care in the world. We didn't think anything would happen out there. We running through the woods and, you know, just playing tag. And well, the next thing you know, Ryan yells over to me and Matt. He tells me, CJ, I think there's something watching us. And we looked around. We didn't see anything. This is still in daylight, fixing to go dark within about an hour or so. And it was a cold night, cold afternoon, going into the nighttime hours. And we're looking around. We don't see anything. Well, the next thing you know, Matt looks at me and he said, "Hey, CJ, you smell that?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Get a whiff of that." So I started sniffing in the air to see what it was, see what they were getting a whiff of and hearing or thinking. It smells like wet dog and death. Like there is no foul odor that could ever match to what we had smelled. And out of nowhere, Ryan tugs at my arm. He says, "CJ, look straight ahead." I'm looking dead ahead. At 100 yards, we see a shadow figure. We can't really make out what it is at first. Now, at first, it creeped me out to the point where I bolted. So it left Matt and Ryan down there in the bottom. I was halfway to the house before I heard one of them scream. I turned around to go back to them. I grabbed Ryan and I told Matt to run. And we got up to the house. And I asked Ryan, I said, Ryan, what did you see? Now this kid, at 12 years old, told me that this thing had actually stepped out of the shadows. And what he could see from barely 100 yards was a figure that stood at least 7 to 8 feet tall. And the hands on this thing, he said, was almost double the size of him and Matt's head. And his arms were actually hanging about a little lower than his knees. I said, okay. I said, what color eyes did you see? He said they were amber yellow. I said, okay. At this point, I'm freaked. I'm totally freaked. I'm thinking this is a joke. I tell him to go, let's go in the house, let's calm down, get something to drink, get something to eat, and we'll pretend it never happened. Later on that night, Matt went into the kitchen. He wanted something to eat, and he spotted it, standing right there about 30 feet away from the window. This thing had followed us back up to the house. They saw more of it than I did, because when I seen it for the first time, I was in the kitchen. This creature had yellow eyeshine. Its legs were somewhat bent, more so bent than straight. Its arms hung down right past his knees. And he looked like he had, I want to say it looked like he had long hair, but I couldn't make it out. So I'm standing in the kitchen with Matt. I'm freaked. Matt's freaked. We're not moving. This thing has its eyes set dead on us. Neither one of us say anything to Ryan, but Ryan happens to walk into the kitchen. And the look on his face said it all. This 12-year-old kid seeing this beast out in the woods, just yards from his house. None of us moved. I sat back. I backed up from the window. I took both of my hands, one to Matt, one to Ryan, and I backed them up slowly from the kitchen. We turned the light off. We went into the living room. And that was it. That was the first. That was the first encounter. We told my aunt and uncle about what we had seen and what had happened. When we went out to actually look around the next day is when we found the footprints.
Wow.
These footprints, pardon my French, were freaking huge. I had never seen footprints this size. Never. I had never seen footprints this size. I thought I was imagining things. At the time, I didn't have a phone. If I did, I would have taken pictures of it. So I didn't have a phone. The only phone that I was able to be reached on was my mother's phone. Because unfortunately my phone had been smashed. And when we seen the footprints, my uncle looked at us and he was like, "What did you see?" And we described it to him. And he started looking in it. He started doing he had that look in his face like the gears just started turning. So he started thinking. And of course then I didn't hear anything about it, but rumor had it that a few years before we had our encounter, we had heard from some neighboring folks that live in the same area to beware of the Hoopers. We're like, Hoopers? The heck's a Hooper? We don't know what that was. That encounter told us exactly what it was. And a lot of, in some people's terminology, they would say it's a dog. But you have different states who have different pronunciations for what they've seen. In our case, a Hooper. The second encounter went down. I was nowhere to be found. I was back at home. Of course, I only lived about 30 to 45 miles away. I was about a good 30, 45 minutes away from my cousin's house. And my aunt and uncle had gone to visit some other relatives about an hour up the road, according to Matt. So Matt is sitting at home. He's alone. He's already had to deal with one encounter. He tries to get it off his mind using video games and his cell phone, watching TV, and all this other stuff that he's interested in doing. And well, he goes back into the kitchen, and I think he had told me it was probably between 7 and 10, but it was actually still getting dark fairly early. He was in the kitchen, and he actually seen this thing standing about less than 30 feet from the window again. He is by himself. This boy is older than me, scared out of his wits, and has no idea what to do. Goosebumps thinking about it. But anyway, he goes and he grabs two things. He grabs his phone and he grabs the shotgun. He called me first so that he would let me know of what was going on. Now, as I said, my phone had been smashed. So the only phone that was able to be used to get back in touch with me was my mother's. So my mother had a phone call coming in. She told me to come into the living room and answer the phone. I said, okay. So I answered the phone. It was Matt. Matt is running out of breath, He's scared to death, and he is gibbering his speech, and I cannot understand him. I have to calm him down. I was like, Matt, calm down. You have to take it easy. What is going on? He said, that thing is back, and it's got a weapon. I was like, you lying? Are you for real? He said, I'm telling you the God honest truth. This thing has a weapon, and I don't know what it is. I was like, okay, well, what are you fixing to do? He said, I've got Dad's shotgun. I said, whoa. Hold up, man. Can't do that. He said, why? I said, we don't know anything about this thing. If you go off popping shots at it, it's going to immediately see you as a threat. He was like, well, apparently I already look like a threat because he's back. I was like, don't fire that gun. I said, do not fire that gun. I said, you will not live to see another day if you fire that gun. Because you have no idea if that gun can kill it. So he gets second wind. He said, you know, I think you might be right. He calms down. He puts the gun away, turns the kitchen light off. He goes back into his bedroom, and he calls his parents. My aunt and uncle rush to the house. This thing was already gone by the time they got there. Ryan had told his parents what it was. Again, it was shrugged off as nothing more than a fairy tale. But there was one thing that set that encounter off from the other that had them completely confused and scared. Because before this thing had run off, not only did it shatter one of the windows with a rock, it also ripped Ryan's go-kart to shreds. I cannot stress the amount of fear that them two boys had faced while even I was away. I don't go back to that house. I refused. Every time they invite me down, I'm like, no, I'm good. I can't go back. I don't go back to that area. And it changed a lot of the things that I do. Some of the things more than most. I'm nervous just to go hunting, even with a partner. If I'm nervous just to go hunting with a partner, imagine how them two boys are feeling about the whole situation in general. Because it happened to them on multiple occasions. I only witnessed it once. But I know what they're feeling because of what I felt when I seen it. This thing had my knees wanting to break in fear. If anybody decides that they want to try and look for this thing, your best advisory is to don't. leave well enough alone. It is not a good idea, because if you go looking for this thing, you're going to find something that you didn't want to find. I wish I had never seen my first encounter. I feel sorry for my cousins knowing that they had to endure it not once but multiple times. And here we are. I'm older. I've done gotten a little bit more calmed down. It still makes me nervous to go back to that kind of encounter. Even if it's just one encounter, one's too many. But imagine how my cousin Ryan felt when he had his third encounter. Ryan was, I believe he said he was, we're going to go with 18. Seems about right. Ryan was 18. He had a license to drive, had his car, had a job, just graduated from school. Well, this happened before they moved out from Water Valley. So they lived there a little bit longer than I figured. But Ryan was coming home one night from work. And he decided to take the back way. And he usually would take the back way if he just wants to stay out a little bit longer, you know, kind of get his mind off work before he gets home. Well, he turns down one of the gravel roads that reconnect with the main road that goes straight to the house. And he said that he had seen a tall figure on the side of the road. Now, it was off in the woods, so it's not on the road where you can actually see it with bright lights. But it was off on the side of the road. It was a very tall figure. It was broad-shouldered, and its legs were straighter than what we had encountered. Well, he's sitting there, and he's looking at it, and he said that this thing had yellow eyes and looked to be about 8 foot height. And he's telling me about this. And I asked him, I said, before you go any further, so you think it might be another one of them hoopers? He said, without a doubt. He said, my hair is raising up on the back of my neck, and there's no doubt that is one of the hoopers. I said, well, okay. All right. Could you get a color of his fur or hair or anything? He said, yeah. He said, with the shine of my lights, it was a black long fur. And it looked like this creature had a mane, like a lion. It had more of a German Shepherd type look, and the ears were pointed. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, that's close. So what we seen, they said the one we seen wasn't standing up, wasn't standing straight up. I was like, you noticed that too? They said, yeah. They said, I was just too scared to admit it. I was like, well, now we've got something to be afraid of. But when I told him about this, I said, do you remember what I told you all those years ago? I said, what do you mean? I said, when a person or a creature is acting out towards somebody or something, chances are that person has disrespected or decimated that property. When you go in to a property and you buy a property, you need to respect it. Because not only is that your home, but it is possibly the home of something else way bigger. You have to understand. You have to give respect in order to receive. If you respect these things, chances are you will not have an attack. Unless you just come across one that's all around aggressive, it does not care. This is not a creature to be trifled with. I understand there's a lot of skeptics. There's a lot of critics. When you have actually seen one of these things, you'll never know what the people that have seen them are going through. You'll never understand. Because you don't believe in what you have not seen. Seeing is believing. I would not wish a creature of this magnitude, even on my worst enemies. As I sit here and I tell my story, I'm actually shaking because it's gotten me that nervous. Because I'm having to go back in time over a decade to be able to share what we experienced and how it happened and what happened afterwards. Now we run it to the present day. My aunt and uncle, they've been moved out of that house for a few years now. They're in a different location. They're closer to where I live. So we've been content with staying away from that area. Because after what I had told Matt and Ryan, they now see what I have been trying to say. It seems as if the decimation of property led to the cause of the encounter and potential attack. So I just want people to understand. I don't want them to be afraid to be going out into the woods, stuff like that. But you need to be aware of your surroundings. Be vigilant. I can't stress enough how dangerous this creature is. And at this point, it sounds like we had multiple creatures. Because it was a different description from the second one than it was the first. The amber eye shine compared to the yellow eye shine, the straight stance structure compared to the limp stance structure. That's just me. Am I scared? Yeah. I'm a grown man and I'm still scared of it. And it's like I said, I don't even hardly go hunting anymore because of it. So, but I felt that I should tell my story best way I know how. And for anybody that would want to try and go look for one of these things, put it to you like this. If you have made peace with the good Lord above, chances are that's going to be your last day, because you're going to go visit him the next. I don't want to put it that way. I don't want to sound mean. But if you're going to do your research, or if you have any ambitions about these things, do it from a safe distance where you know you won't put yourself in danger, or somebody that you love. So I just want people to understand that, and I wanted them to hear the story that I had to say, because I've had to live with this story in the back of my mind for over 10 years, and it's working on my head for over 12 years, my bad, and it's working on 13. So there you have it. You have my story. I just hope that people will understand. Do not mess with these creatures. These are creatures that are probably here before any of us. Just a thought. So,
Well, for one thing, I will say is that I want to, first of all, I mean, for you especially to come out here and talk about this, it's a very strong thing, because there's not a lot of people who have that type of courage, and it sounds asinine for being in a field where you hear a lot of these interviews, but really, I mean, it's hard for folk to really come forward about this stuff, and hearing it and how you're going about it, the PTSD is still lingers. It hasn't changed, and for what you had witnessed 12 years ago, it's never left your mind. Now, you had mentioned prior to this encounter, or at least what I believe was in between, there was apparently activity or something that was told around that particular area of a creature of that gratitude prior to the encounter?
yes. And there were encounters beforehand, but we saw them as nothing more than fairy tales, because we had brushed it off as we had brushed it off like you can have it. Put it in an example. You have a little child come up to you, and you tug on your parent's arm, whether it be your mom or dad, and you tell them that you have a monster under your bed. Your parents are going to shrug it off and never look under the bed. But what if there is a monster under that bed, and that child is telling the truth? See, situation. We just shrugged it off. We didn't believe it. One, because we had never seen anything like that, so we didn't think it would ever exist. So it was one of those times where we did not pay nearly as much attention to our surroundings as we do now. And that was on our fault. But at the same time, they didn't tell us exactly where the encounters had been happening either. So we had no idea. So that was just, it was kind of a freaky, it was kind of one of the freaky moments when you come and you know your folks been there for a while, but nobody said anything. Kind of like a little small town. You got the hush hush, you know. Nobody says a word. So that's kind of the way that's kind of the way we took it. So.
And one other thing too is that Water Valley is about 15 minutes away from Taylor, Mississippi, which is a very notorious hotspot for dog fan-like activity. Are you familiar with those cases over in that particular region, or no?
Well, I've only heard of one case, and like I said, I've only heard of one case, and the guy that did the interview, he sounded very knowledgeable of how to react to these creatures. But I didn't really start looking into it until when I started to watch these videos, and I started to listen in on the descriptions and stuff like that, and the kind of type of behavior that they give off. And the behavior that we got was way different than what he had got. And so that's the only thing that didn't match with mine. Of course, I wouldn't want to try to match encounters because different things happen to different people. And I really hate that this man had actually seen this thing not once but twice. Because even with my one time seeing it, I was just like, it damaged a lot of my thinking and how I go about my daily routine when I'm back at home. And when I'm at work, I try to use what I do for a living to try and work my mind and to try and distract me from the thoughts of what is lurking back at home. So that was, but that was the only encounter that I had ever heard of, and I don't recall ever hearing any other kind of encounters like that. So yeah, that would be the only one that I've ever heard of.
Right.
But yeah, Taylor is actually, seeing as it's right there in between Oxford and Water Valley, because you can actually get to Taylor. You can actually go down Highway 7 from Oxford to Water Valley, and there's a couple of roads that you can take to get to Taylor. So yeah, overall it's about 15-20 minute drive. So
now,
right in there.
As for what you had seen, are you under the impression that what you had seen was something of a supernatural perspective, or would you believe it to be of the flesh and blood?
I do not believe that it would be supernatural. And the reason I say this is because if you look into and this is just me thinking,
Mm-hmm.
if you were to look at it from a paranormal side, like you think ghosts and stuff like that, if this were something supernatural, it would act more as if an apparition to the paranormal. That's my take on it. Now, everybody else has their own opinion. So if this were the case, there would be no reason as to why the go-kart would have gotten torn up, or a rock the size of my head would have been smashed through a window. I believe this is flesh and blood. This is something that has super strength nonetheless. But I do believe overall this is something flesh and blood that has lived here for a long time, and a lot of people are intruding on its territory.
Now, when you say intruding, and this is something that I also am under the belief too, you know, when it comes to intrusion on territory, do you believe that you guys, when you were walking into the backyard of that forest region, that you had went around some barrier that had definitely set off a negative reaction, a certain territorial type defense in it that led to such occasion?
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a possibility, because a lot of people do not realize where they're walking. With us being borderline teenagers, if not already teenagers in this case, we would not have any knowledge of that. So we would not have as you would say, respect for another person's house. In this case, the woods being this creature's house. So I do believe that it is a strong possibility that we may have intruded on this creature's property, not knowing where this thing was living. And I think that, with that being said, since there were no physical attacks aside from the rock being thrown and the go-kart being smashed or ripped to shreds, I think what was being sent off, I believe, and I go off of the previous video of what you said, of what you had said, and I fully agree with what you had said too. I believe that it was a show of dominance. I believe it was more show of dominance and forceful respect for its presence. And with us establishing that with this creature, I do not think that it had any intention of attacking us. But at the time, you would probably see differently because of the way it looked at Matt, and then when it looked at me and Ryan. This thing was showing teeth and snarling like it was ready to pounce. So, with that being said, I do believe that would be, I think that was probably a show, like a showing of your strength dominance and letting us know that y'all aren't alone here. I am your neighbor type deal. So,
Ryan, do you have any questions you'd like to add on to that?
Yeah, actually, a lot of people speak of the mind speak when they encounter a dogman. Did you get anything like that? Any telepathic vibes or anything of that nature?
it's something like that. When it happens sudden like that, it's kind of hard to be able to sense any vibes right offhand. But I'll go back to when we were standing in the kitchen, because this is where I would have been able to sense it the most. When we were standing in the kitchen, the when it was looking at us, this thing, we'll call it a thing because we couldn't confirm if it was a dog man or not. Maybe for kids, you know? So when you're looking at this thing, I was getting vibes of unease. It was not, it felt evil, but at the same time, the creature seemed to just want peace. It's like he didn't want to attack us. He just wanted us to leave him alone and stay off the property.
So more or less, it was just presenting itself to show you it's there and it means business, but it didn't want to interact in any violent way.
Exactly. And the two instances, like where he threw the rock through the window, or when he ripped up the go-kart, that was just to showcase the strength of what he can do to us if we were to do what we had done again, which I don't know what we did. I mean, all we were doing was running around in the woods playing.
So you think it was setting an example?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes
I
sense.
truly believe it was more of an example. I mean, it's more than enough of an example for me, if that's what you're asking. Because
Okay.
I can't go back. Dude, I really cannot.
Oh, I understand completely. I do.
I can't even take the trash out at night if I wanted to. I mean, it's got me that unnerved.
But
So
certainly like
it's,
even then, that's for sure.
and I just, you have a lot of people that feel like, oh, you're just afraid of the dark. You can't stand being in the dark. Well, yeah, not anymore. Of course, you don't know what's in it because you've never seen it. So
Exactly.
you wouldn't know how I'm
Anyone
feeling.
who's encountered one, though, will understand. Anybody who's encountered any sort of cryptid will understand you completely.
And it's like I said, I cannot stress this enough. I would not want somebody to go looking for one of these things. Where
No.
we seen them, where we seen these two creatures, well, let me rewind. Where these two creatures were seen, it's no mistake. It was dog. They were in fact dog men. From the descriptions, the behaviors, the type of sense, the knowledge, these things are smart. These things are fast. They're also strong. You put them together into one creature, and you try to face that by yourself, you just signed your own death warrant. Because not only are you going to get outmaneuvered, but you're going to get manhandled, and you're going to get ripped to shreds.
That could very well happen.
You never know what type of one of these things that you're going to come across. Luckily for the two that were seen, they were not seen as aggressive.
Right.
Because of their actions. They were not seen as aggressive. At one standing by the road, it didn't want any part of anything. It was just standing there staring at my cousin as he was coming home. And he happened to see it. No aggression.
I am curious, though, was there any body language from either sighting? Maybe some head tilting from the dog man, or ears going back, or anything along those lines?
No. There was from what we could see in the first encounter, there was relatively no body language because of because we were still trying to make it out. We were trying to make out what we were seeing, which puts it into perspective that he was actually somewhat still in the shadows. So even if he had made any kind of body language, it was hard for us to be able to distinguish what kind it would have been. Now the second, my cousin was not 100% sure, so I would not be able to quote on that.
Okay.
Now, one thing that I will also mention is when you described it, right? The what it looked like. Did this thing look more like your average werewolf from like your typical werewolf movie, or did it look like something that kind of was more like a dog-like? Do you get what I'm saying? Did it feel more had like a canine-like instinct to it versus what your typical werewolf-like would have? The reason why I ask this is because there's often been a bit of a misinterpretation and a downside to the descriptions of some of these creatures. But I only ask also too because you had made mention that you had one encounter with a possible one of them, and then there was another one with another one, a little different. So I just wanted to get an idea on the descriptions of them.
Okay. This is the best way I can be able to explain it. If you have seen, I believe the movie is called Soldier Dogs.
Dog soldiers.
Dog Soldiers, there it is. I got it mixed up, my bad.
No problem.
Dog Soldiers. If you've watched that movie, the first encounter that we had would have a similarity to one of the werewolves on that movie at the end of it. It would have a little similarity, which means in the first encounter, we are not 100% positive, but we know of what the legs look like. The legs were not straight. In that movie, the legs were not straight. Now, second encounter, I can tell you from his description, if I were to look at some of the pictures that you have on your videos, I could probably be able to point it out. Just based off of the picture that the photographic image in my head that he painted for me. So if any of your pictures, if I could see like any row of pictures that you may have, there is a very high chance that I can be able to point out exactly the one he was looking at.
Yeah, the difficulty, I mean, there's been a lot of people who've often commented that there have been some that look like the dogs from Dog Soldiers, but I think the difficulty too is that like a lot of the photos that we use are specifically stock or PNG photos, animated photos, so we don't really have a nice idea besides what we take from reference from Hollywood and also other fictitious tales. But I asked about descriptions because I know that a lot of these descriptions there and there, they do tend to have a bearing between canine and wolf. Now, this is one particular question that comes from another individual that was in our show, of course, co-host Sensei. He had to leave, but he had a question for you, and this is his following question. CJ, I know that this may have been a bit traumatic experience, but I wanted to ask you to try back and think back when you looked straight ahead and you had seen this figure and shadow and creature for the first time. Your first emotion, the response of your body and mind had. And then, when did you know it was something that you had to get away from?
Well, the first thought that come through my head was, okay, this does not look like a friendly creature. Like the set in stone emotion was literally terrified. I mean, it scared me. I'm not easy to scare. It scared me. And I think the reason that I would have reacted the way I did is because usually I would base it off of instinct. Because if you see that there's something, if you see something that you do not think you can overcome, you try to run and retreat and regroup to think of another strategy to be able to do that. But in this sense, this was run, get to a safe spot, and do not try anything stupid. So that's basically how I look at it. And I don't think I made a wrong choice in the actions that I did. I feel bad. I felt bad that during when the first encounter had taken place, I had actually ran off and left my little cousin. I felt bad about that. I hugged him later and I told him I was sorry. Because in that first split second, you thought instantly, every man for himself, and you were gone. And that's how I was. And thinking back to that decision, it haunted me a lot. You just think that's screaming that I would have, if I had lost my little cousin because of that, there's no way that I could have lived with this. And there's nothing that anybody could have done to change that. Because even with me being the middle child of the three of us, I was the one that had the most smarts. I was the brains out of the three of us. And it was a foolish thing on my part to do. And I'm willing to own up to that. That was, like I said, it was my mistake. It almost costed my cousin's life. Had it gotten any closer than it did. Because I don't know if it ran. I don't know what it did. So that's just how I thought about the situation and how I went about doing it. It was stupid, but at the same time, we put our heads together, thought of a solution, put it together, and I was just thanking my lucky stars that my cousin had not been a victim of one of these things.
It's totally understandable. You know, it was a very traumatic experience, and of course, your reaction, you know, it's adrenaline. People have it. Unfortunately, you know, it might not be the most of nicest because, you know, that's like when you're caught by the police doing something, and ultimately, your first instinct is to run. And in this case, you saw that, and that was your first instinct. But luckily, no one was harmed, and in the event, it was well bought. Now, unfortunately, in the case that it led up to, the effects of it PTSD-wise still linger, and you had made mention that you have not had a day gone by where you really do not go, well, you're not a day gone by, but you yourself do not do a lot of activities out in the woods, whether it's hunting or camping. Have you yourself, though, even though that, yes, that this is something that is more of a personal manner that you would have to go about, is there a vote of confidence? Is there a sight that, despite what you had seen, that this will turn over you, that the fear of it may be still there and the thoughts might be still there, but you would still have the thought of freedom and space to go back out and engage in the wilderness anytime soon, or will it never change?
Well, and this is how I look at it, and it will only change if you choose to change it.
Correct.
It is something. It is very hard to change, even under your own willpower. And the reason I say this is because once you've had one of these encounters, and you've been dealt damage to your way of thinking, you have to try to find somebody who can try to relate, but at the same time you have to make sure that this person isn't going to try to break you down or look down on you because they think you've seen something that spooked you so bad you can't even sleep. No. You would need to find somebody that you can trust, that you know you can count on, that you can talk to. Whether it be your parents, whether it be your siblings, whether it be your extended family, whether it be your friends, it doesn't matter. As long as you trust somebody, that person that you trust will be able to help you regain the confidence that you once lost because of an encounter of this magnitude. And I firmly believe that because I have had a couple of people in my corner that have helped me. And I'm slowly getting back into doing things outdoors. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't go alone. I refuse to go by myself. I will not go. You can try me all day long. I will not go. So, with that being said, it's always good to have that one person that you can trust that can help you regain your confidence to do the things that you once loved to do outside. And I have tried to do that, and I'm steadily working at it, and it's taken me a long time, as you can see. So it's not something that can easily be changed. You have to work your way back into it. So that's just that's, in my opinion, that's how I look at it.
That's a very good way of looking at it. It's totally understandable. Before we conclude this show this evening, Ryan, do you have any closing questions or any closing thoughts you'd like to deliver for CJ?
Actually, one thing that caught me about his encounter was the straight-legged creature that he described. How certain are you that that was a dog man and not a type of Sasquatch, perhaps?
Okay. Can you repeat that question?
Okay, yeah, you had said that one of your cousins had seen a straight-legged being with these straight legs and not the canine legs. Now, it could be possible that that was a type of Sasquatch that's known to look like that as well, given the yellow eye shine also.
Well, it's kind of, I firmly believe that it could have been, it could have been either one. I went with Dogman because the way that he told me, I asked him if he could smell anything in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And he was getting a familiar smell like what we had actually smelled at the first encounter. So that's what led me to believe that it was a possible Dogman that he had seen. Because I've looked back at reports and I've heard some encounters from Sasquatch, and Sasquatch has a real musty odor. So, with that being said, it didn't seem like it would match with the same type of odor that we had smelled at that time, which led me to believe that it could have been a dog man. So I could be wrong, could be right, but that's what I believe it would have been, simply due to the fact of the odor that it was giving off. And he also did say that it had pointed ears too.
Oh, okay, yeah, that totally lines up then. Okay. I was just curious about that.
Yeah, he said it also had pointed ears. So that really threw it into, okay, this has got to be another dog fan. So, but other than that, I have heard nothing. And overall, I want nothing more to do with these things. So.
Very good. I can understand that, CJ. And that being said, we're going to conclude the show, folks. Before we do go, I'm going to say a couple of closing words and arguments before we go and proceed. CJ, first and foremost, I want to thank you again for taking the time out of your schedule to come and sit down with us to talk about your encounters and stories. And hopefully these do help folk, whether in the Water Valley area or in general. And one thing about you, CJ, and this is something that I had also commented on when I had read your initial report, the emotions and the thoughts of how you feel towards this have never left you traumatically, and even how you vocalized, the change in life following afterwards, and of course, what happened with your cousins and whatnot. And your emotions and how you feel about this has been so, I could feel it. I could feel the vibes, the terrifying reaction that you have. And I have to give you a lot of credit for taking the bravery to sit here and to talk about this, because this is not a very easy subject to talk about, unfortunately. It's a very complicated subject, and one that does leave people thinking and traumatized because of the circumstances. But I wanted to say that you're a very brave individual for coming out and discussing this, because it's not every day that we can get this type of discussion, and hearing it from you from your own perspective, it's even more uplifting to feel because of how hard it was. So you should feel very proud to at least open about it, to take a deep breath and note that it's said, it's never left, however, but it's out there.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, Chris, and I want to say that it's not easy to talk about something like this. That even with me at the age that I am, it still hurts, and I may not show it. I don't know if y'all can be able to tell it, but it's got me unnerved. It's still gonna have me unnerved for a while. But I'm just glad that I could be able to get my story out, to be able to give a better perspective on not only from one side, but both sides. And I just hope that anybody that hears this understands what I say. Do not look for these things. They're hidden, and they're hidden for a reason. Leave them alone. You respect them, they'll respect you. It's give and take.
Absolutely.
But overall, I appreciate you having me on, Chris. And I just wanted to be able to give y'all the story that I feel that not only you, but your viewers can also be able to listen to from my perspective, so they'll understand just how much it hurt for me to even tell the story, because it's hurting me a lot right now. So, but I just wanted to go ahead fill y'all in on what really happened and what happened from our perspective and how we're all doing today.
I want to thank CJ for coming on the show again and discussing his encounter and his encounters that he had heard from his cousins. And that one encounter, the third one, was actually brand new to me. It was also brand new to Ryan and Sensei as well. We weren't aware of that encounter until we had actually spoken to him for the show actually prior. And he had told us this because following my last phone conversation with him the day of, he got in contact with his cousins because, as mentioned, his cousins, there's an old phone that has photographs of possible tracks and claws. Now, the problem is that it's the fact that it's an old phone. That's the key word. It's impossible to get currently at the moment. So hopefully CJ can obtain that phone down the road, and I'll be glad to do a follow-up to this case and showcase that evidence. But going back to the case, I mean, CJ had a very traumatic experience. You can hear the emotions in this individual when you're listening to him. I find his response to everything just so genuine, and the fact that this guy had experienced it. And he didn't experience it through like a spiritual way. He experienced it through reality. And as he described, it looked like the dog soldiers. And the way it looked, the way it acted in all of these events. And even though that he will go on, and as he says, he mentioned, he believes that there was more than one. And he believes that it was just trying to show its dominance, as I have mentioned prior when I was doing the analysis of the story. I believe that was the case. I believe that this dogman had a sense of intimidation coming from these three individuals and decided to challenge them in a way that it would feel challenging of, and did what it needed to do. Did it do it justice? Absolutely. Unfortunately, on the other end, it left all three of these individuals emotionally traumatized. And I do believe PTSD in this field is a big thing. I've interviewed people to where they've broken down on the phone. I can tell by the way they type their stories in terms of when they send me emails, or in general when I talk to them on Messenger, on Facebook and whatnot. You know, I've often, I can hear through their body language, I can just see it through words, that they are emotionally, to this day, even if it was as recent as yesterday, traumatized by what they had seen. They have no explanation. You hear it on podcasts all the time, too. It's the most emotional thing you can get out of it. The most toughest of the things, however, though, is that how do you overcome it? Well, unfortunately, I don't think, and I'm not saying this in a way to kind of disadvantage or throw negative signals at anybody, but I don't think that there is really a way to overcome it. You have to, it's more of if it's a you thing, it's first person, it's a personal thing. You have to overcome it yourself. No one can, you could talk to some people to help you feel better about things, as CJ is now adapting to doing more and more things, even though it's still taking some time following this unfortunate event. But I mean, in terms of you personally to get forward and to know what to do, it's impossible if you are not 100%. You need to be 100% in order to adapt. I think that's the most toughest thing when you're dealing with such scenarios such as research and when you're interviewing and speaking to eyewitnesses who unfortunately have never left the day of that incident. It's emotionally changed them. And I can understand. I've spoken to people, I know people who've had these encounters that unfortunately have left them traumatized, and they've never felt the same ever again. It's unfortunate, but I guess that's just how it rolls. Now, in terms of overcoming it, going back into it, when it comes to your own sake being, there comes a point in time where you have to overcome a fear, even if the fear to me is something so small, such as a phobia. I have a fear of bikes or something like that. I mean, it's a poor example, but my point is that there are people who have those fears to overcome fear, you know, whether it's to get on the bike, you have to learn yourself, and also to go out into the field of research, or not research, wrong word, but to go out into the woods and, you know, walk around and be around your surroundings. I mean, I don't encourage people to go out into woods. I don't even encourage people to go into parks. I mean, you can go into parks, you know, unarmed, depending on how thick you go into the park. I mean, if you're about a mile in and it adapts into a forest line, that's one thing. But at the same time, I don't think anybody should go anywhere in the woods unarmed. I think everybody should go in with at least some sort of protection, or at least carry something that would prevent you from becoming a possible prey of something. And it's not just cryptids, it's also bears and mountain lions, depending on where you are, and I think for those who out there who have to take that understanding to adapt into those woods again, note that yes, there are things out there that you can't explain, but at the same time that you are a human being with minor goals and of course bigger accomplishment. So it's a thought process, I guess. And I'm not speaking to know it all. I'm just giving my own hypothetical on the term of what I believe would be the right way to move on from this. But I can't change everybody, as of course you cannot change not everything because of that case. I'm not an expert. I don't have a degree in any type of psychology, PT, PhDs, or anything. It's just how I've kind of seen body language and seen notes from how people have went through this. But I want to say thank you again to CJ. And even though that his cousins, and if they are watching this show, please understand that I do believe you guys. I think Ryan, Sensei, we all have believed what you guys have went through. We are here for you. And CJ, you're always welcome to get in contact with me. And always, folks, I want to thank you all again for listening into tonight's show. As I had mentioned earlier, if you guys are interested, feel free to get in contact with me email-wise at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com. And if you would like to join some social media groups, we have a Facebook group, and then we also have a Discord group. So, folks, check out those links down below, as well as if you are interested in contributing and donating to the show, equipment, and research purposes, there are PayPal links down below. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chris Fringe. You'll have a fantastic evening, and good night.
All right, everybody. That was the Venomous Fringe. Really nice channel. Hey, awesome. Hope you check your channel out. They cover all things cryptid. That they don't go at it wide-eyed fanatics and everything's a cryptid. If something ain't right, they'll disprove it if they can. They all about putting the truth out there. Some cases there's things that's been spotted, pictures been taken. It can't be disproven. My opinion, it's only a matter of time before definitive proof is found of Bigfoot, Dogman. There are too many eyewitnesses for the Mothman. There has to be something to it. No doubt in my mind. But now we're going to go do a session here with All Things Paranormal Leslie. Really great content creator. It's a short video. It's about 2 minutes long. But it ain't this length. Or should I say, hey, I made a typo. It's not the length of the duration of the video. It's the quality. Somebody shoot me, please. By God.
Here we go.
So to begin,
Choose your color palette. I chose pink because why not pink? Just goes on really nicely. I am going to be using polka dot.
and the
There we go. Now to the skip part. Sorry, I messed that one up. Started saying what, getting my mind off and saying things that shouldn't be said. Apologies. They try to clarify that. Before I forget or go any farther, I want to give a shout out there to K-Pup, K-Pup's Real Adventures, All Things Paranormal Leslie, Beyond the Veil, Through the Veil, Holly's Lore, Ghost Quest, go without saying, the Venomous Fringe. There, David Tier, the Backyard UFOologist. Show Me the Light. All good channels. Tony Soros Rex. And let's not forget the truckers, emergency personnel, first responders, if you will, EMTs, paramedics, nurses, doctors, fire department, police, servicemen overseas. You people step up to the plate, take a chance on losing it all for us, and they need to get their credit. On with the show.
The crochet stitch.
You can. My name is Leslie. What is yours? I'm not here to harm you. I just want to talk.
Where?
I'm not going to hurt you. If you're here with me, please give a sign. You said spiritual. Spiritual what? My religion, I am spiritual. Zach, is that you coming through? Sorry. I'm not going to hurt you. And I'm not mad at you. Addie? We're so sorry about what happened. Can you talk to us?
There we go. As all things paranormal Leslie. Hope you'll check the channel out. Everybody. Yep. Anybody need to get any advice on anything paranormal? They can contact me at Clown Media on Twitter. Hope you like the content so far. But y'all like, share, subscribe, smash that bell, or do bad things to it. By God. I try every day to bring the best content I can out there, keep people entertained, have informational materials as well. Y'all would there check out JBD's channel, South Cack Bomber. All right, here we go. Too bad there through the veil isn't here. I'd ask see if I could play one of her videos, but ain't all right. We'll wing it. We'll go with a classic. Because let's face it, you can't go wrong with watching the Venomous Friends. After this Venomous Friends, I'm going to do a longer video for Leslie. Let's see. I don't think. Here's a. Here we go. Hope nobody think I'm being vain, but I'm going to play an interview from the Venomous Friends, and it's got me on it. I'm doing this to torture myself because I sound funny to myself on recordings. I'll drop a link in the channel there for the Venomous Friends where they had me on and interviewed me.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and you're listening into the Venomous Fringe, Cryptids and Paranormal. I'm your host, Chris Fringe, joined alongside my co-host, Ryan Tremblay. Ryan, good evening, bud. How are you doing?
I'm doing good today. How you guys doing?
All right, got the bugs worked up. There goes StreamYard.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and you're listening into the Venomous Fringe, Cryptids and Paranormal. I'm your host, Chris Fringe, joined alongside my co-host, Ryan Tremblay. Ryan, good evening, bud. How are you doing?
I'm doing good today. How you guys doing?
Hanging in there, of course, as we all are. It's been a very interesting time, of course, dealing with what's been going on in the world, but nonetheless, doing what we can to stay around and, of course, survive through this ordeal. But before we even get started with tonight's guest, I just want to go ahead and throw out there to everybody who is listening in. We hope that you guys are safe. Sending out my positives and blessings to everybody out there who have been affected by this recent COVID-19 outbreak. We are organizing small things down the road, which we're doing right now in preparation for everybody out there who is in need. And if you guys are in need of what is going on, please feel free to send us an email. We would be, of course, open to get back to you and help you as best as possible. Nonetheless, though, for a lot of folks, we're going live at a very interesting time. We're actually going live pretty early today. But nonetheless, everybody tuning into the show right now, it was weird. We went live earlier, but we had an issue with the streaming encoding because YouTube has this brand new system, and unfortunately the system I didn't quite get. No one was listening in because it wasn't even live, but now we're using the classic system, and now it's live, and everybody seems to be tuning in. So everybody, welcome to the stream. It's very good to see everybody here. Ethan, Julie, Duder, Ivy, Second Star, everyone, Flammenwerfer, great to see you guys here. Welcome. It is always good to hear from you amazing people. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm doing the best I can. Things are getting very crazy, extremely quick, but I'm hanging in there. Staying positive, staying safe, staying healthy.
And that's the most we can do, especially right now in this interesting time. I'm sitting down with, currently, interestingly enough, both me and Ryan are sitting down with Clown from Klowns Paranormal Adventures. And I've been wanting to get Clown on the show for quite some time because I've always been interested in hearing what Clown has to say about his belief and what he does in research, as well as also, too, he's a very interesting guy. He's definitely thrown us a nice plug in, and it'd be great to sit down and talk to him and hear what he has to say on the spectrum of things. So, Clown, welcome to the show. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I've been a big fan of y'all's for a while.
Well, Clown, I really appreciate the positive words. Clown, what was the first time for you that you had gotten into the whole paranormal?
The first thing that got me started, I remember back when we was living in Ohio, like I was 7 or 8 years old. There was a guy, the older man that died of emphysema in the house. I woke up a few different nights. There's a yellow light coming from the kitchen. We had a pump, didn't have running water. You hear the pump go and hear somebody hassling for breath and wake up, look toward the kitchen, and the light would go out. It wasn't a light bulb, there's a golden glow. And I found out other people in the family saw it too. And that's where we found out that an old man had died there. So evidently, that was him fighting for breath still, even after he was dead, and trying to get water. But I just had bunches of incidences like that happen over the course of my life. It seemed like somehow or another things got drawn to me.
And that incident, in a way, changed your outlook on how you saw ordinary things, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, you sit there and see something like that, you know there's a ghost. People say they don't exist, but you sit there and saw it, and you're like, nah, I know better.
And was it because of this incident, it furthered not only just your interest with paranormal, but also, too, it wanted you to be an investigator?
Yeah, want to understand it. Definitely. I've been doing this stuff for 15, 16 years now, 17 years, something like that. I've been everywhere I could find. Look, got lots of crazy pictures, spirit audio recordings. I was doing this stuff before there was a YouTube.
Has there been a hot spot that you yourself encountered that has stuck with you? Now, I'm not asking what would be your most scariest or most creepiest encounter, but nonetheless, has there been a place that you found interesting that you'd want to go back and explore, or if you haven't explored?
So many places. I know there's a damn tomb out there in the cemetery that was there in St. Francisville, and we got around as a mausoleum, and we got up around there to take pictures, kind of talking one night after been there for a while, things kind of dying down, and it sounded for all the world like something took one, just humongously loud, breath inside, like it is fighting for air. And this come out of a crypt, and it was the door locked. So I've seen a lot of strange things. I've been in the Oldsmobile, had something pick up the back end of the car, pick it about 15 times, just shaking it up and down, and then let it drop. I've seen strong stuff, seen scary stuff.
What is a place, though, that you yourself have really found interest in? Has it been like an asylum, a prison, let's just say a church, somewhere, an abandoned house even?
That abandoned church I've been going to, I've actually gotten attacked there. I've seen more activity in that place than pretty well anywhere else. Something that grabbed my backpack, had about 30 pounds of gear in it, from the right corner, and it slung it around to the left. It sent me a good 7 feet or so, almost made me do a face plant there in the floor. Then the same night, something slammed the camera back into my face. That place is crazy. We got there doing the spirit box, and something you can hear the voice come through just clear. And it says, run. I told him we don't run in these parts. Its reply was walk. About 20 minutes later, it comes across and says swim. It's it's a very intelligent haunting there.
Definitely, it would be curiosity that bites the eye. I'd love to see something like that. I've never had anything like that unfold with me, but in general, just having to sit there and hear that through a voice recorder, it's even better. Now, in places, your ideal place in general, though, would you find a better research or at least a better investigation wise in prisons or abandoned houses or just in general areas? Probably would you feel that there would be better ways of getting activity in those areas, or would you think it just depends on the region?
It depends on what you're looking for, because if it's ghosts, but a lot of times you go to houses and you get ghosts. Like me, I like hunting where demons are at. Demonic activity is always stronger at old churches, old cemeteries. For some reason or another, they'll deconsecrate the church when they shut it down. It's like filling a vacuum. For a while, there's nothing but positive there. Then it's gone, then the negative comes in to take its place. So won't look for stuff, demonic encounters, stuff. Look for your old churches, sanitariums. Some of them that on prisons too, because you had a lot of people that's been put away for being mentally ill that actually was demonically possessed.
I find that when we investigate churches, we always come back with a lot of activity, especially when you come across a lot of places, or at least in history or whatever. I mean, I could be wrong, but I know that there's a lot of people who've come back from even just abandoned churches, and they've come back with small voice records of some very staticky or cryptic type voice, and even in just prisons or abandoned houses. But then again, too, like it just depends on the region. I want to ask you this though, Clown. It might sound like a rhetorical question, but really, it's one that makes you want to think. Why do you think we have these paranormal encounters? Why do you think we see these things?
A lot of times, somebody have the gift. They might not even realize it. They got a little bit of extra on their perception, and that draws attention in on you. It's kind of like lighting a candle in the dark. The more open you are to being able to see things or hear it, smell it, the senses there, the emotions, the more you glow. The more you glow, the more attention you bring in. I was having problems with things back when I was a little kid, far back as I can remember, of getting nasty encounters from things. Not every encounter you can get is a good one. Just some things you just draw on the people. A lot of times it's maybe like there's a bad car wreck, somebody died in a real bad way, it's very violent, sudden ending or rape, and it puts off a vibe that the surroundings absorb. Like brick houses, it kind of work to absorb stuff.
I think the most interesting response a lot of people go out with is a gift, but I also feel too that when people do see these things, it's almost as if it's like not just with a gift, but it's like it gives you that opening idea that there's more to the world. It's almost like you're like chosen in a way, just that.
Yeah, that's my overall objective is if you prove that there's demons, then there's got to be an afterlife that's of a good sort. I'm not going to sit there and preach on for Christianity or any other specific for our religion, but every religion has demons. You look back at Tibet, Himalaya, they've got paintings of winged animal monsters, animal things coming down that to them was demons attacking people. Then you had winged angels, I guess you would call it, interceding to fight against the demons in humanity's behalf. Pretty much every religion has a demon belief. They believe that there's a good. The actual religions can differ. But if you can prove one exists, then it guarantees that the other one exists as well. For some reason or another, it seems like the demonic side shows itself more readily than the positive side. And the only conclusion I can come to is the good side wants you to get there by faith. You believe in it. You got freedom of choice. Why show himself? Because it's like taking a kid to drag him to the wherever you want him. You don't want him to follow to drag him. You want him to follow you willingly. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And I see exactly what you mean and the way you're putting it. And literally, and when it comes to different religions and when you do hear the demon side of things, you always want to explore things in open. And even with religion, you know that there is demons, so it would make perfect sense. But I want to ask you too, because it's not every day that people want to explore demons, or at least who have that task of doing it. What made you want to explore demons on the side of paranormal?
I'm in attacked by them. I'm messed up right now. I was actually pushed down a set of stairs at work. I didn't realize what was going to happen until it actually happened, but I was about 15 feet up on a set of stairs. Felt two hands hit me in the back, pushed me off the stairs. I didn't touch a step going down the stairs. I hit on my hands and knees on the concrete floor below and hit butted a cinder block wall. I was living in a house that, I don't know if you're familiar with what a harpy is or not, but it had a harpy in it. That harpy was out to try to take me out. I kind of retired back from things till that happened, and I got to thinking about what other people might need help, not know what to do about it. I know how to handle a lot of stuff. Thought I could figure it out and get with people that know more than me. Because my thing is, I want to help people. Over a period of time, I've had a lot of people contact me on Twitter through DM, having problems with things popping up in their life, causing them havoc, and help them to getting rid of it. These are just real basic steps on things that you can make a house where it's completely uninhabitable for a demon. But you, like, they're sitting there using like ammonia for mopping, wiping the walls down with. That there is like acid to spiritual entities. It burns them. You clean regular with that, they can't stand it. They got to leave. But you can look on exorcism rituals in Latin, play that on your smart TV or smart device, and play that every day. And where you have a negative entity that's been messing with you, it'll put it right on out the house. You can't stand it. Every day for a couple of weeks or so, it ends up deciding screw that and then goes somewhere else to mess with somebody else entirely.
By the use of playing a certain instrument or a certain verse of a song, is what you're saying?
Well, YouTube, what's easiest is on YouTube, you look it up. It's exorcism rituals in Latin, and play that off with TV, and that there will put negative things out of your house. They can't deal with it. It's the word of God. House blessings. They have. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Has you ever heard the singing bowls the Buddhist monks use?
Yes, I have.
Work. I used to have one. They work very well. There's a certain tone that sound makes disrupt the negative energy of something. You just absolutely cannot stand it. That's why the monks would use them bowls when they was doing their meditation, was to ward off any kind of spiritual attachments or attacks while they was doing their meditation.
And it makes perfect sense in the way of the practice of that was able to prevent demons from further escalating their activity, especially in such trench conditions as that. Like I said, I mean, with demons, it's very hard for someone, I think, to really go out and explore with demonology in a way or study it because of how race the subject is, especially when you get towards exorcism And then when you get to crucifixion with everything, I know I just butchered the term, but point being is that when you get into those categories, you really start to think about what you're really practicing.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. All right, go on the science side of things, ease off the religion, just from a pure scientific standpoint. You know that atoms and atoms vibrate at a certain frequency, right? Neutrons, all right, of everything that's on this planet, whether it's a blade of grass or a grain of sand, to the most complex organisms, have their own frequency rate that they vibrate at. That's what holds everything together in the world. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from with this or not, but everything's at a certain wavelength, all right? Demonic entities are at a lower vibrate at a lower frequency than we do. Anything that's a higher frequency than what they are can actually cause inflict pain on them. Sound or light. That's like the old deal about the mythology about sunlight can kill a vampire. A lot of negative things that then they talk about from the legends and lore that can't stand sunlight. Silver, iron, that regular old, what they call from old days with cold iron was no kind of new other metallurgical additions to it, just straight iron, and that there can actually severely wound a negative entity, even destroy it. It basically causes like a short circuit. That's the whole idea behind the silver bullet supposed to kill a werewolf. The silver, the frequency that it vibrated, the pattern it vibrate off from, disrupt the damn cellular makeup of a werewolf. That's why a lot of crucifixes is made of silver. And all this time people buy it because they think it's pretty. Get right down to it, if you actually had the money for it, platinum is better.
If you think about it, in a perfect world, it is. In a perfect world, I always found it interesting when they look at certain objects like that would be a clue of fascination. But I understand it too from both sides, especially. But it is a very important tool to use in demonology, and I think too that anyone who is in the practice of it should use it. And I think it is a recommendation. But I will say this though, even in demonology, it's something I've had a hard time touching. But while we talk about things of the heavier aspect of the paranormal, I want to ask you this: have you messed with an Ouija board before?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about getting another one. I did have one, and I went way overboard. It made me one out of black slate. Some people really don't know about what the black slate or not, but black slate is like the worst of the worst. It actually absorbs the damn entities and traps them. And I got something caught up on the board there. They tried to stop my breathing for a little while one night. It done the whole sleep paralysis thing that you hear about, where somebody realized they can't move, and just to make it a little better, he sat there to stop me from breathing. They were cussing me on the Ouija board, and I told it to leave. He's like, no. I told you I'll make you. They said, I'd like to see you try. And I told it a few other things, and later on that night, I went to sleep and realized I couldn't breathe. It almost got me. Next stop for that Ouija board was in the Mississippi River. Ouija boards can be real bad. I've got a video. This guy on Haunted Explorers, they got a Ouija board from a friend, and after he done his Ouija board session, he showed it had an upside down pentagram on it. It's one of his regular, like has Milton Brad or pressed fiber board Ouija boards, just a generic Ouija board. He held it by one corner and had the other end of it directly into the flame on a candle for about 30 seconds. Then brings up, shows us there wasn't a smudge on that Ouija board anywhere. No soot, no singe, no scorch marks, nothing.
For somebody who never really messed with a Ouija board to begin with, and one that has a hard time, really, even now, and I know it sounds kind of ridiculous as one that does study this, but I think also, too, when it comes to the safety, I think a lot of people really wouldn't mess with it unless they take necessary precautions, unless you're daring to do so. But then again, it works both ways. But I wanted to ask you this, though. The whole envelope of things when it comes to a Ouija board, have you yourself had some pretty flexible encounters, or at least experiences, that have left you puzzled, besides other researchers you know?
I had something confirmed from me using that black slate Ouija board. I made contact with the spirit of an Indian. I don't want to give his name off. Nobody decided maybe to try to summon him up or anything, but I was sitting there just messing around and like doing it by myself, which you shouldn't do. My wife was gone at the time, and I was asking him where she was at. And he told me she just turned onto the road to come to the house. I picked up a cell phone, called her on the spot. Where are you at? She goes, oh, I just turned on the Angola Road. I had no way of knowing where she was at. Didn't no way of knowing that she made the turn other than what the guy learned through the Ouija board. It's kind of hard to disprove right there.
In the event, though, I think when you have these run-ins with the Ouija boards, or in general encounters as one, you do have very interesting grip on what you can run into, and it sounds very. It's very the complexion of one too, of a visualization. You have to really experience it to really get the idea and the grasp of it. But also too, with not even just with the Ouija boards, but when you go out and do your investigations, do you have any forms of protection? Do you have any forms of what do you normally bring with you when you do your research?
Crazy as it sounds, I bring some man-made magnets, 32-pound strength magnets in a pocket. These things work off of electromagnetic field. Like for that, they try to attack you with energy, and magnets seem to turn stuff pretty good. It's like if you try to shoot something that's under the water, the bullet hit the water and bounce off. It affects you. I've also noticed that my cameras don't get their batteries drained as quick as what they used to. So magnets work pretty good. I've done a lot of meditation work with them and energy work with them. And I've got a talisman that I wear that pretty much it just negates negative energy. I mean, black tourmaline works good. Black obsidian. There's two of your good minerals that you can get that's not very expensive at all. Smoky quartz. Rose quartz would work good too. Rose quartz is for all peace. I would have a bad time trying to approach you with the rose quartz on you because it negates negativity. So anything somebody would be getting into the paranormal field won't be looking at as something that negates or neutralizes negative energies.
And with negative energy, how do you handle one event with negative energy if one does carry it and bring it around them?
It's going to bounce it off. I do energy work, so a lot of stuff them demon could try to do to me, meditation work, I can sit there and undo it. Everything's comprised of energy. Energy can't be destroyed, but you can change it to something else. Where something is negative, you can convert it over to positive energy. Where people can get in a bind with is if they want to be all positive. That's going to make the enemy out of them right from jump to go anywhere there's negative entities at, because that's going to make them their natural enemy. I try to stay neutral or chaotic neutral. They kind of pass over me, look for somebody else. Unless I go to provoking to draw them in, which I do.
It is fascinating, after all, when you do have those occurrences and things do play out the way they do, especially in such incidents. I want to ask you something too, Clown, on top of that. When we speak of paranormal as one, what is your open opinion on paranormal research, how it's conducted even nowadays in spaces?
Sometimes it seems like people don't be too quick to try to call themselves a skeptic. They want to sit there and find a dang logical excuse for everything. There's always a logical explanation. They just completely go past being a skeptic to denial. Have an open mind. I mean, you sit there and have something push you, and you go several feet, you felt the hands, you pushed. That's not turn around. Well, maybe he's having some kind of an epileptic episode. Does anybody in your family ever had a problem with epilepsy? You know, they want to just find a logical explanation for them having a pain in their ass. You'd be like, but you got a pit bull attached to it. No, that's not it. It must be a pinched nerve. Well, you know what I'm saying? That's like with cryptids. If there was a Bigfoot, how come nobody's found the body? And I got the perfect answer for somebody saying if there's no such thing as a cryptid. American Indians across the United States did not get along with other tribes on the whole. So if you took an American Indian from Florida, decide to go down to California, odds are he wouldn't make the trip. He'd have got captured, killed by another tribe of Indians. But yet, across the United States, all tribes of American Indians told about encountering large, hairy creatures that would walk around on two legs. You got in every country there is, they've got stories of a large, hairy creatures. Some cases, small ones. In Africa, they've got a version of Vietnam, the orang pendek, that's not been about 2.5, 3 feet tall.
Wow, you had some encounters. You had some interesting experiences. Why don't you tell us a little bit about those?
There's been so much. It's hard. You know what a satire is? Or a satyr?
Oh, yes.
I've sat there in that house. One house we was living in was demonically haunted. My sister Katie, that goes on a lot of these videos with me, or investigations, was sitting in the couch at night. The couch levitates, comes completely off the floor, slams back down into the floor. I vaulted out the couch, over the back, and into my bed behind the couch. And there was like a 3-foot satyr that was in the bed. When I landed, I was almost nose to nose with it. It scared it now. It let out a oof sound. The breath hits me in the face. It jumps off the bed. The bed was even mashed in where it was at. It jumps out onto the floor. There's little hooves. It takes 3 steps, turns around, looks at me, and gives me a smile and disappears.
Wow.
That thing had manifested itself physically. A lot of, not every demon, in my opinion, but some of your stronger demons can actually make the walk across from one plane to plane and can take on a physical form. That's the ones there that can hurt you. That blockhouse that I go to in Alabama, the last time I was out there, That thing had manifested and actually come up in the doorway. It showed itself to me through the window in the back of the building. I went outside and he got in the car and backed my van around where I could shine the light into the building. I was on using one phone for live streaming, the other phone for running necrophonic spirit out spirit box. And I had the camera facing me, not the doorway, and this sucker actually come up to the doorway and looked at me. And before I could get the camera flipped around to try to show it, it done faded out. But all I see was a damn pinkish colored hand touch the door frame, and seen the forearm, seen the bicep, the shoulder. It sticks his head out, looks around at me. The thing didn't have eyes, nose, mouth, ears, hair. He looked almost like somebody like a sock puppet. It was looking it was as real as looking at a person. I think it was trying to scare me off, but it ain't worked. I'll keep going back. As soon as this corona crap's over with, I'm going back after it. Go 2 or 3 cameras and try to get it from a distance. Good old show with when I've got cameras and other people, the only thing I can think of is set cameras up at a distance and try to film in there and catch it on video.
I'd love to hear more about that, and I'd love to see it too. I know that right now with the coronavirus, we've had a lot of the social distancing, as they say, in terms of research as well as in also of our lives, for of course the very valid reason. But going back on subject, I want to just kind of touch a little bit on cryptids. Clown, what is your knowledge? How long have you had a fascination with cryptids?
Since I was a kid, been reading on them, on UFOs. I don't know if I saw a cryptid or not. I told Ryan I'd seen something. My wife I was married to at the time was called Cajun French. And I told her what I saw, and she turned pasty white, tears flowing, and she went to screaming at me and talking in French, and I'd get her to stop and translate in English again. She's telling me to quit talking about it before it comes. All I know is what I saw. I never could get her to pronounce the word in English. She kept saying it in French, and I couldn't remember the word. My dogs had got out, and I'm out there on the road beside the swamp looking for my dogs, and I saw something that was about 3 foot tall at the shoulders in the edge of some woods, light overgrowth, and it's on all fours, and my kids in front of my truck was past it. It wasn't headlights bouncing off from its eyes. This some bitch had glowing red eyes. I don't know what it was. All I know is things looked like it might have weighed as much as 300 pounds on 4 legs, about 3 feet high and several feet long. But I don't know of any normal natural animal that its eyes actually generate a red light. And that happened just a few years ago, and that's why I started getting back interested into the cryptids again, trying to wonder just what in the world that thing was. I know I went from looking for my dogs, and I turned around and went back to the house. I saw them dogs would come back when they was ready. You have any idea what that could have been?
I personally feel. I'm sorry, Ryan, what were you going to say?
That was kind of like the Rougarou in a way.
She said something, I think it was started with an M, but it was like letters in there that you would think was supposed to fit. I never could understand French. I just know a couple of cuss words, but whatever it was, it surely induced terror into a woman that doesn't really scare her. I say she panicked, she freaking panicked, and kept screaming at me if I quit talking about it, or she said that motherfucker gonna come for you. Or
Yeah, it really sounds very close to the blue movie I did on the way, but I'm trying to think of what to start with. Maybe somebody in the chat can figure out what we're talking about here.
oh, I could be wrong about the letter. I remember the basics. It was very large and glowing red eyes. And you don't see me really get spooked about stuff. That there made me turn my truck around and go back to the house. I was in a Chevy Silverado. Whatever it was there, I didn't feel like I'd been safer to have been hanging around there unless it'd been a damn Abrams tank. I was not comfortable at all being there with that.
I'd personally be in a little uncomfortable position if I had seen something too. I mean, you gotta remember too, when people are seeing cryptids, people are gonna have a reaction they can't explain at first, especially if they see something that is totally nocturnal and one thing that is literally eyeballing them. The fact that something was able to, in a way, come at you in a fashionable way, though, that looked at you and observed you, and to have someone you know not retaliate, but just say don't go near it or don't engage or talk about it or something, that's a very scary thought process. With cryptids,
She was screaming, bruh. She has lost her frigging mind over it. And this is a woman that really ain't nothing to scare her.
I would probably be on the fence in a way terrified too, but I mean, in research value, it is very freaky. What is one cryptid, though, that you've had very interesting fascination with, one that you've come to understand some more?
From what? I don't know. I've always been interested in trying to find the Bigfoot. To them, Honey Island Swamp Monster come to mind. Boggy Creek. I hadn't really heard about dogmen except just the last few years. I've seen it done a couple of things on them. Up to recently, I had never even heard of a dogman. Like the last 7 or 8 years. It's kind of had me that. What had me curious about that is something that's like that been around since like the 1800s. How come it's not talked about more?
I find with Bigfoots, it's one of the most notorious of the cryptids, but also too the one that a lot of people would go to get a basic understanding. When it comes to Dogman, though, do you feel that what you may have seen may have been a Dogman, or do you think it could have been just like as we were looking up the Loop-Garoo or the Rougarou?
It could have been a dogman. I mean, I know I saw on one show on the other night, and there's brothers out there fishing, and they come up on this big black thing, and they stand there freaking out, and they went to making popping sounds. They stood up, and it ended up being upwards to 10 feet tall, and it was a dog man. To me, my opinion of what I saw, it looked to me like it almost like it had arms. But I can't be positive of it because there was brush and there's thick stuff. I know this thing was walking around and moving stuff around and walking through it like it wasn't there. It's just obstacles in front of it, just was no consequence. It just had that kind of power. It moved some small trees and stuff around there. I would guess it was a ½ inch to an inch in diameter and just kind of rolled them around, just walking through it like so. In my opinion, something like that would have been extraordinarily powerful. That's why. I'm sorry.
No. Please continue.
That's why I wanted to get my truck out of there, because that's what I saw, the way it was moving. I figured if that sucker one side to get in the truck, he could have gotten the truck with me.
Are you? We keep doing this. What were you going to say, Clown?
I said there was no fear from it. From what I saw, there's no fear in it. It's just looking at me like you're messing up my day, you know.
I would agree. I think I would be in the same position. Let me ask you this though: are they As someone too in research of cryptids, are you pro-kill or are you anti-kill?
I've been keeping an open mind. You know, you find it, you find it. I just do not believe that everybody that's ever sat there and said they saw a Bigfoot had some kind of a mental issue or some kind of drug issue or just for making stuff up. There has to be truth to it somewhere. Yeah, I'd like to prove it.
What do you think of people when they bring the supernatural religious viewpoint of cryptids into the scientific perspective of cryptids?
I don't think they fit. Not really. I just don't, because Bigfoot, that's not no form of demon. I just don't believe that. That's some kind of unknown thing. But I don't believe they hang around here. I believe they can sit and travel from one dimension to another. I believe they can actually move from place to place, cover vast distances.
Do you feel that it's become an overhaul because there seems to be more and more religious value being put into cryptids because of the encounters people claim to have in terms of seeing them vanish from one instant to the next? Or do you feel that because they are talked about as if they are overpowered creatures, in which I would say they are, but I wouldn't go into the depth of ruin saying that these things are invulnerable, but there has to be some sort of switch to turn off, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I believe it. I'm not criticizing anybody's religious viewpoints, but sometimes there people kind of lean to either it's all about God or it's all about the devil. There's no middle ground. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand it, it's got to be the devil. Like Bobby Boucher's mom, you know. Ben Franklin didn't invent electricity, I did. Sorry, I got a sense of humor.
Oh, no. Wow, it's perfectly, we like that. And I think it's always good to have a guest sit down and talk and have that type of humor. But I also want to ask you this, too, real quick. Why do you think we don't have enough evidence out there? Why do you think we don't really have evidence to say of one in terms of why we don't have solid proof that we have cryptids that exist when we do have encounters?
There is evidence, but people don't want to believe it. They've got shit. They got more than foot on Bigfoot plaster casts of their footprints, and probably damn near fill up like the Astrodome. But they turn around, people see, oh, there's somebody in boots walking around and got the shape of the shoes, because the feet were cut out and they making tracks. Yeah. But he said, try to explain to him this thing was taking a 5.5 or 6 foot stride, and a person couldn't have done that. You could see the way the foot was flexing when it was doing the walk. That a person could have done that with any kind of prosthetic. And I look at you like, oh, yeah, somebody done it. Patterson Gimlin film, that Bigfoot there. There's no way that was a person in a suit. I've sat and watched where they've tried to disprove that and couldn't. The way, because they had a Hollywood special effects expert sit there and showed on computer animation for how tall the Bigfoot was, around between 7 to 9 feet tall. And if a person would have been trying to use stilts and arm extensions to match, the elbows and knees would have been in the wrong place. Instead of the elbow like where your elbow's at, now picture the elbow up where your freaking shoulder is. I'm sorry I don't know how to explain this, but that thing there was moving fluid, the way its arms move, the way its legs move, in perfect proportion where knees and elbows should be at.
I've often looked at the Patterson-Gilman film as probably one of the first real pieces of evidence that's really stood out, and even to this day, I believe is to be a very dynamic piece of evidence of something.
Yes, I hater come out there saying he had his buddy that was almost 7 foot tall doing it. Jealousy. That guy that said the suit that the Bigfoot itself, Hollywood couldn't have made the cut at that time to have made a movie. They were still using rubber masks. They just did not have the technology in Hollywood at that time to have made a suit that was that realistic. You see the old 5 and dime gorilla costumes that look fake. That's about the extent of what they could have done.
Oh, indeed, and I agree. I feel that it's very well to be acknowledged, and I think too that's something that stood out into the terms of evidence, and I think that's why it's a very interesting piece of film when you play it backwards too, no less, and you look at it and you see it. You know,
technologically speaking, now we're at a disadvantage because you pick something up, and they say, "Oh, well, you must alter the video." Yeah, there's always somebody, anything that you can show them, they want to disprove it. Don't let them confuse them with the facts. They already got their mind made up.
I agree. And I want to ask you this too. You know, you just mentioned something too that I think really plays a huge toll on what I'm looking at in my chat right now. And I want to ask you this, if you can, for me, Clown. I know I mentioned it about pro-kill, anti-kill, but you know, if whatever you want to prove, we're going back to what you had said in that last sentence. What do you think of it when there are cases where people want to go out and try to shoot these things, want to go ahead and try to prove, or do you think they're trying to prove that they exist, or do you think that they're just trying to kill one for trophy or through game? What do you think of those type of situations?
Some of us try to prove it. I know they had a show there for a while. They was wanting to kill one to bring the body back to show they exist. They never do it. They come close. I think one of them, Bigfoot, had come in close. The guy shot at it. But I don't believe it's going to work. That's like Simply Southern Paranormal. I've done an interview on. She had on camera where the Bigfoot slapped her, where she'd been carrying a sidearm all day. She laid down to go to sleep. They didn't know that the pistol was gone. He's where he slapped her. You see the arm. It's quite apparent what was going on. And Bigfoot's smart enough. They know what a gun is. You bring a gun out, go, I'm going to kill a Bigfoot. The Bigfoot see you, you ain't never going to see it. My opinion, Bigfoot is somewhere near to human intelligence, to maybe even past human intelligence. Now, consider the size of the brain pan, the brain of a Bigfoot. That brain is larger than ours. Just how much of it is developed for the logical thinking.
I have to agree, especially since these animals, I mean, not even if they were animals, but like, that also dives into another question. See, I kind of sidetracked myself, or at least contradicted in a way at first. Are we, what do we think we're dealing with here, Clown? Do you think we're dealing with creatures that are creatures, animals, or beings?
That's an intelligent being, in my opinion. Just because they don't look like us don't mean they're not intelligent. They already know dolphins is intelligent as a person, but that don't make them anything less than something to be admired and respected. A lot of people don't realize, but they could sit there and teach gorillas sign language easy. Gorillas are very intelligent. And what's depressing is when they bring live gorillas into captivity, teach them sign language. Most of the gorillas just sit there and sign to the people all day long, I want to go home. If a gorilla can learn sign language, I bet a Bigfoot could too. There's intelligence. They might not be human exactly, but I still think they close enough that people might not be trying to shoot them.
What is your take on the modern day cryptozoology?
Oh, I don't know. Jury's still out on that. I've been looking at it, but I believe that they're on the right track in some regards. Like measuring out to being able to figure out the stride of a walk, being able to tell on the foot, like counting out, you can see the wrinkles in the plaster cast. It can show the differences in how the foot rolled to show that it was an actual foot and it was actually is actuating from the ankle, which would completely disprove anybody that didn't want to believe in a Bigfoot, that if it was a person wearing a prosthetic foot, it wouldn't work right because you made an oversized wooden foot to start with, you wouldn't have the right weight. They can also show that they don't have, this wouldn't be a proper weight displacement. And you think about it, you make your size a 19 foot, your weight's going to be on the heel of the damn improvised foot. And there's going to be, 12 inches more foot down there that's going to be out there without any weight on it. So it'd be like pushing your palm down in clay. You wouldn't get your fingertips down. You wouldn't get the same depth. And they've already figured that out. They show it quite well. Maybe that's like a keystone for proving that there is something out there.
I'd have to agree. Ryan, by any chance, do you have any additional questions for Clown?
No, I think you covered them all for me. That's why I was just sitting back being quiet. Because we're on a roll.
My deepest apologies, Mr. Ryan. I kind of killed the thunder.
It's okay. That is fine. It was fascinating stuff. I enjoyed listening to you guys for this.
But yeah, they got these different types of them. What I've been wondering about is how come there's different sizes of them, because you can get out toward California and they have their stuff estimating around 10 feet. Something I just thought about that people figured out just a few years back, and they done a time lapse on the computer and they indexed in Bigfoot sightings versus the season of the year when the deer would come down to eat. And they figured out in the wintertime, them deer would come down to get what they could get off through the snow of grass to eat. And Bigfoot sightings was popping up more along the base of the mountain. And in the summer months when the grass was growing and vegetation just appearing up higher on the mountain, that Bigfoot sightings was actually following the deer up the mountain. Bigfoot feeding off them deer. And they could sit there and cross-index sightings of Bigfoot versus the migratory patterns of the deer. So that goes a long way into showing that there's Bigfoot. You would think that people just would say there's Bigfoot at the bottom of the mountain or the top of the mountain. There wouldn't be no in between the mountain, but they could say it and verify it.
I'd have to agree. But Clown, I want to say two things. Number one, I want to thank you again for doing the show. I want to have you come back on in the future and do another show, even if we should do like a Q&A, if anything like this. I would love to sit down and talk with you again, even with another side of it, because it's very interesting your perspective on things we were talking about paranormal earlier. But real quick, though, another thing is, do you have any advice you'd like to give out to any of the audience? Would you like to give out any advice to me and Ryan? To anybody out there who are paranormal or demonologists or people in general who want to get into the field?
Yeah. Don't. I'm sure trying to think of how to phrase it, but have to be careful where you go, because something attached to you, when you get an attachment, then don't be afraid to ask somebody for help. Demons' main goal is they want to oppress somebody. Somebody's oppressed, they don't feel like being around their family. They want to be around their friends. Then they want to go from there to obsession. Everything that happens, it's that demon. You know, it's more powerful than I am. It's watching everything I'm doing. The next step after that is possession. You don't let it get on your mind and stay on your mind. Go get help, and demon can't do nothing if you call it on the right people. But get an attachment with a demon, get help. Don't sit there trying to deal with that yourself unless you're qualified to do so. And you can get into something like that, and it's not out going paranormal, hitting cemeteries or asylums. You can purely walk by while a site maybe where there was a murder. Demons get attracted into violent things like that. You start having bad dreams and getting attacked by things while you're asleep. That's a form of psychic attack. They wear you down. It's like me, you, and Ryan, all right? A demon would figure out which one of us is the weakest one in a family, for instance. They would go after the weakest one. They prey on opportunity. So we all encountered something at the same time, but one of us that would have the least of the way of defending ourselves would be fair game. They'd start in to try to get us. They like that to drive somebody into suicide, because suicide, more likely you're not going to any internal reward that you want. You follow? The whole thing is mess with your money, they mess with your family, they mess with your relationships, your work, your home, is to draw you down, break you down mentally, physically, and it's a complete takeover. Anybody go out just saying, I'm going to go demon hunting, I'm going to go have fun? It ain't as much fun as what you think when you actually get one on and you don't know how to get it loose. I've sat there and saw things happen like I bought a Dybbuk box. You can buy them from online. A lot of them's fake. I got one that's the real deal. I got it up and out my damn house. It was doing things like rustling bags in my closet, and me, a sound sleeper, wake up, and they're sitting there shaking the bag where I could see the nylon bag being shook and see it. And once I see it, it's like, well, I done what I wanted to do. Now he knows I'm here. They quit. They didn't realize I've been full of this stuff. I didn't freak out. I handled it properly. Something that you think is possessed or cursed, you get your container, layer of salt, you put it on the salt, you fill it with salt, you seal it up, you take it someplace where there's holy or sacred ground, bury it, put holy water on it, pray over it, and walk away, and you don't look back. It can't bother you no more. Salt neutralizes evil. That it's best to know what you're doing before you start fooling with things, because sometimes you go looking for something and it might start looking back.
Indeed, I have to agree. But Clown, listen, I want to thank you again for doing the show. It's very good to be sitting down speaking to you, and Ryan as well. Folks, we're going to conclude the show right now. And folks, you can check out Klowns Paranormal Adventures with a link down below in the description at the end of this video. Folks, if you guys enjoyed the show, please feel free, if you would like to get in contact with me or Ryan, you can reach me at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com. You can join the official Venomous Fringe group. We have the link down below. And folks, too, if you guys would like to follow us on Twitter, you can follow me and Ryan and Clown on Twitter. There'll be links down below. And folks, if you enjoyed this video, please feel free to leave a like and comment your thoughts down below. This is the Venomous Fringe. You guys have a good evening and take care.
Alrighty, and that was the Venomous Fringe. Awesome channel. Ought to check them out there if you hadn't already, although I think a good many people already know about them and knew about them before I did. By God. Oh, Yep, man. There you go, Ethan, an insane clown posse. Jeez, a lot of people don't know it, but I've been listening to them for years. We take just a little bit of a break here. Anybody need to You use a restroom or grab something to drink. Get a bite to eat. Thank you there, cat. By God. Alrighty. Alright, let's see. We're going to play something from Holly. That's Holly's Lore. There tomorrow, Holly's Lore has a premiere at 6 o'clock. I want to give a shout out there and a big thank you there to Titan, Ryan Trombley, Kat, Vixen, Ali G, Fox, Big Cole. How you doing there, Big Cole? My God, K-Pup, South Cack Mama. Let's see, Ethan. A lot of good folks on here. Alrighty, I found us a good one. I think everybody like witches. So, hey, my God. And of course, we can't forget Ghost Quest. Ghost Quest is awesome. I dropped a link out there way earlier for his channel, Past Life Explorer. We got some mighty fine people in here tonight. I appreciate y'all. We definitely want to give a shout out there to Hensley Paranormal TV. Thanks there, Ghost Quest. My God. Yep. Before people get tired of hearing me over here talking, I'm going to swap this over to Holly's Lore. I'll drop a link in the chat. Anybody just tuning in, I hope that you'll hit that like, share, and subscribe button for me. And definitely hope you'll check out Holly's Lore.
There we go. On the road to look for the witch's tree. It's a pretty creepy dirt road. We've been on it for a little while yet. Oh, look, there's a cricket down here. You see it? What? What kind of crap out there? We're on Swamp Road. Where are all the trees? I see a dark area up there. I guess that's where the trees are. Oh, crap. Trying to hit groundhogs. Poor raccoons. Alright, we're coming up to trees now. Maybe we can find that old gnarled cypress tree. Yeah. They look a lot closer than what they are. Maybe if animals stop running out in front of us. I don't know. It's a little freaky. Keep waiting for something to jump out of the cornfield. There we go. Oh, what's that? Is somebody's driveway? It says swamp. Oh no, it's just berry. This is, ooh, look at the ground. I'm glad we got going. You look on this side, I'll look on this side. Alright guys, we're still looking for the witch's tree. No luck so far. And now the flashlights are acting stupid and flashing. First time we use them in a while. Put fresh batteries in it and turns it off. And then turns it back on and it's fine. Tonight, we're in search of the witch's tree, and we've been up and down through the swamp road a couple times, and I think we finally found it. What's left of it anyway. I did read an article at one time that it was cut down. We came to check it out, and they said there's scraping all over the stone. So we're gonna walk up the road here a little ways, and I'll show it to you. Hopefully my flashlight got back up again. It's right here that the flashlight acts up. And when we're driving, that's when it's back. See how my flashlight's acting up? Okay. Again. Okay, what happened?
That has nothing to do with it.
No, it's still flashing. Look at it. Battery's still in the back. That's great. You catching this? Does everybody see it? Tell me that ain't just right.
Waiting on the camera to start acting.
Hey guys.
Just got cold chills.
On the picture. There's a lot of different stories on this place. Also known as the it can come apart. I can't get a picture. There's like no light flashing up the road. It's not helping for you either. Okay. And it's still dark. Oh my god. Okay. No more pictures of the Witch's Street. But like I was saying, this place is also known as the Box Swamp. I'll go back through all my notes and I'll put some information on the places though. There's supposed to be a swamp monster around here somewhere too. But according to the legend about the witch's tree, there was a witch that was killed. She was stabbed in the heart, tied up against it. Her name's Allison Gregor. There's supposed to be some chant. I am not doing that because I don't want to die in 3 days. Don't want to take that chance. But the Holy One used to be like, you feel chills and all kinds of crazy stuff. Freaking road, this whole area. Scary. Very, very isolated.
Look, maybe a number 2, because there's some writing on this one. So it's awful strange when we come down the road the first time, as we were coming by this area, using the flashlights to look, the flashlights just started flashing. Wouldn't stay on, they would shut off. And never been in an area where the flash on the flag or camera on lighted up enough for a picture.
Maybe if we stand by the unit one time. It's supposed to be a couple of
Man, I got cold.
Got a picture of that. Okay. Okay. Come back sometime again. Just because this road is freaky and I'm gonna feel off. Found out where it is. I'll have more information off. Come back. All I know is the witch who supposedly died from Allison River. I don't remember sitting on the middle of the road.
You have nowhere to pull off.
So the next time we come back and just do the spirit box.
Trail. Must be a wildlife trail.
Gotta be.
Last.
All right, that's it tonight for the witch's tree. Like I said, we'll come back and try to do the spirit box. Maybe we'll talk to Allison. But as you all see, there's nowhere to pull off. So the less time we're on this road, probably the better. Cause I don't have much travel to do. It looks pretty traveled, but it's also a very rough road. So, anywhere around, we're in the middle of the swamp. So until our next adventure, thanks for watching, guys.
All right, quick little break here. Yeah, I was gonna say something there a second ago. If you're on a location, it could be a house or ghost hunting at a location, and all of a sudden you start smelling sulfur, rotten meat, crap. That's a demon's calling sign. A lot of time a damn demon will put that smell out there, and it's like, I'm here. You got a demon right there on you. I know where Satanic Bridge is at in Louisiana. Me and Buddy was out there one night. We heard something splashing as was walking through the water, and the water's about knee deep to the left. Smelt the rotten smell of meat. It come under the bridge, and there was a good 2 months later. You go to that bridge at night, you smell rotted meat. It stayed there a while. Used a good night vision camera, and you could get a video of a black swirl, a mass going around the bridge counterclockwise, going across the creek and going around us. And it's so black you couldn't see through it when you take a picture to see the road underneath it. There's a lot of devil worshiping went on there. But, all right. Yeah. I was out there, that blockhouse, good little distance out from Rosie and Allen, and there's at the van, and my lights went dead on my cameras, put me in the pitch black, and boom, I was smelling sulfur so bad it was unreal. Damn demon coming in there to attack me, and that's like I was saying earlier, keep holy water around. I just done a little quick clockwise circle, splash holy water out around me, and put a stop to it. I'll go wait for a minute, Ghost Quest. You go hit the head there, and you come back from the restroom. I just know what's. I'm gonna play one from JBD next. I'm gonna file one for Foxes. We'll play on there. After we get JBD out the way and Fox out the way, I'm gonna run a venomous fringe and send it out there to see if maybe we can draw the cryptid folks back in. And cryptids, bro, they really like that venomous fringe. We get them back in, hang out and talk. All righty, we'll take a break here. Yeah, and I'll get back with the. We'll start up the next one. Yeah, if y'all check that Twitter feed, you'll see where Jason put out there on Twitter there earlier. He was out there on some property taking a picture with them falling in a house, and property owner showed up and pulled a gun on him. All righty, we all get back there. We'll start up the next one. Thanks, Vixen. Hell, I just showed it. The interview, I played that one a while ago before Holly's. That was actually me on there talking. I feel like Ryan there. Hear yourself being played back, and you're like, damn, I sound funny. I don't know what happened to Ryan. I DM'd him. There we go. All righty. Ryan's back. Yeah, hey, Ryan, I'm going to show one from JBD. JBD does like 7 to 10 minute videos. We'll do one from Fox. He done a shout out one that's pretty good. That's just be something good for his channel to play. And we'll play one from the Venomous Friends. Yesterday we done 2 hours of all things paranormal Leslie's, and Leslie is awesome. She's off the freaking hook. But tonight I take it fair. We do 2 hours of Venomous Friends. Yeah, we know. We're gonna have some little dog puppies running around. By God. Oh. Oh, well, I'm glad you did there, Big Cole. Vixen. Look, I'm gonna say something as nice as I know how to say it. Don't want to offend anybody, but somebody gonna sit there and say something about a live for somebody else. At least DM me and give me a heads up. Say, hey, there's a live coming up I'm gonna be on, or you care if we mention it? And I'm not hard to get along with. If I get a little heads up on that, may I see about rearranging things there where it can make that work and help promote. But normally I'm not much for promoting another channel or another live stream that I don't know. I'd have to look to see if they're helping other people. Because I'm kind of more family orientated. People is helping each other. We all work together, whether it's cryptids or paranormal. But just out of left field with somebody got alive, and I'm like, yeah, that's good. I wish them luck. But if they're not helping none of my family or nobody else, then that's not good for me. Not good for family either. Because I go to tune in and people getting invited off to another stream, and me sitting here by myself and hell can't get a good channel going for people to watch these channels I'm showing. Everybody wants the videos out there and try to get them promoted, try to help it. End up with a dead stream because of in-stream promotions off of my stream to somebody else's stream. Not only does it hurt my stream, that hurts other people. I'm trying to be just as nice as I know how and hope I haven't offended anybody. I don't mean no harm. I'm just trying to help people out, and I'm trying to build myself. I'll be putting in like 18 or 20-hour days, sometimes more, trying to build up a Twitter reach where I can sit there and send out a tweet. They say, hey, check out Venomous Fringe. I'm sitting there running at like 3,000 followers right now. And I can say, check out Ghost Quest on Twitter. It goes out to 3,000 people. But if I say, hey, let's check out Ghost Quest tonight, and it goes out to 3,000 people that come on the stream, and it's dead. They sit here for about 5 minutes, they get off. Ghost Quest don't get the dang appreciation for a channel he needs. Oh, thank you, Big Cole. And I'm getting off the soapbox, by God. Oh, bro, it ain't about nothing with family. We're going to work together. We'll grow together. We got to laugh together. Times is bad, we might cry together. Ooh, but we all are going to be family, and I don't care if you tend to stick more toward the Venomous Friends or Big Deal. Oh, I mentioned another live stream. Guess what? Big Deal gives shout outs. He helps. I mentioned another live stream, Tony Saurus Rex. Gotta check him out too. They both on YouTube. I know them, and they help people out. All Things Paranormal Leslie fixing to start doing some live streams, and everybody knows she helps out. But once you get out there to somewhere else, Gypsy Road does a live stream. He's a pretty good guy. He gives shout outs. He'll help you out. You could be JBD. Go to Gypsy Road's channel, and JBD will go, hey, JBD got a good channel. I don't think y'all ought to check him out. And him out in a 2-hour stream. They're trying to be nice, trying to be diplomatic. Well, Ghost, I'll tell you like this. You sit there and you start a live, it'd be like when Holly used to run lives on Sundays. I'll figure out where you do your live, and we coordinate it. We can work around each other. We don't interfere with each other. You do it live and you never know. I might show up and aggravate the hell out of you, be at your live telling you, by God. Oh, I'm still waiting on Allie and yeah, we ain't gonna let nobody steal no catchphrase. I'll tell him, by God. Oh, hee hee. Where's Allie and that popcorn? Oh, hee hee. All righty, Fox, good deal. Hope y'all will check out Fox's channel. Fox is new. Venom got the popcorn. Hee hee. All righty, Allie's back. All right, they go 5-1 for JBD. We'll do one there for Fox. JBD put out one there today. One thing I like about JBD's channel. That's one thing I like about JBD's channel. JBD does a little bit of everything on his videos to catch people's attention. That's it. Work together. Me and Leslie were talking about the other night. I was like, you know, a 4-legged table best. You can get by with a 3-legged table. But you get down to a 2-legged table, you ain't got much of nothing. Oh God, here we go. Gonna drop a link in the channel. JBD done a pretty good little video there today.
And there's the finished product after you melt the cheese on it. Like I said, I'd rather have other stuff in with it, but you just use what you got. But it's good, great with refried beans on the bottom, then the meat, then refried beans, diced up onions, and when it's done, even put some more onions and some shredded lettuce on top. And it's really, really good. I'm getting ready to eat it right now. Anyways, simple, easy, and only took, what, 5 minutes to mix it all up, and then whatever time it takes to cook, which is anywhere from 25, 35, 40 minutes, what all you put in with it. So, there we go. Enjoy.
All right, I dropped that link in there for JBD. All righty. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, JBD, there tomorrow. I'm giving you first hit on it there. We start the stream up, and I'm going to sit there and play out some of your videos. If y'all would there, please check out JBD's channel. He got all kinds of good stuff. An Astroglide, by God. Might as well throw some peanut butter in there, too. See, I'll have to show you sometime, Allie, by God. Oh, one popcorn trick. Oh, thank you, Ghost. All right, I'm going to check out one for Fox. I dropped Hensley Paranormal's link in there a little earlier. If y'all hadn't checked him out, he definitely deserves a look-see. Let's see. Let's go to Fox. All right, explore around the hill. There we go. We'll be running a Venomous Fringe here in a second. There tomorrow, I'm gonna start out with JBD, do something about Fox. I don't see about running one from Ghost Quest. Be the first three. The rocket boosters. By God. All righty. That was a pretty good little video you done there, Fox. Hey, maybe next time you do a little longer there with the guitar, and we can play that and get you some more exposure. Stairway to Heaven's a good one. I'll try to do like a 5-minute video. It's easier for me to stream it than like a minute and a half or 2 minutes, because then I'm sitting there jumpy, not wanting it to play Jimi Hendrix doing Stairway to Heaven or something for real and get me up shit creek. Fox, keep turning them out, bro. You're getting better with your videos. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Fox, you're doing pretty good with that guitar. And I've definitely seen improvements in your videos, bro. Just keep at it. Up next, we'll drop a link there in the chat. Venomous Friends, or shall we say Friendsaholics everywhere. Hey, check out this channel if you would there. My God. All righty.
And we're live. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a special live edition of the Venomous Fringe on this late Tuesday evening. It's very great to have you all here coming into the chat live, and it's going to be great to be doing a nice little live stream with all you guys tonight. I hope you all are doing well. It's pretty chilly by me, and of course, as always, you know, in the great eastern portion of the U.S., fall is upon, and of course, as always, we like to bundle up around this time of year. And interestingly enough, this time of year, it's actually on point, because there was a huge gap in between, of course, the in the 2010s especially, when we would be flooded with humidity and warm temperatures throughout October, November, even to December, and everybody was getting sick by where I live and the time. And long story short, you know, it was such a crazy period of time in a sense, because it was like the weather change was just brutal. And now we have some great fall weather. I don't know how it is for a lot of you guys overseas or in the other portions of the U.S., but It's good to have fall weather is basically what I'm stressing out here. And the music you're hearing is coming from a subscriber of mine named Charles Urban. You guys probably remember Charles from the 2 shows we did. Shout out goes to him. He did some pretty good music for this, and I really like it. So shout out to you, Charles. Thank you again, brother. I really appreciate it. Hello, everybody coming into chat right now. Good evening, guys. It's great to have you all here. So tonight I want to do something a little different. I want to kind of do an interaction with all of you guys and hear some of your opinions on what you guys think cryptids and paranormal are. And also, too, I want to go ahead and I want to stress it out that we'll talk a little bit about some other stuff, too, such as cryptids and paranormal. I'll tell you guys some of the things I've encountered. And, of course, as always, my opinion on cryptids and the upcoming show we're doing on the infamous Sheep's Watch. Good evening, everybody. Hello, Treva. Hello, Bigfoot Odyssey. How you guys doing over there? Hope you guys are well. So tonight's show is pretty different, and I want to do it differently because I think it'd be a great little start to hear what you guys have to say about some of your views on cryptids and, of course, paranormal. Now, I don't really talk about paranormal a lot on the show, and I think this is a good way to kind of open it up a little bit because I will go out and say is I have had paranormal encounters before. And it's quite ironic because the majority of the show is I discuss cryptids, and really I don't mention this, but I've mentioned this on Josh Turner's podcast as well as also too a few other shows I did. And I don't think I really mention as much to others, but of course, as always, what I'm getting at is that it's always best to open up about other topics. And that's kind of why I took a break from the whole Dogman discussion and focusing on other cryptids. And a lot of you guys actually sent me some interesting messages about Lizardman, which was pretty interesting to me because I just want to put it out there that we're not really necessarily touching. I wanted to get the Scape Ore Swamp reports out of the way because there's a lot more reports of these reptilian hominids. And a lot of you guys and that sent me some of the messages were saying that they were mistaking it for reptilian people, and I try to make it clear that we're not talking about them. There might be a connection, but of course we don't know for sure. But I'm going to be doing more episodes on that, as well as also too returning to Goatman and even going back to Mothman and down the road. There's always something new happening every day in the cryptid world, whether there's a report or an encounter. Or some sort of interesting evidence or whatever the case may be. And we hear about it all the time in the groups and whatnot. So in all reality, it's always great to catch up on other older topics. And a lot of you guys have been kind of asking me about what we're planning for the 31st. I'm going to go into some detail about that a little later. But as of right now, I'm just going to go ahead and just talk about what we're here to discuss tonight. So David Tracy, he says, hello, excited to be here. Hello, David. And hello to everybody else who's tuning into this live stream. It's very great to have you all here this evening. David says that he's excited to see the show, and he'd like to know more about the Sheep's Watch. Well, the Sheep's Watch is a very interesting cryptid, right? Because the Sheep's Watch is a cryptid that is relatively discussed. It's much like the other few cryptids I've discussed, from the Goatman to the Jersey Devil to the Lizardman. We've been touching base with cryptids that haven't really had much relevance. And of course, this is also in conjunction because we know that like the top 5 in a sense are like Bigfoot, Dogman. Some could say Loch Ness even. You could put the Mothman up there, I suppose. And then, in that list, of course, regular just giant mountain monsters are so in the case. But it really depends on how you really connect it to, because that's kind of how I would see it in a top 5 tier list. But point being is that, with cryptids like what we're talking about other cryptids that are different, cryptids that are in the same junction of Sasquatch and Dogman and other cryptids that we all know about, but of course also to touch a base on something that would be more discussed, because a lot of people didn't really know about some of the cryptids that we're talking about so far. So it's great to hear that type of feedback. I'm glad for that. But the Sheep Squatch, I'm not going to give away anything, but I'm going to be talking about it this Saturday coming up
And a lot of these reports are pretty intense. I mean, you got some reports that I've been reading up, depending on how accurate they are, of people getting their tents ripped open, this creature almost killing people. And at this point in time, I was thinking the dog man was a far more precursor to this creature, but it's definitely something. And I'll be discussing more about that on Saturday evening. Now, I also have another interview I'm doing, and this interview is going to be uploaded on, I'm going to push it to next week. And then once that's out, we're going to proceed into the next portion because we're getting close to the infamous October 31st show at that point. But this is just a shout out to the one guy that we're doing an interview with, Mike. Mike, I apologize again for not necessarily doing the interview, putting it out there tonight, but I will be pushing it next week. I appreciate it. And of course, I know you said it was fine, but just another apology. Just wanted to get that out of the way. That was something I forgot to bring up at the start of the show. But I'm just going to go ahead, and I know a couple of you guys put a few questions out. Doug T's question was, do you think that all the disappearances in national parks are due to cryptids? I like this question a lot because I really enjoy like where or one might think about where they necessarily, if there is some sort of connection or rather convincing that in a lot of these national parks that there are a lot of animals out there. You know, it's not just necessarily the cryptids. You also got your regular zoological creatures like a bear. You've got the mountain lions. I mean, Yellowstone is flooded, and there's been multiple reports throughout the years of the bear attacks and people getting killed and people just, you know, it's basically, really in a lot of national parks, it depends on the where these animals and how native they are. Because like in for example, you take out in the state of New Jersey, right? The most infamous is, of course, we get the traces of black bear. Nothing too relevant. There's been a lot of coyote sightings lately, and there's also been a cougar report up north and southern. And really, I mean, just to give an example, the native animals of each state, it depends on where or what disappearances wise, or if they are attributed to that of a regular wild animal, because some of those cases could very well be the case. Now, in many of the disappearances throughout national parks, though, the whole thing is that there have been many reports, and I believe Politis has also documented this too, is that there's a lot of government-like officials when they come to these disappearances. There have been reports of people in certain forest regions scattered throughout the U.S. There's so many names that I don't have them off the top of my head, but you have people, let's just say a huge demographic of people missing in a lot of the southern region of the U.S. So we go from Mississippi to Louisiana, Arkansas, Kansas, Ohio, and going down off the ridge of New Mexico, Texas. You have all these missing cases of people, right? And why are there why are there feds, why are there government classified officials, servicemen that work for the government, right? Why are these people there? Now, of course, I'm not necessarily trying to throw a nudge. I'm just simply stating out the whole common basis that why would it be that there seems to be more of a relatively cover up to that, right? Because it's been kind of said there and there before about reports of how there's high class officials at these disappearances. Now, you know, the whole idea is that if it's just a normal bear, right? What's the whole thing? But you know, what is there more to it? Why would there be feds coming to launch out a bear? They can just call the local wildlife commission and handle that. But of course, it depends really. I believe that there is a mixture of both. I believe that there is a missing reports of people who go missing due to regular zoological bear attacks or just in general. But plus too, you know, people, I think when they go into these regions, they don't know where they're going or there's more to it. There's like literally more to it, I think, because I've read reports, right, and even just on the discussion of this right now, there is this case that occurred in 2014 of two teenagers, right, that were missing in somewhere in, I believe it was Peru or Spain. Can anybody like off the top of my head? I'm trying to think, but someone knows what I'm talking about though. Like I'm talking about the report of these missing girls that were in South America who went missing, and they were in this rainforest or this forest, and there was a huge thing about it. Like there was photos taken, and that some of the photos were missing, and that it appeared that one of them got hurt. Now, I bring it up because there are people that will go missing that in places because they do not know either where they're going, or just people get injured while in these trails. Because really, when you're in a national park, you're on your own, really. You know, it's kind of just like, unless you're with people, or I always go, like, what made me start to get out into the woods more and enjoy it was the fact of learning from people who've had outdoor experience. And I think that's what really, I think, classifies those who go out into the bush and start out researching, because of learning it from somebody, or understanding your surroundings. And I think also too, what helps these podcasts is help give the idea that there are more than actual regular zoological creatures out there. And then, you know, and I see, okay, so yeah, I know some of you guys have mentioned it, but I forgot the names of the two girls who were involved. It was two women, and they were, of course, in a situation that, of course, unfortunately, they were found dead, reportedly, I believe. But it's a very chilling case because there was photographs that were taken. And I mean, who knows what's really out in the woods too, besides wild animals? I mean, there's people who are in the woods all the time too. So to emphasize, Doug, on your question, I know I kind of spent a long time on it, but it's just an interesting thing to talk about. And Melissa, you brought up something good. Polites did mention that as well. But it's really, I mean, there are some things that really do bump out. And the missing 411, I mean, I think it also attributes to cryptids too, because I think we know that they're out there and they could play a role in that. But I mean, at the same time, we don't know for sure. That's why it's called the missing 411, right? I mean, everything that David's done, I look at it and I enjoy. It's just that it's hard to really make out what's really there because we don't know. There's an unknown explanation to why all of these people have gone missing, and why there's very little things to back it up. And I just want to also say before we continue the show that it appears that I think YouTube settings are just terrible tonight, or the weather by me is awful because we're having high winds. So if the video is buffering, or if you can't really hear it, I do apologize for that. I'm hoping that I can just get it fixed. It's just bumping off and on. So I do apologize, folks, for that little difficulty. But also, too, YouTube has its ups and downs as of late, I guess you can say. So just so everybody knows, too, I'm going down the chat because a lot of you guys contributed in the comments so far. So I'm just going to go down the chat, all right? So if you post a comment or a question, if I don't get to it just yet, don't worry, I'm going to get to it. It's just how it normally goes, and I try my best to keep up with the questions. Following Doug's comment, Chaos asks, have you heard of the Catman or the Wampus Cat? I've heard of them. Catman I've heard, but I also feel that there's a lot of, I think, tension and a lot of miscommunication, and of what possibly could be different variants of other cryptids. And personally, I feel that, you know, Catman, I would feel that there has to be a more scientific term. Obviously, some sort of hybrid or some sort of feline, DNA mutated, of course. Well, not mutated, maybe that's the wrong term I'm using. Maybe more of a genetically spared type of DNA that was able to, of course, give a hybrid between feline, of course, possibly human, or something else in relation. Sasquatch, maybe. A lot of people still theorize about the Sasquatch and the whole connection between dogmen and other primates. But point being is that the Catman, I have heard of, but I haven't really seen a report that's made me stick out, that's made me fall of interest of it, because I don't know if it would be true or if it'd be false. As for the Wampus Cat, there have been some reports I've heard of the Wampus Cat, and the Wampus Cat is one that I think I've been curious to explore because of just how, like, intriguing it could be, like, in American folklore. You know, the whole, like, idea of the Wampus Cat, and Vance Randolph, of course, the vocalist behind him. The infamous words of course, a kind of amphibious panther which leaps into the water and swims like a colossal mink. Those are some pretty interesting words to describe something. And it's been huge in our folklore too, folks. I mean, I discussed on my Lizard Man show the kappa could be a descendant, but that's in, of course, Japan folklore, the original gremlin, as I call it. So it's quite interesting how in folklore. But the Catman, I mean, it could be, of course, I think maybe the scientific term you may want to go about is probably Wampus. I may have just said two different things at once, but I think that's probably because I was sidetracked by the question. But yeah, the Wampus Cat, I would say, is better. The mystery of course, in ancient folklore. But Wampus, whatever, yeah. So my bad, Chaos. I totally just I said it as if there were two actual creatures and forgot about that or. Let us go down the line because there are some interesting questions. Jay Coop. Hey Jay, how you doing tonight, bud? Would you rather be attacked by a Sasquatch or Dogman? This is already getting interesting. Do you think if Bigfoot attacked you, it would rip your arm off and beat you to death with it like Han said Chewbacca would? That's a good preparation for the Rise of Skywalker. Very good. But to answer your question, Jay, I personally would take an attack by a Sasquatch, but they're mean. Like, they'll literally, like, they'll smack you on the head and knock you out. Like, Harry and the Hendersons, there's this one scene where the Bigfoot is... There's a common trend where, like, he'll grab one of the characters, or he'll swing his hand at the character's face, and magically they'll fall to the ground. So my point is that I would feel that a smack to the face by a Sasquatch would knock me out cold. And personally, I would also feel that it would be, if I wanted to rip my arm off, I would feel that it would be very violent. I personally would think of it as an experience that you can only imagine if you would truly piss off a Bigfoot. And I wouldn't be fooled. I mean, people would fear Dogman too, but a Dogman can just maul you to death. I'm pretty sure that if the Dogman felt you were a threat, it would warn you strongly before it decided to kill you. And I think a Sasquatch would too. I mean, we've heard vocalizations, we've heard mimicking, we've heard tree knocking. You know, that's a big one. And that's probably a huge, huge mistake to do personally, to piss off any of these cryptids, because I don't know how true this footage is, but there was apparently a report of people, I forgot where, that filmed a Bigfoot. MBTV posted this, and the Bigfoot looked old. It looked like it had tumors on it. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being serious. And then you have this one incident where I guess they may have done something, or it was an aggressive Sasquatch, and it just apparently chases them and kills them or attacks them or something. I don't think something like that would personally make the internet because it'd be banned. It'd probably be on live leak of the dark web. But I mean, personally, I don't know. But what I'm getting at is that I would feel it would take a lot to piss off a cryptid, really. But Bigfoot ripping my arm off would be pretty interesting, but I wouldn't want to go too deep. David Tracy goes, do you think the Dogman would follow people after a sighting by telepathy, or like the way a snake can follow its victim through venom? I mean, you know, when I look at it, that's a good one too. That's actually a pretty interesting question. Now, mind you, I just want everybody to know that all of my answers to all of your questions are my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. It's perfectly fine. But I'm going to give you my insight on it and how I feel about it. So you're asking if they were to follow somebody through telepathic or simply by some sort of type of interdimensional kind of connection wise, where it's almost like where they can speak to them or somehow reach it to it, like a psychosis, schizophrenia type scenario, is what you're getting at. Now, personally, I would think that in many of the reports where people who've been having telepathic connection, it's almost like when people have dreams of them, whether it's before an encounter or after an encounter, and you wake up and you're like, what was that? The whole idea is that there are certain things that attract these creatures. There's certain sense, there's certain personas, and I mean that by saying that there's certain personalities that impact these creatures. I've spoken to enough people whom have told me on all sides of the plate, whether it's just by simple supernatural or some sort of telepathic connection, or it's the fact that, like you had made mention of how, like, it's almost predator instinct, but also too blood instinct. What attracts a shark? Blood, right? Well, something about the person, be attracted to them in a sense, is kind of what I'm getting at. Do you see where I'm going with this? Because I'm not saying that, like, you cut yourself or something. I'm not saying it to be comedic either, but I'm saying it's like, you're bleeding or something, right? And it's not like blood's going to attract this dogman. Maybe it might actually, but not in the sense you might be going about it. So to answer your question, David, personally, I feel that if I'm seeing the fact of it now, I'm not a big believer in the dimensional supernatural discussion of the dogmen because of how controversial it is. So basically, what I'm saying is, if there was a source of telepathic communication, perhaps maybe it's some form of psychosis, maybe in a dream, or where one might assume that there's a connection or some sort of instant happening. I mean, magic and people who've had these type of spiritual connections with people in a paranormal presence have often had those type of signals pop off of what may or may not be. But personally, I also too have never witnessed this or experienced it, so I can't give a definitive answer on it. So if there was a typical predator instinct of one where they might, the instinct of something about the person, which I had done a case on, then yeah, absolutely. It just depends on, of course, what, of course, would be the case, depending on how it goes about. Thank you again, Treva, and for the big time, and Julie R for the infamous, where the disappearances of these two women with their names were okay. Yeah, it's funny in a sense because this appeared on my recommended. Everybody has probably gotten the YouTube algorithm really affiliated with themselves now, right? Where we all are used to the algorithm and how it recommends things to us. And it appeared that their disappearance story popped up on my feed, and it was just such an interesting case. And personally, it really does attract. Really does. The Wampus Cat is a Bigfoot where I grew up in the deep south. I like that. I like that. I thought that does sound pretty familiar though, Karen. Just gotta look up in the trees, Julie R says. Okay, I thought I lost the chat for a second. Jay Coop, he goes, yo, Chris, I've tried multiple times to request my local library to acquire the missing 411 book, and they've never gotten back to me. Well, they're idiots. They have 3 copies of Mein Kampf. Oh, jeez. Well, Jay Coop, I strongly suggest that maybe you should order your books offline because, I mean, it appears that the local library doesn't appear to have a very solid figure. I will admit, though, I mean, I've see the closest library to me is is locally located in the southern region, not too far from where I'm at. Now that I'm in a different state, it's actually 22 miles out of my reach. But that's the beauty of living a very outdoors type of life in a different state. And to make a long story short, I think libraries now don't have a lot, but I remember when I went to this library where I used to live, and I had also seen the first publication of Linda Godfrey's book, which was the only publication in that. So libraries they don't appear to me, they have some sort of kind of prejudice towards, I guess, Missing 401. Or also, it could be also they don't think it might be of interest. But if you want to, Jay, get it from Barnes and Noble online. It's probably cheaper if you buy it used too. Hello, Dance. How was your dance tonight, Dance? Jeremiah. Hey, Jeremiah. How are you? What do you think of the chupacabra? Actual cryptid or some kind of mutated candid? Okay. Well, the chupacabra is what originally was a South American legend has now evolved into a legend also in the U.S. and has also become a bit of a cultural phenomenon, not only just in the South America, but also too you have people who had little small things to say about it in the U.S. So there's been so many interesting cases of the chupacabra. Now, El Chupacabra was the first reported alien. There's a few different variants. There's the dog type looking one that was chased on video reportedly, but I don't think it was confirmed to be true. There's ones that do look like they're just rabid dogs. And then you have the one, just like Cookie is mentioning, that says there have been some in Puerto Rico. Now, Puerto Rico is a very, very interesting place because there's a lot of tropical, literally beautiful places throughout this establishment. And I'm telling you, it's a beautiful place. And people back in the 90s, when they were living there, were seeing this alien-looking thing just raiding their lawns and killing their goats. And El Chupacabra was the reptilian-looking creature. I'll never forget it when Robert Stack did an Unsolved Mystery segment on that. And it just freaked me out. I was like, oh my God, El Chupacabra. What is this thing? So, it truly was a fascinating thing to look up, and it just was freaky. And I was just so blown away by it. But El Chupacabra, I think there's so many different variants. I just think it's some sort of mutated animal. But then you would also want to explain the reptilian-looking one. Why that one or the alien-shaped one with the red eyes? Because there's a few different ones. I think in every culture there are some sort of hybrids and there's some sort of meaning. Because really, I don't think there's an actual depiction of what the chupacabra is. Because when you refer to that in the English version, it just means the goat sucker. This thing originally was reported to be killing goats by sucking out their blood and not leaving a trace. It was just drained. It was like they just left it dry. So, I mean, I think the chupacabra, it's a variation of different animals that are either rabid dogs or some sort of mutated animal or some hybrid. And it is not because chupacabra, like I said, means goat sucker. So really, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have a special term. It's not like Bigfoot. The other term would be Sasquatch or the hairy man or something like. We all know our Bigfoot terms, right? How strong does anyone guess the Patty Squatch is the bigger and the bigger goat with face eater types? Well, let me ask you this, Dance. Face eater types, were we referring to what one made a comment about face eater types once before? I'm just curious. But to answer your question, I don't think it is. I think it's just a regular Sasquatch. Rava, sorry to backtrack some, but traditionally, are the stories of the sheep squatch typically just from Kentucky? No, actually, it's interesting because the sheep squatch origin seems to be a mixture between West Virginia, Kentucky, and apparently Ohio. I'm going to mention this on my show, but basically, a lot of people suspected that the sheep squatch was a descendant, or not descendant. It was it originated in West Virginia. And that's where a lot of the reports first started. There were reports of people seeing this thing in West Virginia, preferably in the Point Pleasant region, which, quite ironic, home of the Mothman. Yay! So, the whole thing is that this sheep squatch has been reported to be in West Virginia, been reported in Kentucky, but I think it's originally from West Virginia and it migrated into these states because from West Virginia to Kentucky, it's not too far, It's not too far away. And personally, it wouldn't surprise me if there are different variants of them. And I think there are, just like Goatman. Chaos Knight goes, do you think that there are clear Dogman or Bigfoot photos on the deep web? Oh, I believe so. There's definitely some, there's a reason why people don't toy around with the deep web, I guess you can say. Normal people and people who are professional hackers. It's very much so that for many, like when it comes to a lot of the evidence, there's a lot of backlash. And a lot of the backlash is because it's mostly due to the fact that there's a lot of blurry imagery. And I stopped because I wanted to figure out how I was going to go about this explaining, because I feel there's a lot of deep communication, a lot of miscommunication too as well. There's a lot of reasons why Dogman evidence is probably not revealed to the public, and it's not part of your question, Chaos, but to find a photo like that on the deep web, it would take a lot. Do I believe that there are? Absolutely. I just don't know for sure, because of course there appears to be a lot of backlash if you take the deep web on a spin and run for its money, if you get what I mean. Tony Popplewell, anyone know what a mountain giant is? Mountain giants, giant creatures, or taller than your average other creatures, even like Sasquatch, even like these are literally, I guess you could say, the granddaddy of Sasquatch, or just in general, just giant people seen throughout the regions of the U.S. and seen reportedly in the deep forest region of mountains. But also too, I don't know too much about them, and I'm open for exploration, of course, on where you go about it with these creatures. And that's also a topic I want to explore on my show. Cool, Calm, and Collected goes, have there been any reports from these people that live in converted vans and school buses traveling all over of having any type of cryptid encounters that you know of? It's interesting how you mention that, because there's so many, I think conversion of your typical vehicles and small houses now have been so prominent, right? That you can make it a small house. And that was a big thing. I've been watching so many videos on people who do that. And it does make sense for someone who is camping out in the forest region at night in their van in what appears to be their new home. It would make perfect sense for them to have an encounter with something, right? But do we know of it? Not necessarily. I haven't really collected reports of people who've seen that. There's a lot of vloggers out there that do that, and I do follow a few. They've never made a Bigfoot or a Dogman report, and they probably never will. But it is something of interest, and I will be exploring that some more as time goes on, because I think right about now, a lot of the people who do those converting, I think they've definitely seen some things, because some of these places have been reported in deep lands like Michigan. There was a dude that did a bus in Michigan. There was another one that was camping out in the Wisconsin woods. I mean, there's got to be people who've seen them, but I don't necessarily know of because I haven't had anybody come up to me about that. Paul Kokorotisis, Kokorasis, apologize if I butchered your name. Do you think that a dog man could survive the zombie apocalypse? It depends. I mean, a dog man could probably survive many things. I don't think it could survive a nuclear weapon, but I think it could survive. And besides, in the apocalypse too, you know, I mean, if the dogmen have the abilities to wield weapons, right? I'm pretty sure that they can have the ability to go ahead and then proceed to do as necessary needed and protect themselves. They will band as one and they will kill the zombies if needed. It's almost like Avengers and Battle of Titan, or what? Not Battle of Titan. Oh my God! I just killed the entire Infinity Saga for all of you. Well, anyways, totally irrelevant, and that's a big shout out to all of you guys who like those type of movies. Dennis Phillips goes, if you lived way back in the woods and found an abandoned dogman pup or Sasquatch baby, would you raise it? Well, see, here's the thing with that. I don't think a lot of people, when they're thinking, go out into the woods and they go out and they think, oh, well, you know, when it comes to dogman, like a pup might be alone, but what if the parents are actually near? But I will say this. I mean, I would say if I would raise one, I would. But, I mean, it's like when they reach, like, I guess 2, they have to let them go, right? Unless you can earn the trust of one. The same thing with a Sasquatch. It'd be like the one episode of My Unusual Animal Life and My Exotic Animals that will get banned because I will be a raiser of cryptids. And in response to you, Julie, Endgame was pretty good. Worth the 3 hours. So yeah. Hello, Della. How are you this evening? It's great to hear from you again. Ryan Tremley goes, any plans to cover the Geno Squaw? Interesting. The Genosqua. I will definitely be of interest to take a look at that. That is, of course, the subspecies reported as Sasquatch and mentioned in the Native American folklore of the stone giant man. Iroquois legend reports of the hairy hominid that was known, of course, for the Otne Yahed, or the Otne Nohahe, or the Otne Yahe. I just butchered that, which also translates to the stone giant and stone coat. I would love to do an episode on the Genosqua. I'm going to save that for a future episode because Bigfoot will be explored on our show. It's quite a first, but the #1 champion, the heavyweight of the hide and seek region, as they say, Bigfoot's coming to the Venom Strange as well. So to cover that, Genosqua will be on that list, Ryan. Hello, May. How are you? Home Dreams goes, I want an 8-foot-tall dogman to follow me around town off leash. As long as you can train it, man. Because I'm going to be honest with you, these things are pretty interesting. But I will say this, you know, to have that, that's pretty interesting, and I will agree with you. Sorry about that. I literally just sneezed, and I did not want to show it on the microphone because that just, to me, would be unprofessional. But anyways, Yeah, an 8-foot tall dogman on a leash. That's like finding a legendary animal in Red Dead Redemption 2 and bringing it into Valentine and watching it maul people. Shout out to Red Dead Redemption 2 fans, because I know that there's a few of you in here, and I mean that in a nice way. But yeah, so it's pretty unique, I guess you can say. 8-foot dogman, 8-foot, or Romeo Whiskey, is a dogman a werewolf? No, I don't think it is. And I'm going to repeat what I said earlier in reference to how everything I say is just of my opinion. You don't have to necessarily agree with me, but you might. I think that these are two different creatures, and I think it has a lot to do with two different backgrounds and origin. Werewolf is more European, right? Because we come back from the Renaissance age of the whole full moon, and villagers all throughout the scatterings of Europe were getting killed by these people that turned from man to wolf, the works of shapeshifters. I think the only time they really connect and intervene is when it comes to the whole shapeshifter discussion. But I think Dogman's more flesh and blood. I think Dogman's more historically in the native region, you know? But that also, too, could be a bit of black magic and supernatural, depending on how you look at it. So it's almost like I got to make a Venn diagram of both. And I might actually do that, folks. A Venn diagram. And it's going to be a controversial episode, so be on the lookout down the line of that. So I don't think they're, I think they're two separate creatures. I don't think it's a werewolf Romeo. You can always agree to disagree with me. I'm open to that. I'm honest and open with that. Have you heard of any Dogman or Bigfoot encounters or sightings in Connecticut? There's a lot of woods here. Oh, absolutely cool. I've absolutely seen a lot. I've heard a lot of reports. I've never had anybody explain or really go in depth with their reports, but there have been cases, and it's even seen on the map. But what kind of reports are you looking for exactly? Like, are you looking for cases like in a certain region or just in general? Thank you, Treva. I appreciate that. Oh, Della, absolutely. I think a Dogman would definitely pull you wherever he wanted to. It's like, you know, it's funny how you bring that up, Della, because I've seen videos of gorillas literally picking people up on tours. Now, I'm sure everyone here is very well aware that you're not really supposed to look at a gorilla. You're not supposed to beat your chest at a gorilla, because these all issue challenges and you don't want to get killed, right? I just want to make sure that everybody knows that. All joking aside, anyways, so I feel a Dogman, if in the case that they really truly wanted to, if they wanted to pull you, they would. I've heard reports of them licking people. I've heard reports of them trying to grab people. It makes perfect sense. So when you think about it, it would. It really would. I think they could pull you wherever they chose to. I had to take a second to look at your comment. I was really intrigued by that. There's a werewolf video game that is supposed to come out next year, but I haven't heard any recent updates. Government interference? I highly don't think so, Paul. It might just be the fact that each company and developers have budget cuts and budget issues. Perhaps maybe there has been some discussion about it, or really just in general, it wouldn't make sense, because then we wouldn't have a lot of vampire-type video games come out, or movies, Wolfenstein being one. So, I mean, or just in general. So I don't think that's the case, but also, too, there's a lot of budget cuts when video game development. I have a lot of people that I know who do video game development, and they've spoken to me about the process and that each company's thrown on a budget. So, you know, it works both ways. Jay Coop, Chris, do you play Red Dead Redemption 2? Of course, I'm a big fan of Red Dead. I also do Zombie League, so that gives you an idea. I'm a big video gamer. So yeah, I haven't played Red Dead in a long time though. I mostly played the campaign. I stopped playing online because I just got tired of the ridiculousness of it. So yeah. But yeah, cool. In general, yeah, they're seen throughout Connecticut. If you want to send me an email at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com, I can show you a bit more of an explanational diagram of where they're located. Unfortunately, I don't have it on me right now, but if you want to send me an email later, absolutely go right ahead, and I'll gladly give that to you. Tony, you say, wonder why people have tails and some don't. Why people have tails and some don't. Did you ever just catch that? Wonder why some have tails and some don't. Well, basically, you know, I think in many cases there are different variants that do have tails and some that don't. I don't think it means a difference, though. It could mean something totally out of the loop. Totally out of the loop. But at the same time, you know, it's pretty interesting because this is why some people think werewolf, because they think of tails. And when you think of tails, you know, the whole idea behind them is that there's just different variants. And real quick, Ryan, one of my moderators, is going to go and do a dogman investigation. Hey, brother, I'm going to send you some positive vibes and prayers to be safe out there, man. I'm going to be your supporter going through this. Ryan, just be careful, keep me updated. And of course, I know you're wise enough and a smart man, and I know you can do it. So be safe, my guy. I was hoping Red Dead 2 would release an Undead Nightmare 2 DLC. The first one had a Sasquatch mission in it. That was one of my favorite DLCs, Jacob. And it's interesting. It's very interesting. But maybe Red Dead 2 will have Undead Nightmare 2. Hey, brother, I heard a crazy story about a woman having a dogman trained. She drove in what seemed like a Black Ops sedan-style vehicle. It probably knows a thing or two to a guy that might know a thing or two. Sounds like that, Jimmy. I would love to hear more about that. Do you have more intel on that? I'd love to hear more. You're training a dog, man. That's scary, man. I don't mean to sound stupid when I say that. I'm being serious. I don't have any other words to go about that. That's just scary. Train it to use a gun. Train it to use a knife. They fear knives, though. Train it to drive a car. Just imagine, right? You know, your dog man's in a truck, and you're just pulling up, and you see that. Like, how freaked out would everybody be? Let me ask it to everybody. How freaked out would you be when you see that? I personally would just run the red light. I don't care. That's not right. That's wrong, but it's scary. And if it waves at me, it's even worse. I'd be freaked out. Freaked out to the core. In reality, it'd be pretty cool, though. Could have been a creepypasta, but it was on a channel that has only real stories. What was the channel, Jimmy? Let me ask you that. What was the channel? There's a few out there that like to make stories, but I'm not going to go into depth. Some stories are not necessarily accurate, is what I'm getting at. I'm trying to type a hype train on someone, but I'm skeptical of a few others. But it is what it is, because that's just who I am. Hey, Luke, what is your opinion on the rake? Well, you know, here's the deal, right? I think it's really much so. This is probably the one podcast I'll officially give you guys my opinion on the rake as much as I'll ever. The rake is a very interesting cryptid, but it was first originated, right, from a creepypasta form. The rake has been around as far back as 2008 with the Slender Man. And we all know by now the Slender Man isn't really a cryptid or some sort of paranormal entity. It came from a form, right? The rake came from a form. But I mean, personally, if the rake is true, this is a very mysterious case of possible supernatural or some sort of mysterious cryptid that might be a skinwalker or a shapeshifter. But I don't think you would call it a rake. I think you call it something more. And as for that YouTuber Dixie Cryptid, you had said that's the story, Jimmy. I've always liked Dixie. I believe it. I don't think Dixie would sit there to make something up like that. I'm not saying that to cower in. I'm being honest. I like people in this field. Obviously, I mean, I don't speak about them because it's not my show to do that. But I mean, I don't think Dixie would make something up like that, though, Jim. I'm not saying you said it, but I'm just saying like I don't think like, you know, he's always posted some pretty good stories. So that's what I'm getting at, buddy. And Luke, I hope I answered your question properly, bud. Let's go down the canopy. Overbuilt Automotive. Hey, I just sent you the movies. I said I would months ago, sir. Hey, thank you, Overbuilt. I'll check that email in just a second, all right, bud? I heard this from another show that said Bigfoot can shrink themselves down and go into holes. What do you think? What show, Forest Bros? I'm curious. I've never heard that, though. Then that would make some sort of mysterious magic, black magic. Tighten Up says, Chris, are there any accounts of dogmen or Bigfoot having conversations with humans? There have been some reports in the past. There have been cases. There was a woman, I believe, in some southern state. I forgot which. Doesn't come to mind right now. But if I'm telling the story, if you happen to know it, please tell me. Anyways, so this woman apparently had a conversation with a Bigfoot. Bigfoot needed onion. Bigfoot needed grapes. Woman lived in the southern region, and there have definitely been some interactions with them. People have communicated with them, I assume. Dogmen, maybe. Depends on the preference. Maybe the dogman's having a bad night. Ready to talk to somebody. In the less comedical aspect of that, I would say that they do have a very serious conversation with us, and they know what we are, they know how we speak, and obviously they want to speak to get to know us, maybe, who knows. But yes, Tighten Up, I think that there is a lot of communication. Venomous Fringe, you heard my initial Dogman encounter, right? Matt Squatch presents a video on it. Which one, Brian? There's so many I've viewed. I just haven't gotten a chance to. I mean, maybe I have listened to it, maybe I haven't. I will admit, there's not a lot of. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts as much as I used to, Cryptid-wise, because I'm always busy working on mine, and also too, I haven't really had the time because I've just been very busy lately. So, and then when I do listen to podcasts, I go to sleep. So it's like I miss it. But even Matt Squatch's content, you know, even though it's not really a podcast, it's still pretty good. But I haven't probably watched. I have to catch up in a sense. I'm just scrolling down the. All right. Fleshgate. All right, I'm gonna need to figure out what this one is. What's Fleshgate? This is the first I'm hearing of Fleshgate, and it sounds stupid, but Fleshgate. Can you elaborate a little bit, Trey, on what that means? I'm just curious. Della, do you think it's possible, or have you heard of anyone habituating with a dogman ever? Very interesting question. This one is interesting. The question of what it is of to make used to something in a frequent sense. Most likely there have been reports. I just don't think, in a sense, that it's documented as such, which is a shame because this is why when we ask questions like this, we wonder. I don't think there's enough documentation, though, to say about that, of habituating in terms, truly. But it's a very good thing, and I just wish there was more discussion on them. Well, Ryan, you asked this thing about how, like, if you study and analyze the canine behavior, it can be applied to Dogman through that. And I have a researcher, he was on my show, Ricardo Sanchez. He also did my Dogman Revelation show. He's done that, and he's spoken research. If you're in the groups, he's mentioned his research all the time. Truly. Any cryptids in Arkansas? Yeah, Mike. There's been reports of cryptids. You also have the infamous Falk monster in Falk, Arkansas. Have you heard of that? Now, some of you guys have mentioned about Falk monster. Look at this, scrolling to the chat. So, Della, you say again, what do cryptids do with their dead? Bury them? We really find no bones. I believe that there is some sort of, like, I guess, ritual that when they do die, that there is some sort of way of how they go about and burying their young or deceased loved ones, or whatever the case may be, whatever relevance to the tribesmen. Of course, there's a certain way when people of a tribe die, there's a certain way they go about of viewing. I would think they do the same with the Bigfoots and the Dogmen of the world. Well, up there, Carlitos Way. What about the trail cam picture of the rake? Well, it does look like something. There's something in that photo I don't know, but it's of interest. I don't really have an idea. It could be a rake. It could be something of a skinwalker. For all we know, this biggest mystery of that photo could be just a big Photoshop, and no one's really seen the look into it. But I believe a lot of Photoshop experts looked at that, and they did come back saying that it wasn't a composite, meaning that it wasn't fabricated in any sense. So, you be the judge. The Fleshgate, as Trevor says, it's a very interesting name. Another term for the skinwalker. Possibly, it could be. I'll look into that tonight, and I'll definitely be throwing an episode on that. It sounds pretty interesting, just like the Genawaska, or the Genowaska, as probably butcher that name again. But point being, a lot of them. Clan Sith goes, what are your thoughts on the possibility of more swamp-based Bigfoot being lizard men? There was an old story, and one of my moderators in my group talked to me about this the other day, about how the lizard man could have possibly been a burnt Sasquatch fueled with rage because this creature was brutally just murdered, in a sense, almost in a forest fire or some case. And it definitely was mad and wanted retaliation and just doesn't like human beings. Maybe there's an instinct, maybe there's a scent to a human being, one that attracts negative thoughts and sense, which might make one of these creatures go berserk, in a sense. But I believe there might be some sort of reptilian hominid that might be crossbred with a mammal and, of course, a reptilian to create that. There's been a lot of conspiracy behind the Honey Island swamp monster being a reptilian and primate hybrid due to the fact that this reported creature had laid eggs. Paul goes, do you think the rake and the Wendigo are the same entity? They look the same. I believe it's a skinwalker, so I believe it might be a Wendigo, indeed. For the big time, has the subject of Thunderbirds died down to the lack of any new sightings? I think the Mothman and Owlman phenomenon had taken over, and that's why the Thunderbirds becoming almost obsolete. There's discussions on them, though. There's discussions there and there on the infamous Thunderbirds, but not as relevant in mainstream as it was today compared to how it was back then. The chupacabra I would call a cryptid, but at the same time, I mean, like Ryan just puts them underneath, undiscovered or unknown species. So yeah, but like I made mention, earlier on the podcast, I made mention about how this thing could also just be a rabid dog because there's different variations of them that are seen. Because ones look like Tasmanian devils, almost rabid dogs. So maybe, but I would also classify those as a cryptid. So yeah, unknown species probably, maybe a hybrid variant of a dog, a precursor. Maybe Chupacabra has some sort of connection with Dogman. It opens up a whole door, right, of just mystery. Another question for you, Chris. What do you think about the intelligence of the likes of Dogman reports vary from sole, oblivious individuals to highly organized groups? The intelligence likes of a Dogman, and I think when it comes to people who, there's a lot of miscommunication. I think there's a lot of misinformation, right? When it comes to somebody who clearly has either seen a Dogman, is clueless what it is, and also to someone who's from a research value of organized groups. I'm taken by the term of organized groups such as research teams, whom may or may know a few things about them, but quite personally, I feel that there's a lot of misinformation when it comes to spreading of the information. And information, I think, becomes so misleading that it gets to a point where you really want to go ahead and you want to pull your hair out almost because you hear so much of what it could be. But at the same time, when it comes to what these creatures' intelligences are, I would go with the person who's been in the bush more than just once a month or twice or a few times a month, who's constantly in it, who's been in and out of it from day and night, bread and butter. You know, those are the people I want to listen to. And from the highly organized groups, if there is a foundation for that of people, then I would want to listen to them, if that makes sense. Any thoughts on the people encountering Black Panthers? There's been some reports. There's also been some cases in South America, and there's also been cases in Europe reported. No problem, Treva. Thank you for tuning into the stream tonight. You have a fantastic evening. I'll check out Fleshgate. Mr. Carlitos Way goes, what could the lifespan of a Dogman, if any? Well, I mean, I would think that the lifespan of a Dogman, even with a Bigfoot, would be probably maybe 50 or so years, maybe more than that. Because this is a creature that really stays in its adulthood life highly well built and doesn't begin to lose muscle mass and decreases in weight up until an elder age. But at the same time, it's truly one that's always kind of stuck with my curiosity. And, you know, it's just one that just truly, I guess, just stands out. I guess in a sense is what I'm getting at of how it goes about because of just the whole discussion of it. The lifespan, it's just a thing that we just don't really know too much about. And some we've seen elder ones, some we haven't. So it kind of goes in both ways. Ever heard of the Ozark Howler? No, I have not. But I've heard of people who say that they've heard weird things that bump at the night in certain regions. Michelle, Chris, have you ever had a non-cryptid paranormal experience? I've had paranormal encounters before, yes. And a lot of these paranormal encounters, they stem back to me when I was much younger. The first one happened when I was just in high school, and that was when I was at a friend's house. And there was a small poltergeist that occurred in his kitchen. The second one occurred when I was in an abandoned place, urban exploring. I was located in a park, and there's this one region that truly does stand out, and it was abandoned buildings. I took a photo of it. Second photo of the Screech, and I was with another person at the time, and we both bolted out of there. We were scared. I was more concerned for that individual than I was myself. Then there was another experience where I felt very nauseous in the Pine Barrens once. So, yeah, I personally, I've had a few occurrences with paranormal infrasound and also 2 weird and negative vibes and what appeared to have been some sort of demonic entity, or what, not demonic, some sort of very frustrated spirit or something there trying to tell me to get out. No, you mean intelligence, you said, Luke. Okay, as for intelligence, I believe that these creatures are more apex and more intelligent, and that they have worked in their own groups. I think they've been a part of a wolf pack before, and that they definitely do have that type of correspondence to how they speak and act to themselves. So truly, I would go on to say that yes, that these creatures do have a very high mental intelligence. There are some that just choose to be on their own, I guess, because of the fact that there's probably less population in certain regions, if that makes sense. And hopefully that answers your question, Luke, because there is a lot to it. There's a lot of mystery, I guess, when it comes to these type of events, or what appear to have been a turn of events for such cryptid. Ozark Howler is a big black cat-like creature with horns on its head. I've never heard of it. It sounds pretty interesting, though. I'll have to look into it. It's unfortunate. I feel that this has been something I've heard so long and so familiar. Have you ever heard of the Lechuza, a witch owl-like old woman that preys on children? It's a supposed Mexican cryptid. It sounds like it's a very supernatural entity as well, one that might be of an elemental type form, or practices black magic and is the work of voodoo. Personally, I've never heard of it. I would love to know more, like the Ozark Howler. So those 2 would be of true interest.
That'll work.
The Bell Witch. The Bell Witch. I originally read that as the Blair Witch, so I was watching that the other night. The Bell Witch, or the Bell Witch haunting, the local legend of the Southern American folklore that centered around this family in northwest Robertson County of Tennessee. John Bell Sr. had made this living as a farmer, and he had resided with his family along with the Red River in the area, currently near the town of Adams. According to this legend, from the 1817 to 1821, his family in the local area came under attack by a mostly invisible entity that was able to speak, affect the physical environment, and shapeshift. Personally, the Bell Witch appears to be some sort of supernatural entity. And I've been curious to discuss that. That's one I also want to talk about. So the Bell Witch, look forward to that one too. Bell Witch, very freaky one, to say the least. Yeah, but hopefully my opinion's been able to help you out, though, Luke. I can go into more detail if you'd like. But yeah, it's quite interesting, right? So there also, if I might, Brian, you say if you'd like, I could send some info on the Geno Squad. I wrote a long video some time back based on. Yeah, absolutely, man. Send me something. I'd love to know more about it. Nightmare Files. Thank you. Hey, Nightmare, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That really means a lot. That truly does. I appreciate that. So, it's interesting. Truly is. It truly is. Big shout out to Nightmare Files. Your channel, very interesting channel, by the way, if I might add. So I appreciate that. It's good to see other content creators reaching out to other content creators. So it's good to see that type of presence and respect coming. And as always, I appreciate the positivity. And like I told everybody on Saturday evening, the show, the new format, the new way I go about it, it's basically like a season 2. In this case, for me, it's like a season 3. And there's so much beauty to it. And when I made this hub, I wanted to create something so big, and it's been so phenomenal. To have 93 of you guys listening to me babble is truly amazing. And 93, some can argue, is not a lot, and it's perfectly cool because you know what? It's basically going on midnight. There's 93 of you guys staying up with me, and you guys are awesome. And 11K of you who gave me this opportunity, I gotta say, it's great to be a part of this ride. And we got so much going, so much more to go. So, of course, it moves. It definitely does move. So thank you again. So, Nightmare, you'd be a great fit with Dixie. I like Dixie. I think Dixie's great. Dixie's always been great providing with content he's put out. So I'd love to do a collaboration with him. Thank you again to Nightmare. Big shout out to you again. I really support your show and your channel. It's definitely come a long way. I will say that. Tell me more about the Ozark Howler. Interestingly enough, that's something I want to look up myself. And I will definitely look up the Ozark in just a second. I just want to get through some of these questions real quick. Carlito's Way, thank you for the kind words, my friend. I'm very glad I could be of that. I understand that too about the Dogman portion. And don't worry, Dogman's coming back in a big way. And as I want to make mention to you guys, October 31st, I made a teaser earlier, and October 31st, Dogman returns with a special 13-hour live Venomous Fringe edition in which we will be live throughout the majority of these 13 hours, literally. We'll be doing a compilation of everyone's favorite Dogman, 10 Tales of Dogman shows and other Dogman related shows, from states and activities to small little story episodes. And then when we reach hour 7, we're going to reach our first interview of the night. And then we're going to have a very special European Dogman edition episode. And then we're going to top it off with one final interview. I'm not going to reveal who it is. And you know what, folks? If you guys want to, you can take a guess who it is. There's so many people out there. You have Josh Turner, you have Dark Waters, you have Vic Cundiff, you have Linda Godfrey, you have Jody Cook, you have Dixie Cryptid even. Hey, maybe I'm just going along with it. You even have, like I said, so many great content creators out there, so many people who've been doing this. So take a good guess. Who is coming to the show on October 31st? Someone I don't really talk about on this show, too, so maybe some will be anticipated, the hopes, and some may not be. But hey, listen, guys, it's all part of the Venomous Fringe. We're all full of surprises, and looking forward to it. So let me know what you guys think. I did a poll the other day on what you guys might think who is coming on to the show. So maybe we get some early hype here. Maybe you guys might want to take a guess who's it going to be. There's so many people I can name. But hey, we'll see what you guys think. What are your thoughts on people seeing living dinosaurs and other animals that are supposed to be extinct? I don't really see too much of this, and I know this is becoming a bit of more of a huge phenomenon than I expected it to be when I first researched it, but when I looked into it as much, I don't, because I feel that it's just kind of like a little out of the loop, and I haven't really taken a deep dive into it. Loch Ness is reported to be an extinct animal, reportedly. But I can't really give you an answer, Paul, because I just haven't really dived into it, but now that I talk about it, I might also dive into that besides the Ozark Howler. Be safe in Afghanistan, Nightmare. I hope you're doing well over there, too, or whatever you're doing. Be safe and be cautious, and God bless, my friend. David Tracy, has been any Dogman encounters in the New York City area? Yes, always, man. New York City is a huge hotspot, especially like there's been reports up in the Newark and J region of people seeing one of these things. So they're definitely all around. They're fully around, I guess you could say. So yeah. Chris, you like chicken fried steak? It's some good eating. I'm making some tonight. Looking forward to the Halloween live stream. Oh yeah. Yeah, guys, you guys are gonna be. It's 13 hours. You know, I'm looking at some of the 13 the Dogman October 31st show. I'm gonna reveal the name soon, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be very good. You're not gonna believe what it is though. So, anyways, yeah, no, 13 hours of Dogman, 13 hours. It's gonna be so long, you're just gonna get tired of it. No, I'm just kidding. But deep down, it's gonna be good. Dello goes the options. The options, well, I'm going to name you guys a few, but I'm not saying the one of them is going to be on the show. You have a 1 out of 9 chance. You have Linda Godfrey, you have Vic Cundiff, you have D. Doss, you have Josh Turner and Osal, you have Dark Waters, you have Dixie Cryptid, you have Jody Cook, you have a whole bunch of other people, really. Anybody could be coming to the show. Someone I don't really talk about on the show, too. Someone I haven't even really interviewed. So just think about that. Just think about that. Chris, do you know if there's any validity to the story of the Russian MiG shooting down a UFO? I do not know about that, Titan, to be honest with you. I think that there is some sort of mystery to it. And I really do think that if there isn't, the Russians definitely do have some sort of cover-up. What it is, I don't know. But it definitely does spark the interest. And I will look into this story also because there seems to be a lot of discussion about this in the other and portions of the world, reportedly. But if there is intel on it, then definitely for sure. Will you ever do a show on the Enfield horror? Most likely. Never say never. You know, it's a very interesting story of the Enfield monster in Enfield, Illinois. It reminds me of anybody ever see Critters? Anybody answer this like for me in a sense, like for all my horror fanatics out there like myself? Anybody ever see Critters? That's what it reminds me of. The Enfield monster horror, the Enfield monster, the critter-looking creature. Chris, have you ever seen a UFO? Don't know if someone's asked earlier or not. I've never seen one. Be interesting though, but I don't think the aliens want me in a sense because they think that they might want me, might be interrogated, I might be probed, that's about it, but can't say that, to the least. Ever hear of the Shunkawarkin? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Very interesting cryptid, and one of that is a skinwalker sense of origin, too. One that hits close to home. Someone I was speaking to at it's quite interesting how you run into people sometimes. I was speaking to somebody who ran into what appeared to have been the Shunkawarkin back in the 70s when he was walking with his daddy in a forest region in Arkansas. So, yeah, the Shunkawarkin, supernatural-like skinwalker entity in Native American lore, very strong and prominent creature, one of that of mystery. You know, I know this is going to sound really random, right? But, you know, Halloween's around the corner, and I don't think a lot of you, I know there's a lot of you guys that just love Halloween, you know. So feel free, if you guys tell me, what's Halloween feeling for you guys? Who's down for Halloween? You guys digging the celebration of it? You guys going to any parties? You guys going to be watching horror? What is it? What's the fanatic? I'll tell you what I'm up to. Just tell me what's going on with you guys. If you're interested, of course. J. Coop goes, Chris, what's your opinion on UFOs? Do you think that they're all alien or secret government aircraft or a mixture of the two? I think it's both, honestly. I'm not going to get into too much of it because I don't want to get shot. Honestly, and I'm going to be honest with a lot of you guys when I say that. I'm not joking when I say this, okay? There's a lot of things when people talk about this type of stuff that happen. So what do I think about it? Well, personally, if there is that type of thing, I believe they're aliens. If there comes to a whole discussion on globalist or high power ups, then it works both ways with that too. We don't know for sure, but I can tell you that if that's truly the case, that's something of mystery. But yeah, I think they're just aliens. To be honest with you, we don't celebrate Halloween in New Zealand. Man, that's a shame. I like Halloween though. It's a good time to get around with you, watching with all your friends. You know, watching movies, I guess, and then of course, you're just enjoying it. I don't have an open live line to do the show, but I would love to. I gotta get that installed. I gotta speak to a couple people who can probably hook me up with that because I'm curious. Gotta go into a more different direction. So, in a sense, what we've kind of covered here on this live show, I'm going to give you guys a small dialect on how we're going to go about the shows because I've asked you guys about when we want to do another live show. I'll do some shows there and there on the weekdays on live shows, but I want to aim for an official night for live shows. I'm thinking Saturday Night Live Fringe, maybe. I know it's kind of a fun little play on Saturday Night Live, but I'm also thinking just to do these weekly live shows there and there too, just to make it go either way. It's always fun to interact with you guys, and this is why I do these type of shows. So, makes perfect sense. It's very magical on how we do it. So, the majority of that almost being said, taking up any of you guys' any questions you guys got or whatever you might would like to share. Some of you guys are sending me emails now. You can reach me at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com. I will respond to those emails momentarily after the conclusion of this live stream. Tighten Up goes. Chris, have you ever heard of the account of Jeff and the Talking Mongoose as the Dalby Spook? It's creepy. I've never heard of this before, but I'll look that up as well. And it's pretty good, too, because I interact with you guys, and you guys are sending me things that are pretty interesting and things I'd like to talk about in the show. The Talking Mongoose. But I heard the mongoose is pretty dangerous, also, too, Titan. Love the live shows and the interaction with the chat. Thanks for checking out all my comments, man. Keep up the good work. It's much appreciated. Thank you, J. Coop, for tuning in. I'm glad I could be of that. And to everybody out there listening right now, if I haven't gotten to your question, if I missed your question, please feel free to put it in the chat now. I do strongly apologize. There's so many of you amazing people that I lost track. Hey, Paul. Good evening and God bless. How are you, my friend? I hope you're well. When I was a kid, I saw about 7 to 8 amber-colored things in a triangle formation making no noise in the night sky. That's interesting, Della. Where was this at, if I might ask? Thank you, Josie, for your positive words. It truly means a lot. I appreciate all of your kind words, all your support. You guys are fantastic people. Let me know what I would do without you. That it was Fringe. Have you ever encountered a dogman, or are you hoping to one day see one? Ah, yes. I love these questions because they truly make you wonder. Shall one seek or shall one respect is the question. As researchers, we've come across as a long term of things that truly fascinate us and things that don't fascinate us. But when we hear of reports of when people who don't have dogman encounters but are enthusiasts, or like myself, researchers that are armchair but also out in the field in interest, just never had an encounter. It definitely, it's hard to tell because you have a before, you never have an encounter, then you have the after to those who've had an encounter. You can't really distinguish because you don't know yourself how you feel. I never want to see one personally. I would respect its properties, but I personally never want to run into one. These dogmen, of course, can do a lot of damage, and I don't want to be Chow. Or bark up the wrong tree, no pun intended. So a donut discussion in the chat. Donuts are so good right now, but unfortunately I cannot have any donuts. Majority of you are making me hungry. Dog chow. It's literally what it is. It's funny though at the same time. Hater Abzadade. What do you think would win in a fight, a dogman or a full-grown male lion? Like a dogman. The lion can run on all fours, the dogman can run on all twos, has higher advantage. It can literally leap over this lion and turn around and snap its neck if it truly charged, if it wanted to. And that's exactly what it is too, Ryan. Because you really, you're setting yourself up for a huge amount of trauma that you will regret down the road. And I never encourage any of my subscribers, and I don't want any of you to ever do this. But, you know what? I would never want any of you, I've never wished Dogman on my worst enemy. You never want to see one of these creatures. A life without donuts is sad. Well, you know what? A life without having good cholesterol is sad too, unfortunately. But donuts are pretty good. I like frosted ones. I like Lay's. The more I talk about it, it's gonna get me hungry, so I'm just gonna shut up. But donuts are good. Are there any cryptids you don't believe in? Well, Foxman, Catman. You could say Wampus Cat to be the official term. That's different. I don't believe in Gator Man. I don't buy the Tree Man, or as one would say, Groot. But I don't believe in them because I just feel that that's just slapping a name on a zoological animal and trying to claim it as real and misidentifying it for being something else. And this has been common before, but people don't really talk about it because there's not enough validation to it. But I feel that there's a lot of misinformation that's been processed to confirm that. So, I mean, I just have a hard time believing it because I've never heard of the creature as well. And two, it just sounds to me like it's just adding on to the train because Dogman, I guess you can blame for that. And how ironic it's a high tier cryptid. Dale Bot, hello Dale. You said you know if there's any cryptids in England. I believe there is. I believe that there's the Owl Man. There's Beast of Dartmoor. I believe that there's actual werewolves there and skinwalkers as well. I also believe that you have also cases of the reported skinwalker rake wendigo looking creatures. And you also have reports of mysterious looking demon-like creatures, I guess you could say. But they would say they'd be cryptids, or, well, in a sense, supernatural-wise, it could be different. And I've also heard some reports of Goatman. So, Dale, I hope that answers your question. It's quite an interesting route, the more you look into it. But, yeah, no, it's really fascinating in a sense because, like, go on any cryptids in Europe. Yes, like I just said. The skinwalkers, the wendigos, and reports of mysterious, like the Beast of Dartmoor, mysterious looking, hybrid looking animals, demon like animals in Europe. Depending on where about in Europe, that's up to mystery. I know in the Moors area, there's a lot of reports of some mysterious creatures out roaming about over there. And that's not a nod to the American world, that's actually a nod to real life. Alexis Barrows goes, where do you believe a dog man is coming from? The origins, I believe it comes from Native American lore. I believe that they could be easily the Cheyenne soldiers that were, of course, a major factor in the 1800s with the native tribes. They could very well be also part of the Book of Enoch, but also at the same time, we don't know how accurate or how truthful a lot of these cases could be in the pension of that. But there definitely is something of interest there that has kind of caught my eye and has caught many other people's eyes. The of course, being ominous and very odd, but I believe Native American lore is where they come from. Now, just a small reminder, folks, and I mentioned this early on, you don't have to fully agree with what I'm saying. This is just my opinion, my interpretation, my analysis of it, my hypothesis on everything we talk about here. But I present it in the most logical format so that those can kind of get a basic understanding. But always feel free to ask questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Chris, what reports have come out of the Black Forest of Germany? Besides cryptid Sasquatch and dogman-like werewolf creatures out there, you know, you have reports of paranormal presence. There was a report of someone that got lost and was encountering mysterious voices throughout the portion of the Black Forest. There's so much we can talk about with the Black Forest, but it truly does fascinate me. Shall you say, I believe that anything that walks upright is genetically engineered a million years ago. I think so. You know, it's had the ability of evolution to survive many things. So why couldn't it survive others, you know? Not in a tent. Oh man, I always encourage people who are going out there to investigate to just be safe, you know. Being safe is such a huge and prominent thing. People who've encountered saber-tooths, I've never really dived too much into it. Personally, it's of interest, but I've never really taken a full analyzation of it because, you know, you hear the reports of people encountering all these mystic animals, or even animals that have been extinct or somewhere around the motion from so long years ago, that you don't know for sure what could possibly be out there and what could be. They may have, but I get to collect one report of those who've seen it. How about this? Buy a bunker and camp. Nothing can break it. A bunker is a reason why it's called a bunker. Chris, have you ever seen the Denver International Airport's video of the animatronic gargoyle? I've not, but I've heard so many of the conspiracy theories around there. But, I mean, personally, you know, it's quite of interest. You know, the Denver International Airport, and of course, you know, the big conspiracy behind it. There's a lot of things, a lot of very major, very mystery. I'll check it out indeed. Tighten up the hollow earth theory. I don't really buy into it personally, and I've had so many debates on it. It's just gotten to the point where I don't. It gets me really infuriated talking about it a little bit. But to talk about it though, in a sense of where it comes in research, a substantial inferior space, and if it's entirely hollow, I mean, I don't necessarily know because, like I said, just talking about it, but we don't know what was here because we've all been born in certain time periods and different portions where we're still discovering how our Earth is being come about. We have the hollow theory, and it just becomes just a huge mess, and so many have argued about it. So personally, no, I don't really have a huge sense of the hollow Earth. I don't think there's any validity to it, though. That's what I'm getting at. Have you ever researched the Emerald Tablets? If you haven't, I should check it out. I'll definitely will. I've heard of them up there and there as well. Someone mentioned LBL. I'm trying to figure out who. But yeah, LBL is a very interesting place filled with very interesting things. It's like the whacked out version of Narnia. Cryptids that are man-made. I don't think so, Paul. It just doesn't sound too. I feel that maybe there could be scientifically, genetically, like Jurassic Park, but I feel a lot of these cryptids we see are natural creatures that have been created through some sort of mysterious origin that we can't explain. Thoughts on the dialogue or the Dyatlov Pass incident? Let me just reframe my memory on what that was, because it sounds to me like it was something really major. Oh my God, it was, and I'm so foolish. Huh. That's the first time someone's really put it in that sense. The incident involving the hikers, right? Oh my God! Everyone always used to put it in such a different way. That incident is a very interesting incident, and when that incident happened, that happened in the former Soviet Union, the Ural Mountains. And when this incident happened, there was the tents and everything was just. This is basically like the Snow Mountain version of LBL. There were these people who have had a very mysterious and most creepiest vibe discussing the story. Even me too. Because these are people who were just hikers. These are just people who were skiing. They were interested. And they are killed by something or something. And the incident itself was a very mysterious incident. 1959, whatever it was, some have conspiracized that the Russian government had involved them. Possibly there's some sort of experiment. They were killed. Avalanche may have caused it. The incident, of course, another investigation in recent years, some have thought that it may have been some sort of mysterious, sort of natural wind, katabatic wind. This is a new theory of katabatic wind being the explanation for the situation. The winds are somewhat rare events that can be extremely violent and have implicated a similar case in Sweden, an accident in Aralis where 8 hikers perished in 1978 in the aftermath of a katabatic wind. So possibly this happened. I see some of you. That's good. I should put that on a shirt. It's like a whacked out version of Narnia. It literally is. I'm not lying when I say that about LBL. It literally is. It's like literally one of the greatest told tale stories. Chris, do you ever notice that most dogmen and Bigfoot encounters encounter in national parks, or is it even in public land? They appear in both, Della. I've been getting a lot more reports of people being seen during more suburban areas and small towns. So I think it happens in both. It's not just in national parks anymore, and it's becoming more apparent. I think it has a lot to do with the population of how the sawmill industries are tearing down their homes, and it's a shame because now they're having a very huge. It's almost like a migration crisis almost. I never talked about the giants in Iraq, Rick, and that's because I haven't gotten to that portion of the show yet, but I will be talking about them pretty soon, though. There's a lot of our things we've got planned on schedule, and even the giants of Conadar are also another one that Ryan mentions. And that's another thing too, Alexis, is that some believe it was a government interference, that there was a radiation, almost like how in Nevada we were blowing off nuclear weapons, and during the Cold War because we were basically seeing which country had the bigger weaponry, for the lack of a sadder term. So, you know, it's almost as if this incident was kind of like they were exposed to radiation poisoning. There was something going on in that mountain. There was something going on in that region. And even now, the investigation is still kind of pinpointing something. Marines took out a giant. A couple died indeed. There's a case about that. I'll talk about that when it comes time for the inaugural Mountain Giant episode. There's a lot of mysterious ways these cryptids can just kill people. That account, though, as mentioned, is just such a brutal case. People getting viciously torn apart by these giants. These giants can just pick you up like a pretzel and just will twist you like a pretzel and do more than that. It's like King Kong had a baby, which he did. But with all that being said, me and Chris, as co-host of the podcast, would own this field. It'd be like a huge awakening, in a sense, I guess you could say. We'd ascend from darkness, Ryan. It's quite interesting. I would love to have Ryan on the show, actually. I'd love to have a lot of you guys on the show. Imagine that. The subscriber special. Well, honestly, Cemetery, I believe there was an actual experimentation of test subjects in the Russian experiment that were taken, gassed, and killed, and were just brutally just screwed. I believe that there is an actual event of that. So, I mean, it's almost like art intimidating life in a sense, huh? But still, though. Yeah, they went into the caves. This report was so brutal. They were investigating in a certain region. They went into these caves and started shooting them. It was brutal. It was like literally watching a war break out. Yeah, Ryan, send me an email, man. Send me an email and we'll do it. So I can get your schedule, so I can get everybody on board and do it. The subscriber special would basically be me picking about 10 or 15 of you guys coming on my show and just talking to me and interacting with me as if we were having a cup of coffee, except it's over the phone and over whatever streaming service we have. We have virtual coffee, if that counts. But I would love to do a special like that. I'd love to have 15 of you or 20 of you on the show. From the Google Hangouts to Skype even. There's so many ways we can do it. I would love to have all you guys on the show, really. But there's a lot of things happening in the air, and it's very good. It's almost 12 o'clock at night. It's been a very long day. Not to get off subject, but it's been a pretty long day. There's no other way to go about it. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing. So the open mic, think about it. I would love to have a lot of you guys on the show. We've got a lot of things coming up on the Venomous Fringe, and I want everybody to gear up because the next few weeks are going to be very triumphant. We have another live show this week. We have a Sheep Swatch show this week. We also have that's about it this week. Yeah, I thought I had more to that. This is a very interesting week for Phase 4. Who would watch us if we were all on? Well, the good news is that they'll be able to pick 10 of you. So that leaves us with almost 1 out of almost 10,990 subscribers. Maybe less than that, depending on, of course, who doesn't get the notifications. I would love to hear that story too, Clan Sif. Love to know that. But yeah, it'd definitely be a good episode. I'd love to have a lot of subscribers on it. In one story, I heard a dogman had an upside-down nest, like a basket over it with grasses to lay on and a bed in it. How they really live is such a mystery. Yeah, it's almost like you're, it's like a drunken neighbor who's visiting, just sleeping on your hammock. It's very interesting. These dogmen, though, I would not mess with. They're just one cryptid I just not want to piss off badly, because I just feel like I just get killed. But so, folks, we have a very busy schedule this month too. I will say this: it's always a pleasure to be speaking with you guys. And with that being said, I want to thank you guys again. We're going to be doing another live show maybe Friday after Paranormal Roundtable, or maybe even before that, depending on how it goes. I have to interview the special guest. So we'll see how it goes from there, and then move on. And then, of course, next week, brand new shows as always. I'll be revealing as the time goes on what cryptids are out there, what cryptids aren't out there, what we're producing next. And October 31st, remember, folks, it's our 13-hour Dogman special. The first 6 to 7 hours are going to be a Dogman compilation of the 10 tales and other related content. And then join us because we have a few special guests. We have one guest returning to the show, then we have one guest coming to the show. Now, I'm not going to reveal who it is. I'm going to leave you guys with this little ominous message. First guest is a returning guest. The second show after that is a special European show discussing my investigation in a place that was pretty interesting. And then the final and most important one I think someone will like, guest on the show is...
Hey, all righty. Hey, here for Venomous Friends. All things paranormal, as Leslie is here. Hope y'all go check out Leslie's channel. I'm fixing to drop a link in there. Hell, let's see. All righty. Well, let's see. Let me look up one here. All right. Yeah. Ooh, all right. I'm glad everybody's here. Anybody go back to watch a video and they look and see and they don't have a soundtrack for like an intro? Sorry, but like last night, YouTube gets crazy. There last night, I sat there and had to mute the soundtrack for the intro coming on to All Things Paranormal Leslie's video we played, because YouTube gave me a copyright infringement on it. So I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but here lately, every time I turn around, I'm getting a copyright infringement. But thank God, no strikes yet. But if I sit there and have to trim out music in there, I'm sorry, but later on I sit there and try to get things monetized and end up making money for other people. So that kind of sucks. Yep. Oh yeah, Leslie, there last night. Yeah, it happened. Ever since I started doing cryptids, the YouTube's been cranking mod. But yeah, they did. Ooh, YouTube there that fell out the tree. It's all right. I got it straight. I muted the sound, the intro, the music part of the video. They got the video there, so I just kind of pass that around so people don't think I've been mutilating their video or nothing, or maybe get upset about it. And that second one or third one they come at me with. That's life. All righty. I got the into sound out. YouTube put a new feature in, thank God, where you can mute the sound and it'll track where the song starts to where it finishes and then mutes that. It keeps the intro. So the intro, the video part is still there. I had a fella sit there, had some music going, and he had, "Hey, Terry, how you doing there? Welcome to the family." He's got a video that he done, and he got to pay for a copyright license for the music in this video. Then I played the video, and then the music turned around was copyrighted. They filed a copyright claim against me, and they took the whole rights to the any monetization for the video. Then a couple of nights later, they come in there where you can do a mute. "Oh, we're doing good there, Terry. Hope you liking the content. We all about the paranormal family and cryptid family here. All try to look out for each other." I can try it there, Ron. I know I had one that hit me like a bomb, and YouTube blocked the video. I could even download it off of YouTube to my computer and try to trim it out. I just ended up saying, screw it. Had about, I think it was 189 or 190 views on the stream, and 60 minutes gonna put in and claim it. And I just deleted the whole live stream. I had life. Just a minute or so, just a couple of minutes, whatever Leslie's intro is. The only thing was I was worried that maybe Leslie would be upset about it. But I'll figure run one of Leslie's videos, one of my favorite ones right now, Haunted Cemetery. I'm gonna drop a link. And I sure hope you'll check out Leslie's channel. Anybody have any? I'm on Twitter as Clown Media. Anybody ever need help with anything? I'll sure help out. Well, maybe you can ask, I don't know. Ever since I started doing cryptids, I've had YouTube coming down on me like gangbusters. Hey, I can just imagine what they'd do if I started showing stuff about UFOs. Hey, they send a Men in Black after me, by God. All right, all the new family members out there, the old family members, y'all family, y'all important to me. I'm on Twitter as Clown Media. You have any comments, suggestions, complaints, send them on. Leave comments after the live streams there. If you see anything you think would make it better, I'm open for suggestions, as long as they're not illegal or immoral, by God.
Sarah, can you come out? Eric. Hit it one more time. Gonna be third time I hit this.
There you go. YouTube can't sit there and copyright this. No copyrights, YouTube. Fight me, YouTube. Hey, let's see YouTube try to scan that for a friggin' copyright. Bro, I hate to do it because the freaking music is awesome. The intro's awesome. YouTube sucks on this.
Welcome back to All Things Paranormal with your host, Leslie. Tonight, I bring to you a different format of filming. We are in a cemetery, Lafitte, Louisiana, and I have a special guest for you tonight. Being under a film contract for the next 6 months, I'd like to introduce to you a new flavor, brand new talent. You're gonna love him. Tonight, I bring to you Lafayette.
How you doing, Leslie?
How you doing, Lafayette?
I'm here in the cemetery and I'm ready for it.
Let's do this. Ooh, it's windy tonight. Any spirits want to talk to us?
I want them to speak.
Yeah. I thought I heard whispering. Is it whispering or is it? Any spirits here who want to talk to us?
I'm willing to speak.
Any spirits want to communicate? We're by the water. We're by the river. Rhonda. Rhonda's not here with me tonight. Are you Mel? That's an open grave. Are you on that hill up there?
I don't know guys, you find me. So are you on top of the grave? So are you on top of the hill?
Is that a shadow?
Okay, I saw the people out there like, oh my god.
That's a shadow. I was gonna run to it.
You was gonna run to it?
I was like, what the hell is it? My instinct would have been like, no touch?
No touch. No touch.
It told me no touch.
Don't touch. Oh my god.
Not a game. Okay, who are you?
Can you tell us who you are?
You always say behind me, but when I go, you just keep saying it behind me. Kitchen?
Which way should we take her? That way or? I'm gonna try not to step on nobody's grave if it's possible. We're going up the hill now.
Are you up here? Alright, there's a way up. It said black thorn, and I just said something about it's a thorn bush.
Oh my god. It is a thorn bush too.
It said get away from me.
Oh, I think we. Right? Oh, yeah. It is a thorn bush. Oh, there's the top. We made it to the top. I think that's like a grave.
This is crazy. It's an iron fence with thorn bushes.
This is like.
Who's up here?
Is anybody up here?
Give us a sign that you're here. Make something fall out of the trees. Make a noise. Knock on the grave.
Did you just say no?
Make it coffee.
You gonna throw the shell?
Can you throw it back? It's getting close. Can you throw it back?
You heard that? feels like something behind me.
Stop saying his name. It keeps calling out.
The W?
Yes.
Wendell's not here right now, so I'm Lafayette.
Yeah, this is Lafayette.
Hi, I'm Lafayette. Can you tell me hi back? Is anybody here right now? If so, you can use this device to talk to me. I'm Lafayette. Can you give me like a sign to tell me somebody's here? Can I get a little sign? Just like a touch. Throw something at me, make something fall. It says something, I couldn't make it out. Maybe if I get closer to the screen at the top?
Maybe.
You can speak through that device.
Someone trying to walk through the glass right here.
Did you die in 1973? Maybe.
Are you gonna jump out the tree at us?
Yeah, location, we turn around. Stop.
What is that?
It says stop.
David.
Did y'all realize my real name is David?
Yes, Mark.
Is David there? Herman? Lou?
Who else wants to speak? Helen?
Helen, last time I was here, you and I, we had a really good conversation. Remember? You passed away the same year I was born. They called you Zoop when you were alive? Is that a hellhound trying to come through? Oh, that mask was floating in air. Did you see it?
I was going to take off on you. And you know what? That might have been what I kept seeing, honestly. But I saw it
It's like
the first
it's
time.
staring right at us.
Oh my God.
It really couldn't move right when I said, did you see it? Did you see it?
Y'all have to see this next.
It moved again. It's following you.
This mask right here, oh my God, it's moving. Oh shit, the fuck? Oh my God, I forgot I'm PG-13. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh my God. Oh, okay, I'm freaking out. It's just trying to look straight back at.
It's staring at us. It's not the fact that it's moving. It's the fact that its eyeballs keep looking at us. Like everywhere we move, it moves the direction that we're at.
Let me try to move over here and see if it comes. I'm over here.
And it's trying to come to you.
I'm right here.
The masquerade mask is alive.
Oh my God, and it's like, it's turning this. If it turns all the way this way, Leslie, I'm screaming. I'm right here.
Said where?
I'm standing in front of Mr. Herbert's grave. Oh my
God.
Leslie, oh my God, turn my way. Leslie, we gotta go. Leslie, we gotta go. Oh my God.
No, don't do that to me. I don't want to go.
Oh my God, Leslie.
Mask. Mask.
Are you gonna call it mask?
Masquerade mask. If you fly out of there, then we'll leave. If a ghost just literally rips it up and like out of the little holder it's in.
We're gone. Okay, it turned all the way. It's not paying attention. Wait. Crazy.
Because it wasn't moving before, even when we went.
Right. And when we was way over there, it was not moving at all. Listen, that was crazy.
No. Oh my God.
Bro.
Crazy things happen whenever I film. So it makes me happy. No matter how bad my day is, I come out and I film, it makes it all better.
Well, I got my scare of the night.
But that mask isn't flying out and looking at you.
Oh my God, look, it turned back this way again. And then once we like looked at it, it went back the other. Is it me? Is after? Listen, don't go mess with the people, man.
Is there a spirit attached to that?
It's getting. Oh my God, you feel that breeze? The wind is really blowing now.
No, look, it wants to fly out of my hand, just like I said. If it would have came out the jar and went up in the air.
It stopped.
Is there a spirit attached attached to this mask?
And so you have the right to hit Leslie for taking your mask off the other thing. It's sweet.
It's in water? Because I just pulled it out of water. This is a water jar.
And it's full of beads. Somebody like the Mardi Gras.
Me? I don't like snakes.
It says, yep.
Period.
Told you the cost.
You like snakes? Do you like snakes? Can you come to answer again? Do you like snakes? Did you say don't smoke weed?
Oh my god, do you see the moon? How creepy?
Let's do crazy. Like the two versions. I both I hate it.
It said don't play. It said don't play.
I'm too cute for that.
As if we follow that rope.
There we go. All right. Now, that was a hell of a good video. Yeah, wind's bruh. Wind is the worst enemy on stuff like this. I learned early on there. I done a video for first starting. That wind was so crappy. I said, never again. I'm on the second floor of the condo. I look out the window, watch the palm trees, them palm trees bouncing around. I'm not going ghost hunting. Oh, yeah. Water moccasin alley, they're not going to run from you. They'll sit there bowed up to bite, and you get within range, they'll get you. Them and copperheads, they're all over in Louisiana. There ain't no rattles, there ain't no back up or run away from them suckers. They'll light you up. All right. Yeah, copperheads are bad. I almost walked into one out squirrel hunting one day up in some palmettos. It's nested up in there about calf high off the ground. Real thick palmettos. I have to look down and see the sucker before I got into it. I cut that sucker in half with a shotgun. Yeah. You ain't talking about them damn dead cats, I think they call them. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you in Louisiana, they got moccasins, and you can fool around and pick up a board or a piece of tin, and them under it, and sometime that them crazy ass cottonmouth moccasin will come out chasing you and snapping. It all come down to who the quickest that can get to the high ground. Moccasins ain't no joke. No, not a red racer, Ron. A couple years back, me and Athena went camping, and I thought it was a moccasin. It was a it was a damn blue racer, or a black racer. It looked like a moccasin popped up in the grass right by my feet. And I looked down and grabbed my machete to cut that sucker's head off, and looked back, it was gone. It went in my tent. It was laying on my air mattress across a $2,500 gun, and I couldn't get it out. I had to go in the tent and pick stuff up around it and get it out the tent. Then pick the tent up and shake it out. I was sitting there with a can of damn kerosene looking at that tent going, if it wasn't for that $2,500 gun I had in there 6 hours, I'd sat there, poured it on that tent and burnt that snake up in the tent and got a new one. I'd have lit up the air mattress, the blanket, the pillow, and everything. And there the sucker was laying across by them $2,500 6-hour MPX. Oh, that sucker. And ain't nothing like going into a tent with what you think at first is a moccasin and having to pick stuff up within biting reach of it and try to get it out. Exactly. And the thing is the black racer's got the round eyes like a person, round pupils, so you know they're not venomous. Your venomous snakes have the cat eyes. And you getting down close enough to look at a damn suspected moccasin, see if he got poison cat eyes or not. You're too close. Thanks, Fox. We're glad you're here too, buddy. All righty. I'm gang. Who wants to get a video shared out? Yeah, them vipers and stuff got them damn triangular shaped heads. Yeah, they ugly. Ugly temperament too. Oh, about the only scary thing I could think of is me walking through them brush and briars that's up waist deep in the summertime and hear a rattlesnake. And you can tell by the sound you right up around where that son of a bitch is at, but you can't see the ground, so you don't know which way to go. That's bad. That sucker start rattling, he might be within biting range, and you move and he get bit. Oh yeah, when they get hot, them some bitches get bad tempered too. Hey. Let's see what our we still got got pretty good views going. Hey, Nighthawk, what's happening, buddy? Ooh. Hey, how you doing, Nighthawk? I had never seen a red racer, Ryan. They got them out there in Arizona around you. Pretty, I guess, a lot of them. Oh, not a lot. I'm in that take a break for a second on showing videos. Anybody who need to go hit the restroom or get something to eat or coffee or beer or whatever else floats your boat there, we taking a little bit of a break here. Yeah. Glad you're part of the family there, Nighthawk. Everybody listening, I sure hope you hit that like, share button. You like the content. Hit the subscribe. If you hit that bell, you get notifications as long as YouTube see fit to send out notifications for when I do the next live stream. Normally I do them 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time or Central time. Like it's 11:55 for me right now. Yeah, Nighthawk been coming on for about 3 days now, Leslie. That was a really good video, Leslie. Tell you what, Nighthawk, there's All Things Paranormal Leslie's link right there. I just dropped it. Anybody hadn't checked the channel out, hey, you ought to check out Leslie's channel. Wowzers. All righty. All righty. Oh, we'll be promoting it out there. You said on Thursday. This is Tuesday. Here, off and on there tomorrow night there, Leslie. I'll be dropping you a link and letting everybody know you got a new video coming out Thursday. I can push on that video for you all day there tomorrow while I'm streaming. All right, this not this Thursday, but the next Thursday coming up then. So not this Thursday, but next Thursday, right? Leslie, I'll make sure I don't get nothing kerfluddled there. Oh, this Thursday. Okay, so today's Wednesday. I'll start promoting and pushing on that for you there tomorrow when I get up, Leslie, letting everybody know that you have a new video coming out every Thursday. Will do. So that's straight from the horse's mouth right there. Leslie says she got a new video coming out every Thursday. So she's staying consistent and regular with putting out good content. Yeah, I get tired of being on Twitter sometimes. Well, let's see if we can find a venomous fringe to put on there. Alrighty. Let's find a little short, a shorter one for Venomous Friends, 10 to 15 minute mark. Try to alternate out some. Well, I played that one earlier. Hey, here we go.
Good evening.
I found it. By God. All righty there, Leslie. Leslie. Hey. Let's see. Anybody that's got mods can go look up somebody else's channel. They could drop it in the link here. They're more than welcome to drop their own links in chat where we can try to all work together and grow. Hey. All right. Thank you there, Fox. Hey. But anybody with mods has full permission to go look at somebody else's channel that's coming in the stream, and they can drop the links in here. Nighthawk, you come in here, your family. As long as it isn't dang pornography or something there, you all right. Or snuff films. Ugh. Alrighty, hitting the thumbs up. Y'all please go as you check these videos out. Go to them. Give them a thumbs up. Hit the share button. And I'm going to start this one up. I'm going to step away for a minute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of the Venomous Fringe. Tonight's show is going to be a little different. I'm going to be reading you guys a report involving a bear and dogman interaction back in the 1970s. This report comes from a subscriber of mine who submitted a story that was from a subreddit forum on the social media app Reddit. And tonight's episode, we're going to be reading you guys that report that's been copied, and I'll leave a link in the description down below so you guys can also read the original report and the source of where it came from. That being said, we're going to read you the report, and then we're going to come back with some feedback. It's not too often one reports seeing or having indications of a cryptid with a normal animal. If they are believed to be real, however, humans can't be the only things they interact with, and not every animal out there is vulnerable. This was not a report I myself witnessed, but instead one of my grandmother told me about that my aunt later corroborated independently, so I think they're trustworthy. At the time, I'll note that there wasn't much talk of dogmen, as this was about a decade before the infamous song came out, though there was talk of wolves or werewolf-like monsters in Appalachia for a long time, so my aunt and grandmother just always called it that wolf thing. For a little background about my grandparents, currently Aunt's home is in the backwoods of western Grayson County, Virginia, which to this day is still sporadically populated outside of one or two large towns on the east side, and back then it was even less so. Extremely thick forest with hilly terrain in all directions. You have to get on a dirt path and follow it for about half a mile to get a gravel-covered side road, and then follow it for about 30 minutes to reach a very small town just across the North Carolina border. If you go a short ways north, you will find yourself at the Blue Ridge Mountains and Parkway that lead up into Appalachia proper. The forest is mostly low-lying shrubs up to around 4 feet high, with pine and a lot of black oak trees making up the canopy. There is a very clear stream about 30 yards from the house, which has fish quite frequently. This, along with wild blackberries, tender leaf shrubs, and some apple trees, make it very lucrative for wildlife. The house itself is an old two-story house built onto an incline of the hill that overlooks it. This was back in the 70s. My aunt believes it was 78, as she was finishing high school at the time. My father had graduated college and was going on into the Air Force, so he had already moved out. My grandfather, although he was old enough to retire, liked to remain busy, so he worked his old job as an electrician and power pole technician. Just now in an adversary role because he was getting up there in years. He had just gotten the contract down in North Carolina, so he was away from the house for about a week and a half. This left only my 17-year-old aunt and grandmother at the house. As I said, there usually was a lot of wildlife in the area. A typical morning for my grandmother was making breakfast and sitting out on her porch, watching deer and rabbits eat at the shrubs. Sometimes I would also see or hear a bobcat, fox, or coyote about. On one occasion, a mountain lion and her cubs strolled right past the house. One animal she was familiar with in particular was a very large black bear, who could be recognized by folks around those parts from a white patch on his chest and a hole in his left ear. My grandmother nicknamed him Captain because he had a habit of sitting on his haunches and reaching up on his paws to pick apples, a motion that looked like he was saluting. Captain was a very big black bear, but was very aggressive unless tested. He seemed to have an agreement with my grandmother and grandfather that if they left him alone, he would leave them alone. He just strolled by the house every now and then to have some blackberries on the bushes or apples that had fallen down, which meant he came by the house's yards as often as he was too big to climb trees too much more, and the fruit trees around the house were low enough he could reach up and pick food. My grandfather estimated that he was somewhere in the 500 to 600 pound range and roughly 6 feet tall. As my grandfather once measured some scratch marks he left on a tree. During the week, my grandmother noticed a fairly sharp decline in the animals nearby. It was the latter part of the summer in a wet season, so most of the plants were bloom and the leaves were at their tenderest. Yet she couldn't see hide nor hair of any rabbits or deer coming to graze. A coyote she had heard napping every night for the past month seemed to vanish. A few neighbors, by neighbors I mean people who lived within 5 miles, who would often stop by and told her something had taken their dog and their chicken coop had been smashed into. They assumed the mountain lion that lurked around had done it, since it was the only other thing that could feasibly take down a large farm dog, as they had seen Captain. The only other predator nearby big enough to take down an 800-pound farm dog that day after in a completely different area, gorging himself on a dead deer. They checked around. They couldn't find anything. The next night, my grandmother was woken up by my aunt, who told her that she had heard something bang against the outside of her wall. She checked around in the morning and found one of the deer butchered with a bloody smear on the wall. Judging from the way the gravel was disturbed, the deer had been walking by the house when something ambushed it, and in the struggle, it got smacked against the wall. My grandmother, having grown up in the woods, was familiar with the predator kills and methods. Mountain lions tend to jump on the back and rake their claws across the flanks to hold on as they bite the neck. Black bears will usually break the neck or the back with their paws, white biting the head. On rare occasions, coyotes attack deer. They usually do it by biting down on the inside of the left leg and twisting it to rip the muscle and arteries. This kill clearly had the throat ripped out, but there weren't any claw marks to be found, and the bite looked narrower than what a cougar would do. Plus, she could gander that there was only one predator from the way the ground has been disturbed, which didn't make any sense for coyotes as they typically hunted in pairs, since just one alone isn't usually enough to bring down a full-grown deer. After disposing of the carcass, the next few nights were relatively uneventful, except for the fact several times my aunt or my grandmother would be woken up in the middle of the night by the sound of something panting outside. Now in these woods you can hear a pin drop if it's close enough at some points. They could hear the animal making the painting was directly outside the wall. A sneer sound effect to be exact. One day, my grandmother was picking up some berries when she had noticed what looked like dog tracks of a very large hound going through the mud flat borderlining the nearby stream. Thinking it might be the missing farm dog who had maybe just ran away, she followed the tracks until she heard something loudly growling at her from across the stream. She looked up to see the partially obscured face of what looked like on a large, bulky brown-colored coyote or wolf standing in a thicket on the other side of the stream. She quickly began to back away, glancing back only to check her footing on the slope that led down the stream. When she looked back, she saw the very distinctly canine face in much greater detail because the animal had moved from under cover. But instead of stepping out of the leaves like she thought it did at first, she soon noticed that it was instead standing up on its hind legs and peering over the shrubs. Now, she had seen canines stand upright before. Dogs do it, and foxes can do it. Coyotes sometimes do it too. It was the size that took her off guard. She had been to that exact same thicket of shrubs just the other day, and her head only just barely reached the top, and my grandmother was around 5'3". This thing had its head pitched clear over the shrubs with a little bit of extra visible, and visually. Usually, when a predator is making no attempt to hide, it's usually because it's trying to intimidate someone. My grandmother managed to back away to the hill without turning around. When she started to get out of sight, the creature stepped out of the thicket on its hind legs. It strolled forward in a very uncanny way she had trouble describing, but she insisted it never went back down on all fours. Needless to say, she ran to the house in a backpedal sprint. That night, they heard the panting again, along with a distant howl with scraping sounds. They found the garage door, back door frame, and kitchen window frame all had claw marks on them from something investigating them. The canine creature was seen a few more times across the week by my grandmother and the neighbors, usually on or near the area of my family's property. My aunt finally saw it when she saw a pair of fuzzy ears outside her window. Now, she wasn't startled right off the bat from this, as Captain had come by her window a few times before she gradually lost some fear of the big bear over the years. But in his case, his ears just barely reached the edge of the window sill, whereas in this case, you could clearly see them and the top of their owner's head. She quickly realized it wasn't the bear because of the pointed shape, brown coloring, and the fact that it had two fully intact ears. They also started to detect a very pungent smell on a side door porch, one time finding what looked like some urinal or some liquid stains in it, suggesting an animal had scent marked it to claim the spot. It all came to a head on a Wednesday night when they heard howling in the distance that grew closer. My grandmother flipped on a porch light and glimpsed the canine animal quickly sprinting across the lawn on its hind legs again. Her sighting confirming how big it was. She'd seen timber wolves at the zoo up to 150 pounds, and she was certain that this was at least a bit more than twice that size. For several hours of the night, they could hear it roaming around the property and pressing against the doors like it was trying to find a way in. They glimpsed at several points eye shines of yellow amber eye-like eyes peering in through the windows, as well as a board, long-fingered paws being pushed against the glass briefly. This was the day and age before cellular devices and 24-hour police service in some rural areas. So that means no one had a means of immediately calling the police. Instead, my grandmother had to wait a draw those minutes on a dial line with connection difficulty trying to call the police station 2 towns over. She was distracted by my aunt screaming, running into the bedroom to get one of the guns out. She had been sitting in the living room when she had felt clicking against the glass and saw that wolf thing pressing its face and bared teeth against the surface with its claws fully outstretched. Both of them started to try to get the rifles or shotguns out. It was becoming increasingly clear that the creature was trying to get into the house and knew they were in there. They heard it panting through a wall before there was a sound of heavy footsteps and a very loud thump. With a flash of fur on the edge of the window, they ran to the innermost room, the pantry locker, and stayed in there with the guns. Now, it's not like in the movies when the creatures roar, snarl, and hiss constantly, no matter what they're doing. But they did hear a commotion outside. My aunt and grandmother hadn't the faintest idea that was going on and didn't investigate until the morning after. But they can tell something was antagonizing something as occasional grunts, sparks, rumbles were audible through the blackness for a minute and gradually moved off. They found no bodies, but there had clearly been a ferocious altercation. The ground was ripped up in multiple spots. The wall had a dent in it. There was some oxidized blood traces on the grass and dirt. My grandmother also found a trail where something had charged through the shrubs and recovered several vague dog prints, as well as wider tracks moving in the same direction. The animals all seemed to come back by the end of the week, and the howls stopped. When my grandfather came back home, he, my aunt, and some neighbors surveyed the area to make sure they couldn't find the wolf creature. Evidently, the neighbors had also heard howls around their property at night that stopped recently too. They couldn't find it despite surveying the whole property, though they did find what looked like a track way leading out of the property and running off into the mountains. Several days later, my grandmother saw Captain again, making his territory by rubbing up against a tree yard and scratching the bark. He had several cuts across his muzzle, was missing patches of fur, and some healed bite wounds on his arm, and the hole in his ear had been torn open to the point he's missing half the ear flap. But the other than that part of it, a slight limp that went away with time. He was fine. My aunt joked he looked rather proud of himself. When he was told about the urine-like smell on the doorstep when the wolf creature was running amok, my grandfather speculated it was trying to claim the territory. Usually black bears are relatively docile, and evidently Captain took issue with this newcomer imposing on his space and becoming aggressive. So what my grandmother and aunt heard that one night was the bear charging while it was distracted and engaging the intruder, while the wolf-looking creature was taller. It seemed skinnier and less massive, and apparently, in a confrontation and threat displays like that followed, sheer bulk won out. Apparently, it decided it wasn't worth claiming the spot, and if it meant having to square off with a quarter-ton of claws and teeth for it, Captain had run the intruder off to protect his territory and coincidentally helped my family. As a thank you, and so he could recover his strength quicker, my grandmother trimmed the apple trees to down all the fruit and let the bear enjoy himself without feeding him directly. Don't want to associate humans with food. Winter would be a few months, and she wanted him fattened up so he could stick around for the next year, just in case, as she put it. The forest will always have a boss. It's better to have one who's not interested in eating you. Decades have gone by, and while both my grandparents and Captain have passed, the dogman creature never returned. There's been about 3 black bears who've moved into Captain's place since, and each has grown about as big as he was. Thankfully, that seems to have been enough to ward off any large canines. This is the story as it's posted, and it's very interesting to see how lone dog men interact with normal wildlife. It's truly a very interesting story about a bear that attacks a dog man, not just for territorial reasons, but also, I guess, in a sense, to protect the family that almost became possibly a victim or victims to a dogman attack. It's good to know that, in a sense, if this story is indeed genuine, that it's fairly interesting. And the fact being that, indeed, like the last sentence mentioned, it's quite an interesting interaction with a lone dog man and normal wildlife. Nonetheless, if this story is indeed genuine and that the source is true, that it's definitely one of the very few stories I'd rather appreciate in the sense of when it comes to testimony like this that's brought up. It's very interesting, to say the least. The problem with stories like this is that it's very long, but at the same time, if it's indeed genuine and true, that it's definitely one of the better cases of narration, or in a sense, these type of horror stories. A very good episode nonetheless, and I will say once more, I appreciate you guys listening in. I hope you all have a fantastic evening. And just so you all know, we don't normally do shows like this, but I want to thank the subscriber, John, for submitting this to me, and I would love to have shared it with you guys. I'm very glad I did. Have a great evening.
Wow, that was interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Yep. Well, it's getting kind of late. I've been on here for a while. I'm checking the views. We still getting good views, but I'm just tired. I still gotta play with that Wonder Box and see if I figured it out. Order me a Wonder Box for paranormal investigations. I'll be dang if that thing didn't come without any instructions. I did manage to get a hold of the guy that put it together. He emailed me some instructions on how to use it, so I think I'm gonna fool with that for a while. I'm gonna edit this video. I'm gonna get loose from here. I'm gonna watch this video, edit this video out. I need to practice with this Wonder Box. I plan on going to Cobb Cemetery tonight and using this Wonder Box. I ain't been out there to Cobb in a little while. All right, Ron, as always, Venomous Friends friggin' rules. Want to give a thanks and a shout out to Venomous Friends. All things paranormal, Leslie, DJ, Rhonda. There isn't exactly a boogeyman there. DJ, that's kind of a catch-all thing there. People over the centers telling the kids, oh, if you don't go to sleep, the boogeyman will get you. Oh, if you don't eat your vegetables, the boogeyman gonna get you. Yeah, we love you too there, Ryan. Hey, I love my family like a fat kid loves cake. By God. Ha ha. But there is darker things though, DJ, and of different sorts, shapes, sizes, varieties, and flavors. And some of them could be kind of nasty. That's another. We'll cover that another day. Pretty much the same thing to get them all. Exorcism rituals, blessings, salt, tea, sage, holy water. Oh, a lot of people don't know it, but you can take a dang regular old real nail, the kind of square shape that the blacksmith hammered out, that's cold iron. And you could take one of them monkeys and put it in the end of a walking stick, and you smell sulfur, know a demon's close, stick it to him. All right, DJ. Well, you tell Leslie there, we appreciate y'all coming by. I'm thinking shut it down. Y'all have a good night, sleep well, and we'll start up another one tomorrow. I'm going to promote Leslie's channel 24/7. Anybody that's still tuned in, every Thursday, All Things Paranormal Leslie, every Thursday has a new video out. So y'all go by and check out her channel, Holly's Lore, Beyond the Veil, Ghost Quest, Through the Veil, The Venomous Fringe. I'm thinking to shut her down. Well, I'm gonna rear my ugly head for so I can sign out properly. By God. All right. All righty, everybody. This is Klowns Paranormal Cryptid Investigations. And I want to say hello there to Vixen. All righty, see y'all tomorrow. By God. All righty, gonna try to. All righty, y'all. Before I sign out, I want to give a big shout out there to truckers everywhere. If you're waiting for y'all in these trying and dangerous times, making your deliveries, medical supplies wouldn't get delivered, groceries wouldn't be delivered, basic everyday things that people want sometimes don't need wouldn't get delivered. I know there's one thing that wouldn't get delivered for sure, and we all want toilet paper. So if nothing else, give them truckers a big shout out and lots of love. If it wasn't for truckers, we wouldn't have toilet paper. By God. Ha ha. Yes, we are. Ooh, Fox, put on your smart device, go to YouTube, go to Exorcism Rituals in Latin, and start it playing. Get you some sleep. Any kind of dang dark or negative or demonic entities around, you start in playing Exorcism Rituals in Latin off of YouTube. It's gotta go. You start fearing it, being afraid of it, and getting the heebie jeebies. It'll feed off that fear, get stronger, and then could possibly really be dangerous to you. Instead, you tell him to suck an egg and play exorcism rituals in Latin. Maybe sprinkle a little ammonia out in the bedroom if you don't have asthma. Get you some dang sleep. You'll be all right. Ain't nothing yet that I know of can outdo exorcism rituals in Latin. House blessings from off of YouTube. You'll be all right, bro. I sat there was just trying to sleep about 3 months ago with something big and heavy sitting in the bed with me. I flipped on exorcism rituals in Latin and slept like a baby. It had to go. It's called faith. Have a good night there, Fox. Back of where I was at, I was on the road. And Fox become a speed bump, by God. Ha, kidding, Fox. Want to give a shout out to our emergency services people, EMTs, paramedics, nurses, doctors, firemen, police, servicemen, if that's out there on the battle lines there for our country or on naval vessels, Air Force, Marines, Army, whole 9 yards. These are the people here that put their life on the line every day for us. And I'm hoping at least half of the people is 100% grateful of these fine people as I am. Anyway, that I got to get. Be back on sometime there tomorrow. I plan on being at Cobb Cemetery, maybe go a couple of other places. Yeah, we got to have a quiz. We're going to see how many demons like to suck eggs. My God. Y'all have a good one. Yeah, I'll see y'all in a few. And thanks, Vixen. You rock. Thanks for coming by, fam. We love you too. By God. Have a good night, everybody. And I'll see y'all in a few.